Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Scotty Rankin off alongside of Reese Gardner. No, that is not our lovely faces on the screen. That are our local presenters all the way over from Thailand. We sit at home, we sit down, we get set, we watch, and we wait because your GT3 Supercar qualifying race is about to commence, and this is the big one. This is the one we all wait.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The speed increases, the power increases. And we have a variety of beautiful sports cars ready to hit the track here for qualifying one. Thanks very much, everybody, for joining us here on the English language stream of the Thailand Super Series final round. Thanks, of course, to Speed Cafe. We are live on the Speed Cafe YouTube channel as well. Hello to all of you, whatever platform, whatever channel you are coming from. Got a great show for you over the next couple of days, and we've already had an excellent show in the Super Compact race earlier, and we're going to have one more race coming up here before we go on our lunch break. The GTC race is going to happen shortly after these qualifying sessions for the GT3s.
Yeah, so that'll be 12 laps of duration for the GTCs, which is another phenomenal category. And I want to say a big shout out to, as usual, our audience that are captivated, because we know you guys are international. We know that the English broadcast is enjoyed right the world over. We've got fans from Japan, from America, us obviously from Australia, watching along, but confirmation this time that for the first time we are going live to Malaysian TV as well. So the international coverage of Thailand Super Series continues to expand, and we continue to grow. So we can't do that without all of our, obviously our drivers and our officials and everyone down at the track, but also our fans watching along at home, because without you guys and the continued support we get, we'd be going out to a very few select people. It would basically be, hi mum, hi dad, how yous going? Watch us broadcast racing. But instead of that, it's a lot bigger than that. So we say a very, very big thank you to everyone watching along at home.
Yeah, we couldn't be doing this without you. So the first cars are out now in the TSS Supercar GT3 category. We have 5 cars out there at the moment, 2 in the pits, 7 cars out there looking to set the best time possible in this session. Piti Bhirombhakdi currently leading the charge in the Mercedes, I believe, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand machine. And the number 91 BMW waiting for their opportunity here, and out they come. So a bit of a late start to qualifying there for SAC. So let's see if being slightly off sync turns out to be an advantage or a disadvantage.
That's a new driver behind the wheel of that Team AI BMW GT3. Of course, with the new very controversial front end to the BMW. It was not popular when the grille of this car first launched, was it, Reese? It was a sight that there was quite a few people out there that went, I don't know whether or not I like that, but it's become the front end of BMW Motorsports the world over now.
Yeah, certainly has. I'm still used to the nostril look. You know, it's become a bit more of a, I don't know, like a big sniff kind of aesthetic that BMW cars have now. And yeah, I'm one of the people that's on the fence. I'm not too sure if I like it or not, but it doesn't matter how the car looks as long as it's fast, right?
Oh, come on. It absolutely matters how the car looks. Oh, Reese, I'm disappointed in you.
There we go. This is our first disagreement. I mean, wasn't it? I can't remember who it was. I think it was someone to do with Porsche. An ugly car becomes beautiful when it starts winning races, and I don't know, the BMW has certainly been successful in GT3 races the world over. There will still be its looks detractors, but yeah, regardless of how I feel about how a car looks, if it's fast, you know, you get the results, you get the points, you get the championships. That's what counts in the end.
Valentino Rossi would agree with you, and he's actually raced at this circuit, albeit on 2 less wheels than what we're seeing here today. So, well, you said it might have been the Mercedes for Piti Bhirombhakdi. That's actually the Honda NSX, the Acura NSX as it's known, the 2021 version, I believe, run by both of the outfits of Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. So they'll have Voravud Bhirombhakdi and Piti Bhirombhakdi both behind the wheels. The first valid lap time coming out, though, will be from Akash Nandi, who will be behind the wheel of an Audi R8, the car that is no longer in production, and how long we see that car maintain its racing status in GT3 and what's next. We watch and wait with bated breath, Marty, because there will be something that replaces the R8, but the R8's been around for such a long period of time. Love it or hate it, is it time for the R8 to move on? Some people will say yes, some people will say no. I think they've got a platform that's been quite successful. They didn't really need to tinker too much with, particularly given how close the Lamborghini is to it.
Yeah, it's a solid platform, isn't it? And yeah, the Audi R8 and the Lamborghini, I believe the Huracan is the current GT3 that Lamborghini runs, effectively based on the same platform and running very similar engines as well, both running a V10 engine layout. I'm always happy to see the Acura NSXs out there as well. You know, of course, I think, Scott, both you and I come from the era where the Honda NSX was one of the top cars in racing video games, and so we fell in love with that thing, and it's good to see that it's still around in a slightly different form.
Yeah, it's not as low-slung, not as straight-edged as it used to be. Yeah, you're very, very right. Harken back to the era of the early 2000s, early mid-2000s, the noughties, as they're called out here in Australia, as we love to shorten everything. And yeah, buying a Honda NSX was basically how quick can I get the funds in the in-game world to buy a Honda NSX very, very quickly. Was always the preferred method. But for the meantime, what is the lap time going to be from Piti Bhirombhakdi? Sorry, that's Voravud Bhirombhakdi, who is on his way to the final corner in the start-finish line at the moment. And that lap will be a 1:37.538. So a little bit of time left to find on the table. 1:37.354 for the other of the NSXs as well. So there's only 0.2 of a second between both of those cars for the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Incredibly close together. That's always what you want to see. Definitely don't want to see teammates disappearing off into the sunset. Sergio Perez. Whoa, that was a big old lock up there for Voravut as well. He's pushing quite hard front into that NSX, and that might be a track limit violation there for the 62 machine.
And we've already had 3 cars have their times cancelled for lap 3. The number 12, the number 27, and the number 91. So yeah, I think track limits are going to be a big factor this weekend. We saw warnings and a couple of penalties being thrown about in the Super Compact race earlier for exceeding track limits, and that was when they were racing hard against each other. These guys are just looking to set a lap time down for the grid later on.
Yeah, that'll sort of tell us what it's going to be like later on. How about the 35.8 on the board thus far for Shenandy as he'll come out of the final corner and look to improve. But again, we've got concerns about whether or not that lap time will stand. And moves it to a 35.596. It does improve, but again, watch and wait whether or not that will be improved. Sandy Stuvik has had a reasonable return to racing action in Thailand this year after a journey off to Italy to see if he could further his career in open wheelers. It has not worked out, and he returns, and Douglas Koo tries to bring himself to terms with the Lamborghini.
Haven't seen a Lamborghini Gallardo on a track in a minute.
It is that rear end of the Lamborghini that gives it away, isn't it?
Yeah, this thing's been around for quite some time, the Lamborghini Gallardo. Love that full width rear wing. There's an awful lot of downforce on the rear of that car. We'll have to see if Douglas Koo will be able to get the pace out of that thing right now. 10 seconds off the top times in the session. This, of course, being an older GT3 car, you'd expect it to be a little bit slower. What he's really racing is sacking the BMW, it seems, just trying to break into the sub 1 minute 40 bracket.
Yeah, and he'll be still coming to terms with this car as well. Remember, not their preferred weapon of choice, but issues for the Mercedes this weekend. Means that he was forced to come up with an alternate car, and he is out there. Douglas Koo, one of the oldest competitors in the entire field across the weekend as well. Also participates in Asian LMP3 categories, and gets himself out there and gets on track. Some of the most iconic locations, including Sepang. I tell you, for Douglas, he's living out his wildest dreams, which neither of us can say we get the opportunity to do. He might be 7 seconds off pace, but he is out there. And to be perfectly honest, I like the fact that he's bringing back if it is the Gallardo, I believe, successor to the Lamborghini Diablo?
Yes, I think so. The Gallardo, I think, was one of the first cars, along with the Murcielago, that kicked off the sort of modern era of Lamborghini under the Volkswagen Group. Back in like 2005, I think the Gallardo came out.
Still very much quicker than where the Lamborghini company started with tractors, so you can say that they have absolutely advanced in their years as a automotive company. Makes me wonder what a wing stuck to the rear end of a tractor would look like. For some reason that mental image popped up.
Yeah, indeed. When you're tilling the fields, scatter the seeds a little bit further, potentially add a diffuser to the back of the tractor as well. Just seen news come in that the number 62, currently P1, Akash Nandi, has had his time cancelled for track limits there, so not quite an improvement there. There's plenty of them from pushing hard in this session, aren't they? It comes with the territory. I said it before, a track like this, it's built for motorcycle racing first and foremost, so it has wide flat curbs and acres of runoff area, which means when you tip a car in and you have an issue on the way through the corner, you'll be able to recover the car nicely. You don't have to worry too much about hitting the grass or the gravel, unless you really make a mistake. But at the same time, got to keep it at least on those blue and white curbs.
I think what is it? A racer's favorite or a racing team's favorite adage is if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So always going to be out there and pushing limits, and sometimes exceeding them. The other thing I'm just sort of keeping in the back of my mind is did you see Stuvik was sort of a couple seconds off the pace initially, but he brought the tyre in nice and gently, and now he's having a couple push laps. Whereas Akash and Andy went out and went bang, bang, bang straight away in terms of his lap time. So I'd say that tyre is probably now beyond its best, and he will struggle to maintain that tyre at that level for much longer. But Sandy Stuvik could be improving, and in fact, I think he's actually on a cool-down lap at the moment because he's about 4 seconds off pace in the first sector. A bit more than that. It's actually about 6 seconds off pace in the first sector, and he was more than that off pace in the second sector. So that might be all that the number 37 win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing entry Audi is capable of in qualifying one. They'll hand that one over. 3 minutes left in the session as well.
Looks like Henk Kick's session is now over, jumping out of the car there. You won't be able to improve on that. 138.89. Douglas Koo has managed to improve his Gallardo time, and I will correct myself from before. I've been notified the first Lamborghini Gallardo was released in 2003. I believe I got it confused with the Murcielago, which first came out in 2005. In any case, that looks like it's going to be another track limits violation. That was well beyond the curb for the 37 Audi of Sandy Stuvik, but you're right. It was a bit of a slow burn there for Stuvik, and he was able to get the times in exactly when he needed to. And in the end, it's much like we saw in the GTM and GT4 qualifying session. The top three rather close. There's only a 10th covering them.
Yeah, really, really close, and that's going to get even closer when we end over. And the better part is, even Pity Beer and back to is only about 0.3 of a second further back as well. Worthwhile noting, though, we're actually having a look at Marcus Winkelhock at the moment as he prepares to climb aboard the 27 Audi. We'll be partnering with Be Quick Absolute Racing team boss Henk Kicks. And that is a NSX that is crawling all over the road, so there's probably not the time there this time by for Pity Rear on Backby.
Yeah, definitely didn't look the most stable through the part of the course where car stability is paramount. This final sector. Yeah, he's definitely having some troubles there. Still,
pace isn't going to be there, so there'll be only one more lap, and if he's continued to put heat through those tires like that, I doubt whether the next lap is going to be quick enough as well.
Well, he's committing, and across the line he'll come for what will ultimately be his final lap. And I guess we'll find out about halfway through whether or not he decides it's time to bring it in. Boravud also coming across the line. And keeping himself nicely in third place. All he needs is about 0.08 of a second, and he'll get onto the provisional front row alongside Sandy Stuvik.
Yep, so time to get prepared, climb aboard the car. Will be next big part of qualifying. And I must apologise, it mustn't have been... that was Winkelhock we were just looking at. So he's off to grab his helmet and get on to his qualifying duties. Might have been... I don't believe that would be Yi Dang, but I'm just having a look up and down. I'm not 100% sure who that was, actually. We were looking at the Audi Sport outfit a little bit earlier on. Whoa,
oh dear.
There we go. Well, it's not going to be an improvement now for Pity, and it's going to, unfortunately, destroy Voravud's lap as well. So, refire the NSX.
Out the yellow flag.
And end of the session. Right. And your knowledge of Lamborghini history has been picked to pieces by our producer, which is good because it gives us more history to talk about in terms of Lamborghini, which I'm loving.
Yes, indeed. I was wrong about the Murcielago as well. First released on the road in 2001. I mean, I honestly don't know where my numbers come from sometimes. I just remember, sort of bits and pieces looking up cars on Wikipedia when I was in my teens. So, yeah, if I do get that information wrong, I do apologize. I suppose the main thing is if I get the information relating to the event at hand correct.
You're a car fan. You're allowed to get things wrong so long as we get them right towards the tail end. But provided it creates us some content, I'm happy. So
yeah, and I'm sure I'll get roasted for this quite a bit in the weeks to come. I am prepared.
You know us commentators. We never let anyone get away with something. I made one mistake in an IndyCar in the sim one time, and I'm continually reminded about that one mistake. So, hey, it's always for the entertainment value, is it not?
Yes, indeed it is. Our usual producer at SimSpeed, Jay Kennedy, has that clip saved, and he can play it at any time. It'll come in the night.
Oh, it will haunt me. It will haunt me for the rest of my days, I guarantee you.
Indeed, indeed.
I'll play it at my funeral, I bet you.
Well, while we've been nattering on, the session has concluded, and the times that we saw have stood, and Akash Nandi getting in the fastest time in qualifying one, with Sandy Stuvik setting the second fastest lap time there, the 62 and the 27, bookending the top 6 for the time being. So we'll see exactly where the second drivers put them in qualifying 2 yet to come. Marcus Winkelhock in the 27 and Eshan in the number 62 yet to take to the track.
So we'll be back for qualifying 2 with live action from the track in about 8 minutes, but interesting to see just how much trouble they were having with keeping the rear end of those Honda NSXs planted. That's Hank Kicks, who's just climbed out of the 27 car.
Yeah, indeed.
Might just roll through Reese and take a little bit of a breather, re-top off on fluids. I know I'm getting through coffee at the moment, so we'll take a small break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for qualifying number 2. Pole position from qualifying number 1 will be Akash Nandi from Sandy Stuvik from Ferrari Biron Bhakti, but who will take it out in the Pro Driver session in a few moments? Well, qualifying two for the final round for 2024 of Italian Super Series GT Supercars is going to be GT3 racing action back out and onto the circuit in just a few moments' time. I believe we have cars down at the end of pit lane already heading towards the racetrack. In fact, they actually are on the racetrack as it stands. So we'll be back underway with your pictures in a few moments. You're actually due to have a couple GT3s shoot through the front end of that shot anytime now.
Indeed, there we are. Back out on track for qualifying 2 for GT3, and I think at the very least those Acura NSXs will be hoping for a little bit more rear-end stability in the middle sector of the racetrack, because we saw they were having a bit of trouble keeping the cars under them in the first part.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one as well, and I should probably actually refresh my weather to see what the changes are like at the moment. It's actually chilled off a little bit from where it was a touch earlier, so we're up to 26 degrees Celsius. The humidity is sort of hovering around at 60% marker, as it is currently 10 a.m. in Thailand. And cars coming out to start their first flying laps, although you can see they're still chasing a little bit of temperature and pressure as they cross the start-finish line to start the first of their flying laps.
The Be Quick Racing Audis leading the charge here. Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel of the number 27 machine. And I'm expecting him to be contending right up the top here. Certainly a very experienced GT3 driver and former Formula 1 driver as well. Notoriously leading the 2007 European Grand Prix in incredibly wet conditions, and a spiker of all cars. So awesome to have Winkelhock along for the ride here in Thai Super Series. We'll have those first times coming in very shortly. Seems like all the cars are struggling for grip at the exits of some of these corners.
Well, temperature's not quite up there at the moment. And there's actually a really, really cool photograph, actually, of Marcus Winkelhock. You wouldn't have actually seen it, Reese, because that was part of your time here with us on Thailand Super Series. But there's a photo of Marcus Winkelhock in full racing suit down on the beach at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Phenomenal photo. And he loves this series. He's been coming for a couple of years to entertain us with all his driving credentials, including being, I think, the only Formula 1 driver to have led a lap in every race he's competed in. So,
yes, indeed. That's a stat that not many can match.
Yeah. Might be a one-race wonder, but he has competed in statistically more Formula 1 events than either of us ever have. So,
this is true. Well, first times coming down, and we'll see if we can get to that 1 minute 35 second bracket that we saw in the qualified 1 earlier on. Best time at the moment, Eshan up the top in the number 62. So Akash Nandi, his teammate, getting the 62 to the top in qualifying 1 as well. So the 62 seems to be the car to beat today.
Yeah, they've been really, really quick in both the sessions, at least early on, and Pierres's time is very, very similar to that of Akash Nandi as well, so there's very little between both of those drivers. They've been quite consistent just about all season long, and the benefit of having a driver pairing that's quite close together as well. In terms of points, though, 62 machine sits down in this spot in terms of the overall standings. They missed both of the races from the Bang Seng Grand Prix weekend. They've been there and thereabouts. Other than that, 2 podiums across the year. Points leader is actually Piti Birambakti and Kantasak Kasiri, who's in the number 12 Acura NSX at the moment. And they've managed to win 3 races, including 2 races from one each from each of the events at Sepang. And they sit atop the pile, and they are 25 points clear at the front end of the GT3 field. And the critical factor for that car is basically if they outscore the number 91 of Jesse Cronin, race number 1 of today's action, which will be race 9 of the season, that will be championship locked up. There'll be nothing that the competition can do to track down Piti Birambakti and Kantasak Kasiri. So whilst it might be qualifying too, all the focus, I think, for that number 12 car will be on race 1 of the weekend, or race 9 on the calendar.
Yep, things coming down to the final round in many of our sub-series that we've got here as part of the Thailand Super Series roster. Really looking forward to seeing how the racing turns out on Sunday. I'll be joining you guys again for the final 2 hours of that broadcast, and I'll be with you here alongside Mr. Scott Rankin for the remainder of the day here. 8.5 minutes remaining in the session, and at the moment it looks like a bit of a trading places between the Be Quick Audis. For a moment it was Marcus Winkelhock up the top, and it looks like he's just taken it back again. 135.8 with a 135.9 from the number 62. So yeah, the Be Quick Audi's coming very well prepared to this circuit for the time being. Check in with the number 37. And Yi Deng is not having the best of times there with the rear end coming into turn 1. And the first turn here is always difficult. It's one of those corners that when I'm driving on the sim, I always find those kinds of corners the most annoying to get right. It's when it's a kink, a very hard kink that you got to brake hard for, but it's less than a sort of right angle corner. So it's difficult to pick the pace, it's difficult to pick the turn-in point, and if your brake bias is just a little too far back, well, that's what happens.
Yeah, rear end stability on the way into the corner, and then you can't pick up the throttle as well because you've got to wait for the rear end to stabilize. You've got to brake deeper into the corner because you can't stabilize, and then run down here into turn 5 as well. Lovely and difficult little combination. 6. You sort of want to pick up the throttle, carry momentum into 6, so it's just a little bit of a lift off back to 6. 7. It is again a fractional lift off. Rotate the car nice and neatly. And you can see from the 89 machine, Carlo Van Dam wants that Audi out of the way. Yi Deng not on a flying lap at the moment, but certainly in the way for Verhoeven. Gets out of the way. Great job done by all involved there.
Yeah, always good to see the respect being shown out there on track. As man, whenever the NSXs squat on the way into the braking zones, I notice that there's just a tiny bit of instability for them. So I don't know if it's setup issues, I don't know if the conditions aren't quite right for the car, but yeah, those NSXs are struggling to find that last little bit of lap time they need.
Would you say it's probably a touch too far back on the brake bias as well?
Yeah, I'd say so, because if the brake bias was too far forward, then he'd be suffering from understeer into the corners. And yeah, I don't know if it's the bumps or whatever, but you can see that he's having to have a couple of goes at the steering to really get the car settled.
And that then says mechanical, doesn't it? Because of its braking issues, well, the car will be quite compliant on the turn-in, but if it's a couple of whacks at the steering wheel, that is certainly an instability of sorts. So something they'll be struggling with. And remember, we said a little bit cooler. That car was very quick hit back here at the start of the year in conditions that are a bit warmer than this at the moment. So this is definitely the coolest that we've raced at all year long. Those few degrees, they come in and they go, you know, we're right on in terms of our setup. We had a very, very quick car back at the start of the year. Well, all of a sudden, a few degrees swing. Air and humidity. And it's gone away from them again. Now, keep our eyes on Yi Deng. We'll continue to try and push this car further forward. How about Kantasak Kasiri as well? He's been quick in the NSX. Goes to the top of the board. 35.2 is his best lap time now. And Marcus Winkelhock's had quite a few lap times deleted.
Yeah, he has. I've noted that myself. Potentially having some issues just getting the car to track right through the corners. The NSXs have suddenly come out with something special here. The number 12 now your provisional P1 car, and Yi Deng moving up to second spot, 135.5. But that margin for Kantasak there is looking insurmountable at this point. I mean, I know it's only 0.3 of a second, but when you're talking about GT3, a category where balance of performance is very tightly controlled, and you have a very competitive class, that sort of gap can be difficult to make up.
Yeah, really, really difficult. And, how cool is it to see as well, 13 thousandths of a second between Pieris and Carlo Van Dam as well. So there's nothing separating them, and that's Audi versus NSX right there. So whilst it might be an NSX sitting atop the pile, it's right throughout the field. Look, there's nothing separating all these guys, So race 10, final race of the season on Championship Sunday. That is going to be something to watch if this is what our lap times look like.
Indeed, and just saw an improvement there from Jesse Krohn in the 91 BMW as well. So splitting Yideng and Kantasak. Excellent job from Jesse in the number 91 there. The BMW continuing to show its pace, competing with the mid-engine cars. It's another thing I really love about GT3 is the variety in car formats you see. BMW, obviously front-engine rear-wheel drive, the Audi and the NSX mid-engine. It's fantastic.
And the big thing I was actually going to speak to about lap time as well is if you have a look at where Jesse's finding the time, it's through the speed trap. So they are quickest, and it's basically the same for the NSX at the pointy end of the session as well. So both of those cars have both set at 250 kilometers an hour, 0.3. So matching each other in terms of pace through the speed trap. So if you're going to generate a quick lap time around this circuit, it seems that it is all about trimming that car off, or at least getting the drive off of turn 1 is a big factor in terms of lap time.
Yeah, indeed. The it's an interesting circuit here. I mean, you have cars that will make up more of their time in the post turn 3 section, being all about flow and setting up your exits for the next sequence of corners, and then through this section we're seeing the Audi go through now. It's all about getting on the power right. You've got to have a stable rear end. You've got to make sure that you stay at least 2 wheels on those blue and white curbs to get the maximum speed down the straight here. Stability into the hairpin is crucial as well. You want a car that's pointy around here, a car that's set up well on the front end, but you can't have the rear end too loose.
No, and just keeping an eye on, we're just looking at Marcus Winkelhock 27 car. By the way, his speed at the speed trap is 246.8, so that's down on their fastest by a little bit. That says to me they're not really going to be able to challenge to improve on their lap for Winkelhock. And it looks as if where he was pressing on and trying to find some life out of the tyres, it just stepped outside of those track boundaries, and that's cost them in terms of qualifying. They're sitting 6th on the timing table at the moment. You sort of look at Marcus, you go, perhaps should be a little bit further up. But man, that's the biggest thing I can say at the moment is that in the time that we've been covering this series, that right there is the closest qualifying performance across those top 6 cars we've ever had.
Yeah, goes to show the the development and the change in the competition over the course of the last couple of seasons. We've still got 10 seconds remaining in the session, so final lap times still yet to be decided, but I don't know, things are looking interesting for sure. It looks like the 27, the 65, and the 89 have all had their lap 8 time cancelled, and the number 27 had their lap time cancelled as well, all for exceeding track limits. So they were pushing hard here at the end of the session, but the checkered flag is out, and we're just waiting for the Be Quick Audi here to get its final hot lap in, with Winkelhock at the wheel of that machine. He's already had quite a few lap times deleted for track limits. Will he be able to get himself out of that top 6 and more towards the pointy end? All he has to do is make up half a second, and it's way easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's 0.4 of a second down on Jesse Cronin's Sector 1 alone. So that sort of tells you, it's not really... They've got to create so much time through the middle of the lap And realistically, the overtaking opportunity, well, it's down at turn 3, end of the back straight, and from there on out, it's so difficult to get alongside that, yeah, sure, you may be able to carry that pace in the middle of the race. I'm thinking they're setting this car up to look after its tyres a little bit better is about all they're trying to do, and you can see that's not really an aggressive attack for the final couple of corners. I reckon they might be on their way in. I don't think they'll necessarily finish this lap.
So it looks like that will be all she wrote for the session. And yeah, Winkelhock committing to the pit entry line there. Very interesting pit entry on the outside of the final corner. But regardless, looks like he was the only car out on track at the time. And he will bring it in. One last lap time cancelled for Douglas Koo in the number 65. Once again, for track limits. I think maybe there'll be a bit of a debrief with the stewards telling them to tighten it up a little bit for the race.
Well, Doug Koo's out there, just circulating. He's the only car on the GT3 AM class, so I mean, he's already won it. If I was in his shoes, so just breach it every lap, see how many penalties we can rack up. Just set one kind of record. Why not?
Yeah, of course. Well, we have cars being wheeled out. Once again, this is the end of the GT3 qualifying, and we're getting ready for the GTC race yet to come. That's going to be happening in round about 20 to 25 minutes' time. Looking forward to this one. Second race of the day. We had one heck of a start with the Super Compacts earlier in the morning. And now we find our way to some lovely GT action. Can't wait for the 12-lapper to come.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to kick us off here before the lunch break. So we'll have 12 laps worth of GTC racing action, which has been one of the more fun categories over the years. A mix of different cars and classes will kick us off. For your GT racing action, of course, we've already had Super Compact to start off the morning. 27 thousandths of a second decided that one. But as we move into this one, the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe, the kit car, was very, very quick earlier in the year when they were last out here. Looks like we've had a new entry as well. Porsche Club Sport GT4 entry will be joining the roster. So the expansion of the GTC field is good to see. 8 cars will be taking to the track in just a few moments as well. And that will be coming up in about 10 minutes, so we'll step away, take a little bit of a breather, and then bring you first the final category before we step away for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, back in just a few moments. Hello and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the second of our races for the weekend. Qualifying across the board has now been run and done, and it is the second to last time that all of these categories will go racing for the 2024 season. GTC has 12 laps ahead of us, and that looks to me like a Daytona Coupe on pole, and that I think will be Siramet. So that's good to see that he's back and he's quick. And to take you back throughout the journey, he put it on pole, I think, back at round number 1. For the fans watching along at home, this is to bring Reese up to date as well. And unfortunately, had issues with the rear tyres being too cold as he tipped it in down, I believe, to turn 5 on lap 1, and the rear just went straight out from underneath him.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there, but you know what? Pole position, and he'll be looking to make a very good recovery from that, but he does have the championship leader starting right behind him, Karapong Akaninarot in the Toyota Supra. It looks like about half a second the gap for pole position, so we'll see just how much of that qualifying speed Siramet can carry.
Yep, so put it on pole, you'll have Karapong behind him in the first of the Toyota Supras, Lamborghini Gallardo of Manuel Rafael Caceres' third. Chem Dolma is a little bit further back in Ford Mustang. I believe that's a Trans Am car from Chem. Over the last couple of seasons, he's had some issues with that, has had some speed as well. Manak Kulapanot, Toyota Supra, and then Damien Hamilton's Trans Am 2 Ford Mustang at a 6th spot. And like we said, new entry of the series will be that of Geeky Ian Ross, the Australian. And Rafael Galliano will round out the field as well in another Trans Am, Ford Daytona Coupe to round the rear end of the field. So 8 cars will be competing here for race number 7 for the GTC category.
Yep, 7 of 8, and the 8th and final race will be taking place tomorrow in the morning for another 12-lap race after the Super Eco final race. It's a really jam-packed weekend of racing that we have here at the Chang International Circuit. And this is the last race before our lunch break and the afternoon's racing yet to come. We've got a great schedule up. Next race after this is going to be the Super Eco category. Then we have Super Pickup. Always love the Super Pickups there. The GTM and GT4 final race after that for race 9. And we round things out with Supercar GT3 and Super Pickup once again. Looking forward to all of that.
Yeah, so that'll be on the back half. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got interviews from Goody in English for you. We'll cross to that now.
Really excited. Just looking forward to a great result, So, yeah.
Yes, you still the excited?
Yeah, really excited, Qualifying in the top 3 is very good.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're very much looking forward to fighting it out in the next 12 laps.
All right, so long time to come back that. So, how do you feel preparing for this race?
Been doing lots of other races.
Yes.
Just preparing my body,
okay.
Preparing mentally, physically,
okay.
Being the best shape I can be for this race.
Okay, last question for comment to Thai fans.
Just thank you very much for this opportunity and very excited for the next year coming. So, ขอบคุณครับ
Hope so. Best of luck here. โอเคก็ถามเขานะครับในเรื่องของวันนี้ก็ยังมีความตื่นเต้นอยู่นะครับแม้ว่าจะขับมาหลายสนามแล้วแต่แน่นอนในเรื่องการเตรียมความพร้อมและการแข่งขันก็คือทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณ
Having a chat to the driver of the number 95 there. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, Manuel Rafael Caceres, who's managed to stick his Lamborghini Gallardo onto the second row of the grid. Third place start for him. Interesting to see if he can get the run down into turn number 1. Gridding in place as well, and you can see the amount of attention that's being shown to the field of drivers here this afternoon. Reese, there's a lot of love in Thailand for the Super Series, and let alone international love as well for the Super Pickups later on. And this will be your first taste of the Super Pickups this afternoon on a wider track. You've only seen them from the street circuit.
Yeah, indeed. It's been it was an absolute rollicking ride back at Bang Sen, and I can't wait to see what those super pickups can really do. I love the international representation that we have here in GTC as well. Of course, the majority of the drivers here from Thailand, but Manuel Rafael Caceres from the Philippines, Cem Yilmaz, Turkish driver. We also have Ian Ross from Australia racing in the Porsche GT4 Club Sport. So it's awesome to see that drivers from all over the world have come here to race in the Thai Super Series. Only a few minutes left until we get to see all of those drivers at full chat.
Yeah, and a couple minutes away, so you can see they're clearing the bulk of the crew off of the grid at the moment as everyone gets set and ready. Damien Hamilton spoke to him a little bit earlier, or the crew on the ground spoke to him a little bit earlier in the year. He said he was just targeting a little bit of improvement was what he was looking for across the duration here. He's been putting in a fair bit of work, fair bit of fitness, and working on himself as he's been trying to grow his skills and improve and push himself a little bit further forward. So an opportunity to again show us what he's learned across the year. And this will be a big one, big opportunity for him as well. Alright, it's just about the grid. It's being cleared now. So it'll be moments away. We'll be moving off on the formation lap. And I tell you what, I do love seeing the Daytona Coupe kit cars. They're a sight to behold, aren't they, Reese?
Oh yeah, I love them. And that's why I like categories like this, because you get to see cars that you don't usually see racing in other series. I mean, like down in Australia, we have Trans Am, we have sports sedans as well, which allow you to see a great variety of cars. But the first time I saw GTC, I thought to myself, this is a great selection of cars that they've got for this championship. And you see that throughout all of the series that operate under the Thailand Super Series banner, all the way from Super Eco up to Supercar GT3, a variety of machinery that you don't often see in the global racing scene these days.
Yep. 1 minute now, and we'll be rolling off here in just a few moments. And 12 laps going to be the duration for our GTC cars, as well as they'll start to get fired up in the background. And then we'll get them rolling for the formation lap. Rolling start, I believe, for these guys as well. And the run down to turn number 1. That's what it'll look like in a lap's time.
Some solid pace coming out of these cars as well. I mean, we saw the qualifying times for Supercar GT3 earlier, setting 1 minute 35 second lap times. These cars aren't that far off. Only 7 seconds difference between the fastest times for GT3 and the fastest times for GTC here. And on board with the second place running car, the Toyota Supra 3S, you see just how race prepped these things are. Low to the ground, powerful, and just enough body roll to make it look like the car's actually doing something. I love it.
Yeah, and then the wiggle around as well. The Trans Am cars quite harsh on their tires as well. Well, this is what the grid is going to look like for your GTC racing action for race number 7 of the calendar. Proudly brought to you by Idemitsu. And yet again, the track map for GTC. And like you said, fast and flowing through Sector 1. The Trans Ams do a great job of applying that power on lap number 1. The run down to turn number 3, they tend to go straight up the inside and get a whole bunch of spots. But how can they hang on through Sector 2 and Sector 3, the twisty bits, as you like to say, Reese? But the Ventus F200, the racing tyre for GTC.
Indeed, very similar to the tyre that was used for Super Compact earlier on in the day, and the 18 and 19-inch rims being used for Supercar GT. Wide range of sizes available for these cars. Big thanks to Hankook for their support of the Thailand Super Series. Some excellent racing action resulting from the use of these tyres as we go to the grid Siramet is on pole position with Akarapong Akaninarot in second place. Manuel Rafael Caceres, the Filipino driver, starting alongside the Turk of Tim Yudulmaz. Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, second car there in the hands of Manat Kulapalanot, and Damien Hamilton is starting alongside him. And then we have Ian Geeky Ross and Rafael Galliana from France, racing from 8th and last place there in the second of our Ford Daytona GT Coupes. Looking forward to the start here, Scott. It's going to be a fun ride.
I was just actually looking when we were in the gridding phase there. I don't recall seeing the second of the Daytona Coupes, so I think there's been an issue for Rafael Galliana and the Frenchman not on the grid.
He's starting from the pits.
So at least they did get that car back out there, because I was worried there might have been dramas, but that might have just been a missed pit lane exit timing, I would say, because you've got to keep these events rolling. You don't keep everyone to time or schedule, you tend to lose a fair bit of time, and whatever the reason, Galliano will start from pit lane, but for the rest of our cars, they are on the run down to the final corner. Medical car sits in the background as well. Field under the control of Siramet, who will lead the way. Tell you what, they are brawling to the final corner as well. He is holding them back.
Slow start, but now the green flag will fly, and we'll get to see the full power of these cars in all of their glory. Form up, wait for the lights to come off, and away we go.
And have a look at the Trans Am. Damien Hamilton's immediately going to step out to the right-hand side of the shot. That's the outside of turn one. Oh, he's a long way around. It's Yudolmaz. Sorry, my apologies. He's going the long way around. Hamilton stuck in behind the Lamborghini at the moment. Cannot get the power down, but Cem Yudolmaz got the elbows out, got aggressive, and here comes Galliano out of pit lane as well. He'll have some work to do.
Yeah, certainly quite a bit of work to do. Yudolmaz now trying to go for second place. He had to run wide coming out of turn one, but he'll find himself in third between the two Supras. Really good recovery from Manat Kulapalanont there to get the Supra a little bit further up the order and try and join his teammate Akarapong. Yep, here comes Yudolmaz. He's going to go for the inside coming into sector 2.
Well, he got the car down in there. Now, can he pull it up out the other side? He's just run a little bit off the track, so he has barely managed to pull that one up. Now here comes the Supra of Akarapong, who's going to try and nick that second spot back. In the meantime, though, Siramat's managed to find himself a little bit of space to skip clear, but Cem Yudolmaz has got to make some time now whilst the tyres are hanging on board, and here comes the Supra back once more. Akarapong had a look as they head down into turn number 8, not quite far enough up alongside. The run to turn 9 forced Yudolmaz to cover him off a little bit. Now the teammate's going to have a little bit of a run at him as well.
Yeah, got to be careful though. Remember, Akarapong in the first of the Supras is the championship leader, and he's going to try and go for the position again here on Yudolmaz, coming down to the final corner here. Hard braking zone towards the end of the lap. The Supra should have the advantage over the Trans Am machine here, but the power belongs to Cem Yudolmaz.
Yeah, and he has managed to pull away, and now it's going to be a fight between the two teammates. Akarapong on the outside, on the inside is that of Manat, who is absolutely having a go, and now Cem has bought himself a little bit of a margin, and he'll try and run away. Have a look at Damien Hamilton, though, in the background. Needed to find a way past the 95 machine of Manuel Rafael Caceres in the Lamborghini Gallardo, and has not been able to make any headway. And have we suddenly lost Akarapong? Because he's just dropped out of that shot. No, there he is. So he is dropping back.
Yeah, this is not good for Akarapong. He's looking a little bit slower than he was at the start, and I think it all began with his attempted move there on Cem Yudolmaz. I don't know if there was contact. I don't think there was, but out of the final corner on this lap, Akarapong just started losing pace out of nowhere.
Yeah, and he's continued to lose it. Whatever the issue was, he's got some car speed back. No, that's the 37 machine. That's actually Manat. Sorry, my apologies. So I believe that's the 38 machine that's just cut through at the front end of the shot, attached to the rear end of Cem Yudolmaz's car. So I think that is Akarapong, who's still managed to hang onto the spot. Indeed, timing scoring's just updated for us and fixed that one. So it is Manat who was having some issues, didn't get the drive off. Now Akarapong's starting to come back at Cem Yudolmaz. And they'll continue to trade back and forth. The Turkish driver sits in second at the moment from Thai driver, and he's starting to try and defend a little bit as Chemi Dolma's feeling that rear view mirror. Have a look at how supreme the Super is on the brakes when they get to the last corner.
Yeah, shorter wheelbase. I presume a bit of a lighter car as well than the Trans Am TA1 Mustang. We've got a TA1 and a TA2 competing in this field. But Yilmaz definitely has the edge on everybody here in the first sector of the lap. You'll see just how he pulls away here down the straights, and Akarapong will be hoping that he gets a whisper of slipstream here. Defensive from Yilmaz. I don't think he really needed to defend that. He's that far ahead by the time they get to the braking zone.
Key factor will be you've got to keep half an eye on what the lap times look like, because there is a fair bit of heat that goes through the Trans Am car. They skip around in the rear end a little bit under brakes on the throttle. They do lean on the tyre quite a bit harder than that of the Toyota Supras. So Karapong's just going to stay relevant and look after the tyres, give himself something to work with later on. Be the big key for him. I might as well stretch that margin out as we head down into turn number 5. And now, just keeping half an eye on the background as well. Rafael Manuel is starting to come back towards Manat. There's not a lot between those two guys. Hamilton's had a scruffy lap as well, so he's fallen a little bit further behind. So again, it will be self-sector that Karapong, by the way, very quick in the middle sector, so much so he sets the purple sector of the race fastest second sector. Karapong. And Siramet's not disappearing down the road either.
No, he's not. He was the fastest car on track last lap, and it seems it's the same this lap as well. He's certainly solidly in the lead. We'll have to wait and see if Chairman Akarapong will be able to find a little bit of extra pace to try and challenge him. He's not completely out of the woods as Siramet, but that Daytona Coupe is looking mighty fast at the moment.
It certainly is. Rafael Galeano's still out there and still trying to track down Ian Ross. And did take some time out of him on the most recent lap. By the way, Damien Hamilton passes through the speed trap on this lap with a 236.6. And Manuel Rafael Caceres was the next closest car at 285. So those two quite quick in a straight line. And that will be the reason that Damien's having a lot of issues trying to pass that Lamborghini Gallardo, because there's realistically not a lot of difference, and then the Lamborghini will be quite quick in a straight line here and then through the middle sector of the lap. So now he's caught Manat. Tell you what, he's 20 kilometers an hour faster in a straight line than Manat is, so he's absolutely going to be reeling him in all the straights.
Yeah, that's insane straight line speed. But of course, we are now in Sector 3, where mechanical grip is the bigger factor. And it's those cars that have a better chassis set up for the twisties that get it done. The number 18 here, Ian Geeky Ross, hailing from Australia in the Porsche Cayman GT4 machine. Currently on his own at the moment, not quite able to match the lap times of people ahead of him, and I get the feeling he's going to be coming up against Rafael Galeano very shortly indeed. Can't quite see him on track here at the moment, but it's about 9 seconds the gap at the moment.
So keep an eye on that battle as it continues to develop, as does this one. On the run down to turn number 1. Now he'll be the best opportunity for Damien Hamilton and Manuel Rafael Caceres to get the job done. And have a look at how much quicker in a straight line they are than the Super. The Super covers to the inside, and Manuel gets pinched because Hamilton's going to try and go the long way around. He backs out of it in the end. He's going to try and pinch this spot back off Damien Hamilton. Hamilton leaves a room rent on the inside of turn 3 to give him a heap of space, but he will pick that spot off, and that was just about picking the right lane at the right time for Damien Hamilton.
Oh no! Okay, that is the front hood gone from the Lamborghini. out of nowhere. How on earth did that happen? We've seen a few cars with the shaking bonnets earlier on, particularly the Yaris in Super Compact. That was that came out of nowhere. That really surprised me. I saw it shaking, and then whoop, off it goes. Debris on the track now. We might have to have a local yellow at least to get that removed.
Well, it was right there, right by the side of the track, and I think actually it's landed very close to the camera down there too, so they'll be aware of it. They'll get shots. There's a big gap in the field. There is the benefit of there'll be no one coming through that section of track for a good 40 seconds or so, so the marshals have grabbed that one very, very comfortably. They didn't even need to display yellow flags for that. So 12-lap race, that's the benefit of that one. But in the meantime, is he going to continue on in that 95 car? We watch and wait.
Indeed we do. And the Lamborghini no longer a factor in this battle, so it is just Supra versus Mustang for fourth and for second as well. At the moment, Cem Yilmaz still keeping a Karapong behind him and looking quite comfortable, it has to be said. Siramet is just running away, and that's a commentator's curse and a half. As soon as I said he was looking comfortable, wide at the hairpin at turn 3.
Just didn't turn in. There was no bite from the front tyres at all. He's gonna try and have a crack here because he's got the straight line speed, so he does get back down to the inside. Karapong's gonna have to be choosy about where he tries to fight this. Doesn't fight it at 4. Indeed, doesn't fight it at 5 either, but he'll be trying to set up the switch back down the inside at 6. Yeah, not quite alongside.
Yeah, so it'll be follow the leader here through the final sector. But one thing I have noticed is as soon as they get through the penultimate corner, the Supra just comes at the Mustang. Wait and see here through this sequence. Yilmaz forced to the inside here, and it was almost an outside move there from a Karapong. He's going to draw alongside, and this is the section where the Supra really shines. Gets up the inside of Yilmaz, and then towards the final corner, it's a battle, the last of the late breakers.
Well, I think it's a battle of the braking performance, and that Supra is supreme on the brakes. Finally gets the job done for Cem Yilmaz. You think he might steal it back on the run down to turn 3, and that all stemmed from the mistake down at turn 3 on the last lap for Cem. Half race distance now, 6 more laps left to run. Damien Hamilton in the meantime has just managed to get his way past Manat. So he'll pick up a spot, and the Lamborghini's coming back at the pair of them as well.
Yeah, I thought after the bonnet loss, the Lamborghini had fall behind, but Manuel Rafael Caceres is looking mighty good for the time being. Bentley does it for...
Some extra cooling going on in that Lamborghini, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, I would say so. Aerodynamic performance probably not the best, though. Well, Cem Yilmaz is starting to come back here at a Karapong, and he's going to take second place back coming into the second sector. But you know what? I just wait with bated breath for that final S-bend before the final corner. That is where a Karapong really comes back at him. This battle's going to keep going to the end, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. The problem is he's never going to be able to pull away enough to get himself to a comfortable position. And Karapong continues to just bide his time. A little bit further back this time, and that's the difference between pulling the car up nice and accurately down at turn 3, and that's the battle in the background of the show of Siramet, who's done a phenomenal job in stretching margins for the tyre driver.
Yeah, he's just looked really comfortable out in front, hasn't he? Plenty of downforce on the rear of that car. It's got one of the biggest rear wings I've ever seen. And you see how much of a sort of high drag kind of setup he's got here. Obviously, the Daytona Coupe has the power to get down the straights nicely. But in those twistier parts of the circuit where you need that rear end stability, he's certainly got it down as well. Compare that to the relatively shallow rear wing angle of the TA1 Mustang and the Supra.
And also the width on that wing, I think, is the big factor. And a Karapong nearly ended up picking himself up some Mustang brake lights, the way that he was on the anchors down there. Got good drive out the other side too, so he's going to continue to chase Cem Yilmaz. And this is the age-old battle of displacement versus aerodynamic grip.
Yeah, Supra with a bit of a smaller engine, and the Mustang with a big brutish V8. It being a TA1, it's probably in the realm of 7-litre capacity. So he's certainly got power on his side. Plenty of torque in the slow stuff, but the mid-corner speed of the Supra is really shown in this final sector, and the shorter wheelbase, a better chassis setup. Meanwhile, Damien Hamilton, my apologies, finding his way into a good gap now over Manat. Seems the TA2 Mustang, despite having a bit less power than Yadulmak's car, it's looking all right for the time being, with coming up to 4 laps to go here. Siramet now in the lead by nearly 9 seconds as these two still go at it over second.
He's just been able to look after those tyres, hasn't he? So he's only 0.4 Siramet off his fastest lap of the race, whereas these two guys are about a second slower for Chemi Dolmaz in his fastest lap of the race, and touch better than that for a Karapong as well. Big thing he'll be looking for is just, can he find a way by, and he'll watch and wait for the rear end of that Trans Am to just wiggle around on a corner exit. Albeit he's only got 4 more laps to really be able to show the pace at wide entry. He's really looking to square that corner off, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he has to. The Mustang is just able to get off the corners a little better. So the more momentum you can carry onto the exit of the corner, the closer you'll ultimately be when the braking zone comes, and that's where you pull your move in the Supra. You'll have to wait a little longer, though. It's all about follow the leader through this section. There is plenty of space to make a move, as we've seen in the race earlier today, but you'll have to wait until the end of this section to really find it. And was that a little slide there from Yadulmaz?
I think the rear end of the car's starting to really go away from him now. Here comes the Karapong. Again, fills the rearview mirror, but this time Yadulmaz doesn't cover it. I think that's quite crucial as well. Just elects not to cover at 8, but he will cover at 9. Trying to get a nice narrow entry to hug the inside, not present the opportunity. Karapong carries some nice speed, but again, needs to be alongside when they get to 10. Otherwise, it's follow the leader through 11. Chem's just able to carry the speed. Braking capacity. Toyota Supra's great. Again, just walked a little off the exit. Had to lift off. Couldn't carry it. Out the other side.
Yeah, well, we keep an eye on Manat here as Damien Hamilton is now driving away from him. Lap time for the TA2 Mustang was a 1:46.6. Compare that to a 46.8 for Manat, and unfortunately the Lamborghini of Rafael Caceres has not been able to keep up the pace. He's in the mid-47s now. I think he's just babying the car home at this stage. It's obviously not ideal to have a big piece of your car's bodywork missing.
I was just going to say that it looks like that's what the exhaust for the engine. And that is starting to move around a little bit. That's not the angle it was at a couple laps ago, so they're going to have to be careful with that car, or they'll have more than just a front bonnet to reattach. And in the meantime, 18 machines, still 7.5 seconds worth of margin. Back to Rafael Galeana.
Yeah, saw Galeana in the pits earlier on, having a chat to, I believe, his crew or officials, and probably discussing how he was going to go about this. It's good to see that he's gotten out there and is now finding his way further forward. You notice the difference in bodywork between his Daytona Coupe and the leading one, as it's 2 laps to go now for Siramet. Wheel arches a little bit smoother on this black and grey machine. Oh no, is that Yadulmaz? It is. Gone for a spin at the final corner.
So the rear end finally gets away from him. That will decide that battle for second and third spot. Problem now is he's probably cooked those rear tyres, and Damien Hamilton's coming back at him.
Yeah, Damien keeping up a nice consistent drive here. The less powerful TA2 Mustang obviously looking after its tyres a lot better. Not seeing any traces of contact from Akarapong's car, though the bumper does look a tiny bit misaligned there on the front, so maybe that's worth keeping an eye on later on. But he can just cruise to the finish now. It's going to be a tough ask to match the pace of Siramet up the front, who now leads by 11 seconds. And, well, now he doesn't have anyone to battle with. All he needs to do is bring it home in these last 1 and a bit laps.
Good question, though, will be can Damien see if he can get after Chem and potentially close that one down? Because with the car that's just lost the rear end, more heat through the rear tyres for Chem. The sector times look like, well, Damien Hamilton's just done his personal best in sector 2, so he's taken 9/10 out of Chem Yilmaz in sector 1. He's taken another 2/10 out of him in sector 2, so he is making margin. In the meantime, Siramet on his way down the final corner. He will get the one more lap left to run when he crosses the start-finish line. In a confident season for the driver of the 11 car. Won a host of races this year. It's really shown. He showed up to play in that car this year. But Akarapong has not had an easy race. He's been pressed to try and get aggressive, eventually forced the mistake of Chem Yilmaz.
Nice fast lap from Akarapong there, 1 minute 45.1. That's equal pace with the leader, but Damien Hamilton took out 1.2 seconds on Chem Yilmaz for 3rd place. And don't forget, Damien Hamilton is 2nd in the championship in GTC, so he needs to conserve as many points as he can.
Yeah, absolutely be looking to see if he can't pick up that spot. And I'd say that's a timing issue for Akarapong.
Yeah, it does seem that way. It's happened a couple of times.
So I wouldn't be too worried about him falling down the standings. So we get some sort of visual confirmation as well. But in the meantime, Siramet's on the run to home, out of 7. Into 8. And then 9, he'll dip through the hill. And then he'll climb all the way back up.
The ever more damaged Lamborghini still catching up to Manat. Manuel Rafael Caceres might be able to grab 5th place on the final lap here if he plays his cards right, but now it's only 1 corner to go for an absolutely dominant drive from Siramet in the number 11.
Okay, getting the job done now the final corner. He'll take race 7 for Thailand Supercar GT3. The job done, and that might be enough to clinch the championship for him as well. Akarapong had a race-long fight. Chem Yilmaz gets the job done for 2nd. What's the margin look like between the two guys for 3rd? Damien Hamilton tracks down Chem Yilmaz, but runs out of laps. 1 more lap would have been enough to see him on the podium. Manat Kulpanot will get the job done over Manuel Rafael Caceres. Provided one of the moments of the race, losing the bonnet, but managing to bring that car home.
Yeah, what a drive from Siramet. Qualified on pole position by half a second and did not look back. Everyone was battling behind, and he didn't fall under any pressure the whole way. Looked like he was just cruising out there.
Yeah, nice and comfortable. Good start, good run away. That's what he was looking for.
Chang International Circuit smiling upon the Daytona Coupes today as we go to our results then, Scott.
Yeah, Siramet's going to take the race win from Akarapong. Chem Yilmaz home in 3rd were your podium finishes. So it'll be the Tech Pro Racing driver from Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand and Total Monster Racing home in 3rd. Damien Hamilton home in 4th, Manat in 5th, and Manuel Rafael Caceres from Ian Ross and Rafael Galeana. Fastest lap time of the race, a 44.527 from Siramet. Strong drive from him once again.
Damien Hamilton set his best lap of the race on the final lap as well, chasing down Chem Yilmaz. So, yeah, if only the race was 13 laps and not 12, might have seen a very interesting pass between our Mustangs there. That's going to be the final race before our lunch break here as we go through our highlights. Man, I can't wait to see some of the action here again. It all started there with that brilliant jump from Yadulmaz, and it's a shame he ran so wide in the first turn because that would have been an incredible move if he pulled that off.
Well, he got left no room on the exit of the racetrack as well, just having a look back at that one. That was Galliana turning the racetrack from pit lane start for him. And then became the scrap. Garapong round the outside at turn 10. That was not easy. And didn't quite get the job done. And there they settled in just a little bit. Not quite able to get close enough. Maybe Hamilton would start to apply some pressure to the rear of Lamborghini Gallardo. Eventually got past him. And then, well, I would say some weight reduction methods enforced by Manuel Rafael Caceres. And there though, Damien Hamilton just kept gaining time, didn't he? He just improved as the race went on, which is very difficult to do in a Trans Am car.
Yeah, indeed. He definitely took advantage of that car being a little easier on its tyres than Cem Yadulmaz's. And, I mean, there wasn't much in the way of airtime for Siramet in the end, but we saw him come to the finish. And, you know, we often say on our sim racing stream, Scott, it's usually a good sign if you don't get much airtime. If you're out in front, it means you're doing a good job.
Yeah, nice and comfortable. You're in all the right spots at all the right time. And cruises home. The team celebrates in style as well.
Certainly does. There's our podium, and man, sets things up pretty well for the final race of the season tomorrow. If you're interested in catching Supercar GT3, it will be taking place at about 10 in the morning Malaysian time. So that'll be another 12-lapper after the Super Eco race to start off Sunday's action.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, goodies down with the drivers, and I know that there's a couple of English interviews that will be conducted here. Definitely Cem Yadulmaz will be one of the drivers. But I believe Siramet, they conduct the interview with him in English as well.
นี่นะฮะผู้ที่ได้มาเป็นอันดับ3นะครับโอเคเซมอยู่ตรงนู้นนะฮะแน่นอนว่าในเรื่องของปีที่ผ่านมากับผลของ Result เนี่ยก็ถือว่าเขามีการพัฒนาในเรื่องของการขึ้นมาอยู่ในโพเดียมมาค่อนข้างดีทีเดียว Hello, congratulations for the third position.
Hello.
Yes. How do you feel?
Try it.
Try it.
Yeah.
Really? Just 12 rounds?
You want to drive?
No. Yes,
Okay.
I know that. Just a muscle car, right? Just you need power performance here.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
right.
Okay. Just talk about the result in this season, or you have the better and the good performance all the year. Yes.
Getting better, of course. Like, I hope people enjoy. That's I'm already having fun, but I hope they enjoy also.
So many people just enjoy and
That's
happy
important.
when you see that you in a track.
Yeah.
You know? So talk about the next season.
Yes, next season going to be GTC 1 hour. Maybe, probably I'd like to bring my son. He's a young, 20 years old,
Right.
rally driver, official fourth rally driver.
Your son will come here.
I hope, yeah.
I hope, all
that's
right.
what my plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
โอเคก็สัมภาษณ์เซมนะครับเขาก็บอกว่าโอ้มันก็เหนื่อยนะเพราะว่ารถคันนี้ค่อนข้างใช้แรงค่อนข้างเยอะนะเป็นมัสเซลคาร์นะครับแล้วก็ในเรื่องของผลการแข่งขันเนี่ยนะครับเขาก็รู้ว่ามันมีการพัฒนาขึ้นที่ดีแล้วก็ในปีหน้าเนี่ยก็มีการคาดหวังว่าอยากจะให้ลูกชายเขาเนี่ยได้มาแข่งด้วยนะครับเพราะลูกชายเขาเพิ่งจะอายุ20เองโอเค let's special leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you ขอบคุณครับโอเคครับไปดูอันดับ2กันต่อนะฮะสำหรับตรงนี้นะครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับกับ X อัครพงศ์อัครนิโรธโอ้โหนี่ต้องบอกว่าเป็นแชมป์แน่ๆแล้ว 100% นะครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good opportunity to have a chat to Cem Yadulmaz. That was, he finishes out a third spot, and it'll be really, really cool to see both himself and his rally driving son back next year, and discussions as well. GTC category, we expanded out to an hour worth of racing action for 2025. That's a huge opportunity to bring them up to in line with the other of the supercar classes as well, Reese.
Yeah, certainly. I do love those hour-long races. They provide an awful lot of action. I'm looking forward to seeing how the action changes over the course of that. But as Goody has a chat to our race winner, man, or prepares to have a chat to our race winner, what a brilliant drive it was from all of our podium. Yes, Yadulmaz may have made that mistake down at the final turn, but in the end, a podium's a podium, and that's some solid points in the bag.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, that is going to bring us to a close for the first half of the racing action for today. We're going to step away for an hour worth of break at the moment. We will be back. Sorry, it's only half an hour worth of break today. We'll be back with the Thailand Super Rico in around about half an hour's time. welcome back, ladies and gents, to the second half of today's racing action for the Thailand Super Series, live from the Chang International Circuit. Scott Rankin and Reese Gardner again with you for this afternoon's content. And I know, Reese, you had a ball calling these guys last time out that you were with us at Bang San. It's even better from Buriram, where it just becomes a big old dark pack. You're in for a boatload of fun here, buddy.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, all you got to do is look at the start-finish straight and see you could probably fit like 7 cars across the width of the racetrack there. This is going to be fantastic. We've got a huge starting grid for this one as well.
Yeah, and Goody's down with our pole position as well to get us underway for this afternoon's racing action. We're going to be seeing Thanapatra will take out the pole position. Chase Chakras Parks has again been really quick in qualifying. The difficulty for the 41 driver is, well, his races thus far have left a lot to be desired. But, you know, you give yourself every opportunity at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed you do. Thanapatra Suthisawang getting a 2:07.69 in qualifying, and much like we saw in the GTC race earlier, it's a half a second gap to the next car behind. But I mean, looking at the starting grid for this one, I'm looking forward to seeing what the battle for fourth will be like. We got the 56, the 89, and the 33, all separated by just over 1/10 of a second, and a great variety of cars involved here too.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, when you're looking for close racing action, it's how close are they in qualifying. Also in the semi-slick as well, so expect a little bit of tire wear. 12 laps is the standard race duration here for our non-hour race length events for Thailand Super Series. And that will be the case with our Eco class here as well. So they're getting already sitting down. But the joy of these little things, I think, Reese, as well, is these are entry-level cars. This is stuff that you drive to the office in. This is stuff that you drive into downtown Bang San, Buriram, right throughout the, Thailand. You'd be seeing these cars on the road. The only difference is roll cage, fire extinguisher, Motec dash, and the like, and a radio. That's about the only differences.
Yep, stripping out the interior upholstery too. As you can see, having a chat is Goody with Chase Chakras Parks, the second place starting car. We got a Suzuki Swift on pole position. Honda Brio is being driven by Parks here. And we've got Toyota Yaris's in the field as well, basically in third and fifth. Most of the field, though, Honda Brios and Suzuki Swifts. So dominated by Honda and Suzuki for the time being. A Yaris was what won the Super Compact race earlier today. We'll see if Panathan will be able to get his Toyota Yaris onto the top step here.
Yeah, and it'll be all important about getting away nice and quickly as well, looking up and down the field. The difficulty being Hakim bin Haikal will be starting from the rear end of the field, so obviously some sort of drama there for the number 24 entry. Hayden Haikal's been extremely quick in this class across the course of the year, and I'm not seeing his name, unfortunately, on the entry list here today, so he'll step aside, and his brother will get involved in things for. Oh no, there he is. Sorry, my apologies. Hayden Haikal right in the middle of the field.
10th.
Qualifying not going his well. Yeah, 10th. And we saw him out in the GT4 a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, indeed we did. And yeah, well, Haikal comes into this final weekend of the championship with a solid margin on points. He leads the championship by 19 points over Vongsapat Ketsiri. And it's looking like as long as he finishes well in both races to this weekend, he should be able to take that title. But we've seen already today just how quickly things can turn for a championship leader.
Nearly a bad luck story to be a championship leader heading in at this point in time, isn't it? So we might stay away from that one. Otherwise, we might getting a few angry messages from our Thai compatriots on the ground. But yeah, look at the number of cars that are in the field here as well. 22 entries means that it does get quite feisty when you get down to turn number 1. So, you know, first and foremost, looking after yourself. keeping yourself in the right little spots, and at the same time making sure you survive lap one. That'll be crucial here this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly. Particularly coming down to turn 3. You know, turn 1 is nice and open, and you know, despite the super compact start that we saw earlier in the day, it is possible to get through there cleanly as long as you're willing to go outside of track limits. And race control has been understanding of track limits violations. Turn 1, lap 1 here. I think in particular, you're going to want to put yourself in a good position for the run into the final sector. We've seen just how much races can change and battles can change coming into those final few corners. And it's all about keeping the momentum up, making sure that the front tires are up to temperature, and you have a good car underneath you to be able to tackle those corners. Straight line speed is one thing. These cars don't really have much of it, being entry level, very low power cars. So it's all about how you take the corners here. And track limits is going to be a big talking point, as it already has been today.
Oh, track limits is always a talking point. When you come here, it's always going to be. And when you're 4 and 5 wide, and you will see guys that will get 4 and 5 wide as they get deeper throughout the lap as well. It's not the easiest. You've got to pick, where am I going to go? Where am I going to position the car as well? So, thinking about corner exit, and have a look at the wind that's kicked up as well. All the banners are really getting blown around. So the cars, lighter cars, Reese, wind will affect them. They will wander all over the road.
Yeah, indeed they will. I was looking at the way the flags were flying in the background of a few of these wide shots we're getting, and I've just thought to myself, yeah, I mean, what direction is that? It looks like the wind is, it looks like maybe a bit of a tailwind coming down the start-finish straight, which means the cars will likely start to wander on the straight running up to turn 3, I would imagine. There's Hayden Heikal, looking optimistic on his way from 10th on the grid. We'll see if he can survive the melee and keep the car under him despite these very gusty conditions.
Yep, that'll be important. And have a look at that flag. The wind has really kicked up this afternoon. Those flags were not blowing about anywhere near that amount. The 25 entry of Penchar starts out of 11th spot. 3 minutes in terms of our grid as well here. So drivers are starting to run out of time to get themselves strapped in and sorted for race number 7. And this is, if you haven't witnessed this, for any of our fans that are watching along at home, think go-karts on a very big wide open track like this. And what does entry-level racing and go-karts look like when they get an opportunity? Sends left, right, and center. You're about to witness some real fun.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting 3, maybe even 4 wide on the first lap. Definitely.
I think we've seen 6 wide on the run down at turn 3.
Yeah, good lord. Okay, we'll have to. well, hopefully they all get through cleanly. I'm going into Marge Simpson mode and just saying I hope all the drivers have a lovely time. But it's certainly going to be tough competition out there for sure. Yeah, this is a great field of cars, very colourful looking field as well, and plenty of colourful drivers making their way to the first turn here. I'm just wishing I had access to a time machine so I could skip ahead and get the race start going here.
Well, we're going to have to do a formation lap before we get there as well. 22 cars up and down the field. Gives us a great opportunity to have a look at the field as they circulate around. Semi-slick, the Hankook semi-slicks here as well, which I think is really, really important to note, Reese, is the fact that, you know, they are not racing on a full slick tire. The car is going to be moving around a little bit. There is tire wear as the grooves and the leading edges of those grooves wear away. So you will be seeing that. 1 minute towards formation lap start, and the engines will be kicked over here in our smallest capacity class of the day.
Indeed, low power, low speed, treaded tires. It's a recipe for good racing, as anyone who's watched club level motorsport will certainly know. This is the sort of first step on the ladder, really, when it comes to Thailand Super Series, and there's a lot of great talent in this field. I'm sure that There's going to be plenty of big sends into turn 3 for sure, into the final corner as well. It's all about trying to get the car straightened up for the exit, particularly in a front-wheel drive car. You know, these cars might not have the power that, say, the super compacts might have, but regardless, you still got to manage the understeer in these things. It's all about the rotation on corner entry, which harkens back to my earlier remarks about the twisting nature of the final sector at this track. Making sure that the rear is stable, but also just loose enough that you can get that rotation on entry. The field pulls away. It's formation lap time.
Here we go, rolling away. Don't forget there is a few extra classes mixed into this one. You see the green windshield banners? They are all categories of license to the eco drivers. There's been some dramas there for one of the cars in the middle of the field, not rolling away from the starting grid. So I'll need to try and get that one sorted if we can.
It's the 45 Firenat Nuntamanok. That's not ideal in the Suzuki Swift. Maybe stalled it. Potentially an electrical problem.
Oh, it's still rolling away at the back end, so.
Okay. Well, they're going to come out and see what they can do. Might have to push that car back to pit lane, I'm not sure.
Yep, have a look at how they're going to handle this one. In the meantime, the rest of the field rolling away, and they'll get themselves sorted once again. So, it's Thailand Super Eco. Chang International Circuit, and that straight from turn 1 to turn 3 feels a lot longer in these cars than it did for the GT cars we saw out on track just a few moments ago.
Yeah, it was practically nothing, the straights around here in the GT cars, but it's all about the slipstream, all about the momentum around here, and momentum will be important to maintain on these Ventus RS4 tyres from Hankook, the semi-slick tyres that these cars are running. Plenty of tread on those things, which also means that they're going to generate quite a bit of extra heat. You know, a slick tyre, of course, has the potential for a lot of heat generation, but that extra tread creates a little bit more friction as we go through our grid here. Thanapatra on pole position, Chase Chakras Parks in P2, and we'll be going over the page in a second to find once again our championship leader Hayden Heikol down in 10th place. It's going to be hard work for him from that 5th row.
Yeah, he's going to have to work exceptionally hard to try and get the job done from back there, but he is aggressive. He will cut his way through. Pancha and Thanakorn in behind him on that 6th row of the grid. There will be 11 rows worth of cars. We're about halfway through what we're looking at here at the moment. Visit Pong from Chinapatra, Padawi and Adapon make up your 8th row of the field.
Wing Hong Chow starting out of 20th place there, and we'll be looking to find his way forward. Last couple of cars, Sitanun Pikulkajon and Hakim bin Haikal will start from last on the grid. Still no updates from on what's happening for the number 45. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car back out there and potentially start from the pits, but as the field forms up on the grid, time is rapidly running out. Now it's time to keep your eyes peeled on the starting lights and hope that you get the best launch.
Very, very critical to get a good getaway right here. And the tail end of the field will be just feeding in to the final couple corners and organising themselves at the moment. 89 machine of Varanchit's also being quite successful this season, and another aggressive driver. He'll look for any hole that will open itself up. And we will watch and we will wait. Green flag from the rear end of the field, which means we're waiting on the lights from the front end of the field. They'll come on. And when we watch and we wait, and they're going to launch on the run down to turn number 1 as we've lost speed, unfortunately. I can tell you can hear all the little buzz boxes as they race down to turn number 1.
Yeah, you certainly can keeping an eye on timing. It looks like we've had a couple of big jumps. Hayden Heikal making his way up to 7th spot coming out of the first turn. So already some good progress for our championship leader. Panathan making his way up to 2nd place. Chase Chakras Parks falling down to 3rd.
Yeah, and the critical factor will be is how far can Heikal continue to climb. Yopun Shoes managed to sit back into 8th spot. Kevin and Pancha will round out your top 10 from the middle of that field. And Fironat's not managed to find any of the timing lines. So from his perspective, that might just necessarily be his race done.
Yeah, indeed. Seeing a couple of other changes. Yeah, looks like Kevin in the 91 falling down to 11th place on the timing. And we'll find not much in the way of changes in the top 7. Still Hayden Heikal trying to find his way past Varunchit. And at the moment, Thanapatra still leading the way up at the front of this field. The fastest middle sector to Hayden Heikal at the moment. That man is on a charge.
Indeed he is, continuing to cut his way through the field. I can tell you, fastest driver in the middle sector is indeed Hayden Heikal. Sector 1 though, best lap time thus far has actually been Hakim bin Heikal. So 2 Heikals that certainly showing their propensity for speed. What we're going to do for you, ladies and gentlemen, is give you as they run through. They've just crossed the timing line to finish the first lap. It's going to be Thanapat for the 55 entry from Panatan. Chase Chakras Parks started on the front row of the grid, has slid back to 3rd spot. Vongsapat up into 4th at the moment. 89 of Varanchit as well. Hayden Heikal slipped into P6 from Boontavi, Yopon Shu, Pancha and Kavin. We still only got audio in the background, unfortunately for you, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll call it as we can see him. Fastest time in sector 3 was actually Chase Chakras Park, so he is continuing to display that time. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not he can hang with it. Margin at the front, about 0.5 of a second, Reese.
Yeah, the gaps are really small here, and the fastest first sector on this lap has gone to Chase Chakras Parks, and it's about 4/10 faster than the leader as things stand. So everything's looking super close at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get you live pictures very shortly. Hayden Heikal still chasing down Varunchit for that coveted 5th spot. The change for 3rd between Chase Chakras Parks and Vongsapat Katsiri, 3rd and 4th as things stand. A position also lost for Buntavi Najit and Achinapata as well, falling down to 11th spot. Coming into Sector 2, seeing that Thanapatra has absolutely nailed it, as now we are into live pictures once again. Here we go. Man, oh God, all right. What a thing to come back to.
Well, that was certainly a moment way out. Oh, found the barrier.
No.
That looks like a brake failure. That was at speed off the outside there. You would probably expect a safety car coming from that moment. Have a look at Varanchit in the green car, just in the background of that one. Again, side by side. And glad that we can bring you all the racing action once again. In the meantime, I'll settle it down in it. Thanapatra leads the way from Panatan. Chakras Parks. Is he out of that car? Yeah, that's him on the left-hand side. So walking away from the scene of the accident. Might have been only an easy hit. So the brakes may not have failed as I thought I might have seen, but he shot out of there very, very quickly.
Yeah, certainly did. We're going to see exactly what happened to him here. So they came on the way into the corner, and just behind, that's what happened. That is an awful lot of speed. The gravel trap arrested enough of it that it actually wasn't that bad of a hit. Good to see. So the car's
tie down?
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe a tire blowout or something like that.
Yeah. Well, either way, he's walked away, and didn't look like there was any injury. So the good news is that Pancha Waiprep will manage to walk away from the scene of that one and continue on. In the meantime, battle back up at the pointy end with still Thanapatra from Panatan, and you can see Chase Chakras Parks gets down the inside. He's going to try and nick 2nd spot away and has managed to come up with that one at the apex of turn 3, but the switchback is on.
Yeah, that's Panathan almost getting back into 2nd place as the number 35 of Hayden Heikal, and the Suzuki Swift is right on the rear here, looking for an extra move. And I absolutely love these cars. It's always the slow stuff that brings the excitement on board with the 89. Okay, he's made his intentions very clear, has Varanchit, and let's see what he can do to find his way back past Hayden Heikal from here.
I'll quote the late great Murray Walker. He's going for the lead, because I think what he was trying to signal there, I'd rather fight for the guys that are further down the track rather than fighting too much with you guys. And I think that might have been a gesture actually at Hayden Heikal, because Varanchit and him have had quite a number of battles, so I think the respect level is quite high between both of those guys. In the meantime, Chakras Parks has gotten to the lead of this battle pack, and you can see them diving all over the place and nearly into the back of Varanchit is Bunta V trying to slot his way in. So this is second all the way to seventh, fighting it out like you wouldn't believe.
Indeed, this is all giving a big advantage to Thanapatra, who now leads by 1.5 seconds coming to the end of this next lap. Had 2 warnings come in for Chase Chakras Parks and Buntavi Najit for exceeding track limits. And, well, I think we're just going to see another one there for Chase.
Yeah, he is just chalking them up. It's nearly like he's out there chasing the limits of the... I went for the low-hanging fruit, Reese. Don't blame me.
All right. No trouble. Oh, a little bit of trouble on the rear end for Chase Chakras Parks there. Almost running completely beyond the curbs. Now the slipstream's going to come back in again. And is there going to be any outbraking maneuvers into turn 3? I'd expect there'd be at least a few. Look at that. Chakras Parks trying to defend the inside here from Panathan, who's going to be on the racing line where more rubber is. A bit of contact on the way in, and Chase Chakras Parks goes off the circuit.
Well, he's going to manage to pull that one up and rejoin the pack, but he might have some dirt, dust, and marbles on those tires in the meantime, and tries to immediately come back and have another go at Buntavi and get that spot back. He's been in second for a number of laps. Now this presents an opportunity for Panatan and Vongsapat, who are going to go side by side on the run down to turn number 4. How about Thailand's Super Rico? And Heikal just sits, watches, lurks, and waits. He's looking to pick up another couple of spots. He'll go to the inside of turn 5 as well.
Oh, there we go. Hayden Heikal grabbing a podium spot out of that one. Now right behind Vongsapat. And he'll be wanting to make some moves, because the gap to Thanapatra has come out to over 2 seconds now. 9 laps remaining in the race. It's going to be hard to overcome that gap.
Yeah, that's what 2 seconds looks like, by the way, from a Thailand Super Eco. It's not a huge margin. The speed's quite a bit lower, but what that creates is exciting racing action where all the cars are packed up close together. And have a look at them. Varanchit's been shuffled to the back end of this pack. He probably won't be too happy about that one. But the big key, I think, at the moment is that Hayden Heikal's managed to edge out into third spot as it currently stands, is that I think he's looking after those tires quite well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, you might think that at these slow speeds, tire wear doesn't matter all that much. Well, it certainly does. Remember, these cars run a compound and a tread that is very similar to those road-going tires you'd usually see. So it's very important to look after them and keep the temperatures under control. You work those fronts too hard, not only are you going to have not much traction out of the corners, you're going to be dealing with a lot of understeer too.
Was it just me, or Thanenkorn just locked that front right tire up a whole lot on the run down in the final corner as well? I'm pretty sure it was the 54 machine. Might have been the 56 of Bunta V. But they're all duking it out, and have a look at the 2 battle packs in the shot. And it is 2 distinct battle packs as they all try and fight their way to the head of the Horde of Hornets. And again, Chakras Parks is going to dive it down the inside, take the line away, and try and park it on the apex. Space will open up at the middle of the corner, and all of a sudden, the understeer that is created by the front-wheel drive car in full effect there. And now he's out and into the dust and dirt as well. So those tires are certainly going to be a little bit more used up. And Hayden Heikal is going to challenge him like you wouldn't believe. The onboard shot comes to us courtesy of Varanchit.
Yep, sitting behind Buntavi and into the third and final sector. They will come very shortly. This is roughly where Sector 2 starts, and you see just how much he's working the wheel on the way in. Got to get on the brakes, let the rear end come loose a little, and make sure the car gets rotated on the way in. Also worth noting, these cars use H-pattern manual transmissions, not the sequentials that you see in Super Compact, etc. So that's another thing the drivers have to work out here. They're not quite able to balance the throttle on the way into the corners like you usually would in a front-wheel drive car.
Well, I'll give you an update on that one. Reese is a mix of different kinds of transmissions up and down the field, but if you've got a sequential transmission, what that does mean, you'll carry a little bit of extra weight as a result of that one. So the H pattern means that, number one, you've got less work to do to the car to prepare it for racing. Number two, you don't have to add any weight to the car. So adds a little bit of variety to us, and we've got a few different styles of engine, bigger engine, more displacement. You'll carry a little bit of weight as a penalty as a result. Patra's led the way every single lap of the race thus far. And now it's becoming a two-horse race for second spot at the moment because Panatan is just about pushing Vongsapat along.
Yeah, this is looking very intense. And if they come together, that's going to be yet another opportunity for Hayden Haikal. He was getting up into third place and unfortunately getting shuffled back to fourth for the time being. But now the slipstream is there for Panathan. Let's see what he can do down into the braking zone. The straight never seems to end. And then you get on the brakes at the last possible moment. Here comes Chase Chakris Parks around the outside of Haikal. He's tried that outside line a couple of times. It hasn't worked out for him. He's going to back out of it here and potentially get a better exit as a result as it's wide for the number 56 of Buntavi Najit.
Yeah, Buntavi really using up the tyre at that point in time, and Yotbun Chu's trying to bring himself to the back end of this racing pack as well. If he can just catch a little bit of that draft, all of a sudden it'll be a lot quicker. Here comes Chakris Parks once again, trying to go the long way round of Hayden Haikal.
Oh, God, he's a bit ahead.
He got the nose in there.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, bravery from the 41 entry and a pinch brake at the front end for Vongsapat. Panatan is just going to watch on, and now they're just using that runoff area as the tyres start to become a little bit second-hand.
Yeah, there's almost more rubber out there than there is on the racetrack. We'll have to wait and see if they tidy up the lines through there as time goes on, but I get the feeling things are only going to get more intense as time goes on here. The sedan in second place against the many, many hatchbacks that we see racing in this field. Keeping a further eye on this fight, it seems, further back. Just making their way through to the final couple of corners now. And at the moment, we're in that sort of waiting phase, aren't we? There was the flurry of action in the first few laps. Now everybody's in their rhythm and trying to find their way forward. And it won't be until the final few laps that you start to see the really big moves. But here's one right now, the 79 of Patawi and Achinapata trying to get the outside run to translate it into an over-under through the final corner. Looks like he may have just about made it work.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a drive down at the front straightaway. There's some damage to that car. There's the 7 machine of Visipong. Looking like there was a little bit of roughing up on the front end of that car. That is absolutely abusive track limits. I've just had a message flash across my timing screens for Chase Chakris Parks. 5-second time penalty for constant abuse of track limit. Because, hey, that is utterly fair because he has been out there a number of times. My word! That was an aggressive move in a straight line, and now he's going to be forced to the outside.
Certainly is. Ew, that's a bit deep there for the Honda, and the Suzuki Swift is going to get up the inside there. Kevin absolutely reeling them in here, getting up to the second running car of this battle. Remember, these guys are fighting for 10th spot, 9th spot even. So no matter where you are in the field, there is someone to race with.
I got you an exciting thought to keep in the back of your mind too, Reese. Vongsapat just took 0.4 of a second out of our race leader, set the fastest lap of the race, 207.953, the only car to break into the 207s thus far. And that means that Panapatra, well, maybe he's burned a little bit off the tyres. He's going to have to drive the car as hard as he possibly can to the end of the race from here.
Not out of the woods just yet. Still 6 laps worth of racing, which in these cars is quite a bit of distance. Through then come our second and third place battle. Vongsapat in the Honda Brio sedan, still trying to hold off the Yaris as in the background, Chase Chakris Parks and Hayden Haikal still going at it for 4th place. And Chase successfully defending the position there, but I reckon Hayden's going to find his way a little bit further forward on this lap if he can get the power down coming out of turn 1. So there's the state of your lead at the moment. Thanapatra still leading the way, 2.4 seconds the gap, and it looks like the lap times have equalized now. It was that great lap from Vongsapat, but he hasn't quite been able to hold on to the pace as both Parks and Haikal going off out of the first corner. Here's a bit of a run meanwhile from Thanathan. Might he be able to find his way up the outside of the hairpin?
One thing I've learned about Thailand is what's a white line at the edge of a track mean anyway?
Yeah, I think that's something that is a bit more outside the heads of these drivers than actually getting the race going. I mean, we love it. We absolutely love it. You know, track limits this, track limits that. They're racing very hard at the moment, and that's what we love.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's all right on the edge of your seat stuff, and it's pushing everything as hard as these guys possibly can. You're going to look for the turn-in point now for Vongsapat, as who's still trying to hold off Panatan, and Panatan trying to go with him. Have a look at the rear end, and there was a little bit of brake smoke or tyre smoke on the way down into turn 5. And Chakras Parks, again, just does not seem to care about the white lines.
Yeah, never know. Race control might start really clamping down on him for that. Battle for second is by no means slowing down, though. You can see that Toyota Yaris is searching for something, as meanwhile in the battle for 9th, keeping an eye on that 91. Will they be able to hold them off? And here comes the run from the 66, I believe, unless I got my car numbers totally wrong. Oh no, there's been a problem for the 59. That looks like pretty heavy damage there.
That doesn't look like there's a front left tire on that car, the way that was rocking about. So some damage to the 59 entry, and he is going to be stuck. And that's spawned missing somewhere between the Sector 1 and Sector 2 timing lines. So I reckon that's around about turn 5, turn 6, as this battle pack just continues to go nuts.
That was Elisa Kungkwang in the number 59, and it looks like she's had a really big incident. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that cleared so that we can keep going for the rest of this race. This battle is showing no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, Patawi holding on from Cave-In and Visit Pong in... Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, yep, no surprises there. That car was still very much on the racetrack, and I think there might have been some debris strewn across the racing line as well.
I just don't think they've got much choice. Where that was parked, it was, down turn 5, turn 6, it's just too active. The benefit is, with the speed of these cars, we might be able to get this field bottled up very, very quickly, and at least give ourselves an opportunity to go racing for maybe a lap.
Well, it's going to be one heck of a lap, isn't it?
It's going to require one heck of a launch for Thanapatra as well if he wants. I mean, he's controlled the field. He's held a significant margin for such a long period of time. He's going to feel a little bit ripped off here.
Yeah, well, that's racing. You don't have control over anything other than your own actions, and sometimes an incident can emerge out of nowhere and completely destroy that gap that you've worked so hard to get done. Looks like race control is investigating some drivers for passing under safety car. We'll have to get an update on that very shortly, but for now, safety car waiting for the leaders to come, and we'll find our way around for a couple of laps while we get that number 59 sectioned and off the racetrack.
Onboard shots from Varenchit, who sits in 6th spot at the moment. Keeping up an eye. And to be fair, with the difficulty these guys have got is those safety car boards come out quite quickly, and all the drivers are so close together that they get displayed, and they've got moments to sort of respond, and somebody else ahead of them will respond a little bit quicker than they will. So, and particularly if you're engaged in a battle, and particularly the battle is 2nd to 7th, so there's 6 cars. There was another battle pack with about 8 cars in it. Sometimes you've got your head down. You're just in the zone, and you just don't recognize that safety car board's come out. So even though the race controller are investigating passing under safety car conditions or yellow flag conditions, it's something they've got to do because it is a safety aspect. But at the same time, you just head down. You're in the zone. You're racing. It's sometimes you don't notice it immediately.
Yeah, exactly. It's often complete focus inside the head of a racing driver. So let's hope that this safety car period ends up being nice and quick and we can get back to racing as soon as possible. Looks like we're already looking at getting the stricken number 59 off the track. And from what I can see, no debris on the track for the moment. So the safety car period should be ending pretty soon.
How cool is that? Somebody watching along the broadcast down the track. I'll be looking to pick up little bits of commentary, I assume. That's why they got that one up. Also pick up the live timing sometimes. Where are they running? Wonder who she's supporting out there from the racing action. Is that an issue for Hayden Highcal?
He's going a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Not ideal. Tell you what, it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility with the luck we've seen from championship leaders here.
Yeah,
And yeah, he's off the track. Oh no! So what's going on for Hayden Highcal here? He's still rolling.
Is he just trying to restart or do a reboot or?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. What is it with championship leaders today?
So, at the moment, let's just talk through the point scenario. So it's Hayden Highcal on 76 points from Vongsapat in the 33. Well, Vongsapat sits second, so if he finishes there, he's getting 18 points. That will put him up to 75, and Highcal will still have the lead of the championship by a single point. Now, if that's a motor, that might be the last we see of Hayden Highcal.
That's always a problem, isn't it? If it's an actual problem with the car that's going to require a big change. He's pulling off. He's pulling off. He's out. Oh, this is big.
We've still got drive there because that looked like he found reverse pretty quickly.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like it mustn't be a problem with the motor or the transmission then. As long as the car's still driving, we should be okay. The safety car, meanwhile, is coming in this lap.
Be a fuel pump? Or there's a little bit of a... If it's the engine's still running, but it's not running to full capacity. We're going to be left with a 2-lap sprint here, Reese.
Yep. That's exactly the right sequence of words I like to hear. That lead has been eliminated.
Green-white checker in NASCAR.
Yeah, of course. This gives a really good chance to Vongsapat and Panathan there in second and third. And with the aggression we've seen displayed from Chase Chakris Parks, maybe he'll be a factor in all of this as well. The safety car has already pulled into the lane, and it looks like we're already getting up to speed here. Thanapatra nailing the start, and Panathan is right on the back of Vongsapat as they come off the final corner. Bit outside the track limits there at the last turn for quite a few drivers, but the green flag is out, and we have 2 laps to go.
Yeah, we do, and I just seen another one come through from race control. Number 99, drive-through penalty for the incident in turn 4, so that's sitting, and that will be the incident with Elisa Kunquang. So that will give us a little bit more information. There was contact involved. That's what we said. Looked like there was a little bit of a car wasn't sitting right on the road. But in the meantime, Thanapatra has had it all his own way up until now. Now he's going to get assaulted and bombarded when they get down to turn number 3. Round the outside from the 36 entry. And there's just about contact from Vongsapat as well. So it's going to be a 3-way duel at the front end of the track. We've lost our championship leader. But that means that the intensity's gone up a notch, not down.
Yep, that's some extra points on hand for quite a few drivers. Here comes Chase Chakris Parks, try and find his way past Vongsapat, who got absolutely pinched on the inside there. There's the confirmation for the drive-through penalty for car 99 for presumably taking out the number 59. And this time it looks like Chase is keeping it within the track limits, but he's found himself with a bit more room to the inside, in which Buntavi will be
And that
Varanchit will be able to go for it.
is Hayden Highcal, who sits alongside the road and just gets forced to be a spectator for the remainder of this one. Chakras Park gonna try and slide it down the inside and find some space. Still carries the 5-second penalty outside the track limits now for the 36 machine. Penatan is going backwards. Actually, that might be the 33 machine who's outside, and that is important for our championship. So Vongsapat now behind number 89 machine of Varanchit. We'll get back to the start-finish line. There will be one more lap left to run, and they are leaving nothing on the table.
Absolutely nothing. But you know what I have seen here? You can see it on screen right now. Thanapatra has absolutely nailed the getaway. You know, he got that gap at the start of the race and maintained it all the way until the safety car. And by the end of that first racing lap after the safety car ends, 1.3 seconds in the lead. It's going to be tough for anyone to overcome him from here. And I think Chase Chakras Parks is more interested in getting past Panathan at this stage.
Just remember, 5-second penalty hanging over the head of Chase Chakras Park. Sits third on the road. He is going to fall a long, long way down our standings at the moment. He's going to fall all the way back to 10th spot. If he was to get a 5-second penalty from the timings as they cross the start-finish line. He's going to try and go the long way round at turn number 3 and have a look at the field. They're all fighting. Parks is deep in at turn 3. The 36 machine of Penatan. Don't know whether he knows that Chase Chakras Parks has got a penalty because he is defending for all money. And have a look in the background as well. Vongsapat and Varanchit still going at each other as well.
This is a great battle, great fights all the way through the field, almost looking like 3 wide there behind Varanchit. Yacht Buntavi and Visit Pong battling over 6th. On board with Varanchit here as he's trying to find any pace he can in the final sector, the twisty part of the lap. And look at that, the defense again from Panathan. Chase Chakras Parks is forced all the way to the outside, and here comes Vongsapat again. Could still finish on the podium on track.
Yeah, well, he's got to find a way past an aggressive Chase Chakras Parks at the moment, who's really trying to put a stamp of authority on this one. He's going to force the cover from Panatan, who covers towards the middle of the road. Turn 7, they'll tip it in. Sorry, that's turn 8 on the run now down to turn number 9. There's 9, 10, 11, and 12 left to go. Chakras Parks still trying to hang on to that spot. Now he's starting to drift a little bit further back. Panatan's done enough, but can the 2 in behind him? Can Varanchit get up here and swell the party?
Can he indeed? One more corner to go, and Thanapatra is fully in the lead. He has controlled this race all the way through and is on his way to a well-earned victory. But who's going to win the battle for second? It looks like it is going to be Panathan, who rounds it out there. And with the penalty for Chase Chakras Parks crossing the line in third, it looks like that might get Vongsapat the podium place in the end.
Did you see how close Vongsapat and Varanchit were on the run of the line?
Yeah.
They were door to door all the way
Crazy.
out of that last corner, and the penalty now applied. That will slide Chakras Parks all the way down to 10th spot. So we'll manage to finish inside the top 10 for his efforts, but my word. Oh boy. 2 out of 3 races that we've had here today. Don't be a championship leader. It's your turn for an unlucky weekend.
Yeah, exactly. There's the thumbs up there. Obviously, Varanchit very happy with how the race went for him, and had some really awesome battles all the way through.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, and then the safety car just to spice things up and bring the field back together as well. That added to it at the end as well.
Yeah, definitely did. Well, they all made it, minus Hayden Haikal, Elisa Kunkwang, Pancha Waiprip. Meanwhile, the first car that was out with that incredible off in at the end of the second sector. Looks like those were our only 3 retirements from this one, with it seems Firinat in the number 45 not being able to take to the start. But that is your podium. What a drive from all 3 of these guys.
And then we'll have a look at our overall standing. Senapatra from Hakimbo and Haikal from Wing Hong home in 3rd place. The C-class drivers, or sorry, the C-plus class drivers will be Panatan from Vongsapat from Varanchit, podium there. And then the the C class drivers will be Sitnun and Alisa Kung Kwang, unfortunately not finishing that race. Will be the class win for the 99 machine. And it was contact between those two that caused the safety car, by the way, as well.
Yeah, indeed it was. Well, that's your official classification there. And finally, that is the first race of the weekend. Run, won, and done for Thanapatra Suthisawang. What a fantastic drive.
Yeah, reasonable lap time from him as well. That is your Super Ecos. It is wild. It is aggressive. It is draft pack style racing. And it is brilliant. I always do love watching entry-level racing right the world over. It's just a whole bunch of fun. Going to get into the highlights now from race number 7 of your Thailand Super Ecos. The gridding, as always, 22 cars took to the grid. One of them failed to make it to the end of the formation lap. Was the 45 entry of Firanat, unfortunately. And then we had 2 major incidents across the duration. That was the 45 car in pit lane. Standing start went quite well. Somebody in the background just in front of Hayden Haikal didn't get a very good getaway on the right hand side of that one. The 91 machine, it was sliding back down through the pack. That was Kavian, unfortunately not getting away all that well. And they fanned out on the run down to turn number 3, as they always do. Pick a lane, pick any lane, and hopefully you pick the right lane in the draft pack. And Patra got a little bit of fighting when he got down to turn 3, but by the time he got to turn 4, gets the nose ahead, and that's where he started to set sail.
Indeed. Meanwhile, behind them, things really got interesting. This is the view that we saw earlier on. I'm sure that we'll get it very shortly, but yeah, our first major incident of the race, a couple of laps in. I mean, the racing was just so close. I mean, I was hyped up at Buriram, and I'm just as hyped up here. Some brilliant racing going on in these first few laps. And there's the incident there for Pancha Wayaprip. Fortunately, not as much of an impact as could have been, and the other driver to retire from the race due to a crash, the number 59 of Kung Kwang. And then Hayden Haikal. That was massive, massive to see him under safety car, something failing on his machine, and the championship leader out of race 1. The battles continued all the way through. Chase Chakras Parks might be summoned to the stewards for a little chat about track limits, judging by how aggressive he was with the circuit. But in the end, race belonging to the number 55, and just a magnificent drive from all of these guys after the safety car ended. There's some very happy people in the pit lane with the 55 taking a supreme victory here in Super Eco.
Yeah, he didn't just do it once, he did it twice, just to show us it was no fluke. He was quick enough to lead the pack out and disappear down the road as well. Did a great job from Thanapatra. That is going to bring us to the end of the Super Ecos. Up next, we're going to be hitting the track for the A and B class drivers from our Thailand Super Pickup. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll step away for a few moments and we'll be back with the first of the big bad trucks. Now time for one of the gems in the crown of the Thailand Super Series. It is your Thailand Super Pickup D1, which is your A and B class drivers. 3 categories of drivers take to the grid across the 2 Super Pickup races. The C class drivers will be out a little bit later on, Reese, but these guys are always a joy to watch.
Absolutely, they are. We got VA Super Utes down here in Australia, and they always put on a great show. And much the same here with the Thailand Super Pickups. But these things, they go all out with aerodynamic devices and some really fantastic racing all the way through. I mean, just look at the gaping maw of that Ford in the foreground of shot. Those are the kinds of vehicles that we're going to be encountering here. And we've got an excellent race coming up here. Another 12-lapper, which is the default race length here at Buriram. So plenty of racing to come. We saw how the Super Ecos handled the nice wide track. Well, these things are a little bit bigger in the size department.
Oh, and a lot heavier as well. And I don't think that gets mentioned often enough, is just how much heavier they actually are, because I tell you what, the tire wear that's going to come out of these things, Reese, it's something to behold. They tend to drop off multiple seconds across the course of the race, and I don't expect this one to be any different.
Yeah, I don't expect it either. There's Goody here making his way through the field, having chats to the drivers before we get things ready to go for this race. I can't imagine the pressure some of these guys are under, you know, going towards a race start. I've already seen it a few times this weekend, and yeah, the pressure always mounts when you're on the grid, you know, and the door finally closes. It's just you strapped in the vehicle, and it all comes down to what you can do during the race.
Well, the big key, I think, at the moment is for the number 15 driver who sits on pole position. It's literally just survive. Make sure that you put any points on the table. A championship will become yours at the end of this one. So for Thenafon, that will be the goal. For the other drivers, they want to see him sail off at some point, and then they're going to have to win one of the next 2 races. Because at the moment, Natnach is effectively 25 points behind. So that's an entire race wins worth of points. So that would bring him back to level pegging. So whoever wins out of the 2 of them in the final race of the season. But for Superchai, he's going to require a DNF from Thenafon. He's going to have to win, and even then that will leave him 9 points adrift that he's got to find up somewhere else. So that's effectively what it looks like for everyone else. The championship win is over, but there may be other opportunities for them to score some points back.
They'll have to take every opportunity they can. The qualifying times show that Thenafon is almost unbeatable on 1-lap pace. So 1:52.673 is the pole position time, and it was 1.3 seconds the margin to Alencorn starting in P2. Everyone else running a 1:54 or higher. So yeah, if Thenafon is able to get away, and if technical issues elude him, then I reckon he'll be on course for a solid championship win come tomorrow's race. But we've said it before, we'll say it again. Almost every category that's run so far, there's been some kind of drama for the championship leader that spiced things up.
It's changed things up quite a lot, and it's going to continue to do so right across the duration, I think, of the weekend, is that anything can and will happen. We've already said, yeah, don't be a championship leader. What does that look like come tomorrow, though? Well, survive this race and find out. And Thenafon has absolutely had failures at some points throughout this season. Race number 2, all the way back at the start of the year from this very circuit. He failed to finish that race. Since then, though, it's been just about maximum points at every opportunity.
Indeed, every opportunity. The only race he finished that he didn't win was race 4 of the season. Other than that, it has been just complete domination, winning races 1, 3, 5, and 6. 2 more left to go as we go through our very big field of pickup trucks. This is the largest starting grid of the weekend. We've got 33 vehicles ready to take to the start here. They're almost going around the final corner. There's that many of them.
Yeah, there is very, very long start straight. You can see from Chelampon, who wants to pay homage to the sponsors on the side of the helmet. And deeper in the field, Chase Chakras Parks has just climbed out of his Super Eco. And hopefully somebody's had an opportunity to talk to him and tell him, hey, you got to stay in between the white lines. Because otherwise he's in for a little bit of trouble in this one, and particularly with the stewards.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Final couple of calls as the personnel move off the grid and the safety car is pulling away for the formation lap. Every time I look at that D-Max, I look at the dive planes on the front bumper and I think, surely you don't need those.
Oh, but Reese, you've got to get the weight over the front end somehow because it's that heavy.
I mean, the giant honking diesel engine just isn't enough, right? Not much weight in the rear either. These things are pickup trucks after all. Only load you're carrying is yourself.
We are on our way for the formation lap for the second to last time for these guys for 2024, including the champ car, as you can see in the middle of the pack as well. A little bit deeper in the field. Lloyd Toyota champ. But it is out there. It is doing what it needs to do to find the other end of the race. Now it becomes about points for our A-Class drivers. That was the A-Class championship, by the way, we're talking about a little bit earlier on. B-Class will have its own championship off on the side of things. And sorry, that was the overall championship standings. My apologies that we're actually talking about. The margin from Thanaphon back to Superchai is 20 points in the A-Class championships. And Suat in the 59 machine leads the way by 10 points over a Longcorn in the B-Class championship. So that will be what it will be about for those guys.
Yeah, that it will. Well, one more look here at Chang International Circuit. You know, I expect that the brakes are going to have a very big workout at the end of that straight up to turn 3, and especially since they're using the same spec of tyre that the Super Eco class uses. So there'll be a lot of load being put through that tread and heating it up, and I think once again it's all going to be about managing the heat of the tyres here.
Certainly is, looking after them. And don't forget the turbos as well, and the drivetrain. All of that gets working out around here. So for these guys, survival, keeping the hardware alive, and making the end of the race, all very, very crucial bits and pieces of winning yourself a Thailand Super Pickup race. Alon Korn's been quick this year, Super Chai as well. They've both won races at different points in time. They'll be looking to do the same once more. So look a little bit deeper in the field as well. Still cutting our way through 33 drivers that will be making the start for this one. You see Chase Chakras Parks all the way back in 19th. A little bit further down, you won't necessarily be all too happy with that one. And I can tell you Jalen Robotham as well, the Aussie driver towards the tail end of the field, had some issues in qualifying yesterday. Starting from the back end of the field, be interesting to see if he can cut his way through the field.
Yeah, exactly. Unsure exactly what his pace is. There he is down there in 31st place, and only 2 more drivers left to complete this 33 truck field. Looks like one of them potentially not taking it to the start here, but Kemaruch Konputsa going to round out our field here as they are absolutely crawling their way through the final sector. It's been a while since I've seen this many pickup trucks in one place.
And they'll round through turn 10 and 11 up the hill. The 59 entry carries one of our onboard shots from Suwat. So he will be attempting to gain himself some much needed track position. Starts at a 9th spot, so a little bit deeper in the field. You can already see some of the smoke coming out the rear end. That looks like oil smoke though, which concerns me. Coming from the number 3 machine, which will be Sandy Stuvik, which was definitely directly... Yeah, that's definitely smoke. There's definitely a problem for Stuvik.
Well, we'll see how the first lap goes for him there, starting out as 7th, as the field find their way down to the final corner of this racetrack and get ready for the start. How fast are they even going here? 30, 40 k's an hour as they form up?
Yep. One of the benefits, I suppose, is that there's probably a good chance we get most of them out of the last corner before we actually go green, so... Look at them stacking up in the background. Everyone's trying to make sure that they're on the start-finish straight. Lights already out. Field is not through the final corner. And here we go for the Thailand Super Pickup. D1s on the run down to turn number 1, and already a bit of a pinch of a break. That looked like Alan Korn in the 85 machine as he smoked the fronts on the run down to turn number 1. I'm just looking. Stuvik is still kicking at the moment and still managing to make his way through. It's nearly just a giant air dam at the front end of the number 3 truck, and this is the onboard shot from Superchai. You can see the front two have gone very narrow, and he had to turn away from the corner there as he tried to tip it into turn number 3. They fought so tight on the inside. Stuvik runs very wide in the middle of turn 1 and 2. And Robotham didn't even make the start, unfortunately.
Such a shame for Jalen Robotham and Akilok Narkerd as well, not able to take to the start either. Maybe Tanawat Sawanarat has not been able to find his way out there either. But we've still got 30 trucks at least still running out here as they come into the final sector of the lap. And this is where a vehicle like this really struggles. That's the 81 going wide. Big crash, big crash. Trucks off the circuit there. The 41 involved. Yeah.
So that's the Ford Lenatech mob that are all out there to support their drivers, and there's damage on the 92 machine, which will be the champ car. And they are both going to go tumbling. So it's that Songsak at the tail end of the field who is at least a little bit damaged. What happened here? So is it kicked off at the front, then everyone sort of not really had anywhere to go?
I'm not too sure. It seems like...
somebody's had a brake failure.
Yeah. Now, which one of them is that? It wasn't the 92. It was the 81. So that was Akasit Krinkamol that unfortunately had some issue with the brakes, wasn't able to slow down. But no yellow flag, no safety car just yet, though there is still plenty of damage for Suwat there in the number 59 as the leaders have completed their first lap, and it's already on again for the lead. The number 7 here of Superchai trying to find his way back past for 3rd spot overall, but having a bit of a poor run out of the first corner.
There might be a little bit of tyre rubbing there on one of those cars. I think it might have been a long corn with a little bit of smoke at the moment. In the meantime, Thanafon's definitely trying to disappear down the road. And Anawat trying to go... No, that was Superchai trying to go the long way around down at turn 3. Not quite able to make that one count. In the meantime, have a look at them just backing up in the middle of the pack and behind. Everyone's trying to get a good jump. And something's happened to Superchai because he's become detached from the back end of those guys. You can just see the rear end of a bunch of these cars really working as they come off of turn 3. And have a look at them now as they're going to be 3 wide on the run down to turn number 4. Somebody's missed a shift in the middle of this battle pack. And have a look at the 22 machine. Cuts his way through. Tanawat picks off 2.
Lovely run from Tanawat. Oh, but he runs a little bit deep. And finding his way through back onto the track nicely. For the time being, I don't know. After that incident with the Lamborghini earlier, when the hood came off, I'm thinking to myself, every time I see a panel shaking on a car, it's not ideal. As oh man, that will not buff out for sure.
It's going to be an entire intercooler change for sure.
Yeah. Wow, there's going to be a lot of hard work going on in the garage overnight to get that thing repaired.
At least it's happened early in the weekend, 1:45 p.m. local time in Thailand, so there will be a lot of time to be able to pull that one out, get that car back ship shape ready for tomorrow. Looks like that was the 59 machine of Suat who's back into the pit lane. The 41 of Jack Lembard's also been impacted by all the issues going on. And how deep does the 14 machine run into the final corner as well? So it's Chayafon trying to pick off a couple cars. Fastest lap time thus far, 54.286 from our race leader, and Chayafon leading the way.
Quite long vehicles, aren't they? Which means the driving position is a bit different from what you usually expect. Most of the cars here racing to... Oh, that's more air getting under a bonnet. I'm paranoid now, Scott. Every time I see that, I'm just waiting with bated breath for something to go pop.
Yeah, and so much speed carry, because remember, these things have got so much torque that they're putting through the track. Already, Super Chai picks himself up a warning for track limits, and to be fair, he was being aggressive with them. There's the 99 machine. Kimarich also down by an escape road point. There was an issue at turn 1 just recently. We'll see if we can spot this one. So this is a replay that our producer's finished behind. Just keep your eyes in the background of this one.
Right in the top right. Oh, wow. Yeah, did you see that? It was hidden behind a lot of smoke, but there was definitely vehicles going off in a big way at turn 1 there.
So that will explain that one. That might have been the current lap, actually, that we're on. And in the meantime, Kanafon out to a 4.5 second lead, but has he taken a little bit too much out of the tyres? And what are these guys doing in terms of their tyres? Are they looking after them, or are they using them up? That'll be the big key. Reese is 3 laps now complete. We're on to our 4th circuit.
Yeah, 4.5 seconds the lead as we get a warning for Natawut Fueng from for track limits, and it looks like I'm seeing Anuat Maniain falling down the field, back down to 9th spot. Something's gone wrong there for the number 95, it seems, and so very slow. Yeah. Wonder if that's him there, as the number 7 makes his way through. I don't think that's Anuat, but for now, the number 7 of Super Chai trying to keep Natawut behind. And actually, it looks like it was a timing error for Natawut. He's popped back in just behind there.
Keep an eye on, because it was someone definitely incredibly slow, and they should actually be overdue probably at the next timing sector. So might give us some sort of an inkling. A bit of smoke at the back end of this one as well. That will be the 36 machine, and more cars in the pit lane. So that's 2 of Eckes that's dived in the lane there. It was Chenon. We were just looking at the 36 machine right here. And he's finding away with the 55. That's Kitasak. And here comes another move as well. I think that's the 91 of Jadaron. It's done on both moves. Supreme straight line speed from the 91.
I'm always flummoxed by the amount of straight line speed these things have. They're bricks, and they're carrying speed into these corners almost comparable to a GT3 car, or some of the times we've been seeing from GTM and GT4. Obviously, they don't have the cornering grip, but man, you put the power down and they just go.
Biggest thing is how low are they compared to their road-going counterparts? Because the body roll is certainly nowhere near as much. And Surachai leads this pack in the 89 car from Natawut, and Sandy Stuvik sits 3rd. Starting to try and make some space, and Superchai now starting to really fall back in this little battle pack as well. So clearly he's put a lot of work through those tyres early on. It's another car coming to the pit lane.
88. That's Waris Onrayab. That's come in for some technical issue, I think. Haven't received much news in terms of penalties. It's frankly amazing the amount of warnings and penalties that have been handed out today from race control for track limits and the like. I haven't seen anywhere near that for what is probably the craziest category here.
You know what's really interesting, Reese, is having a look at that diffuser at the rear end of this truck. And the biggest reason I say have a look at it is because they've got this giant splitter on the front end of the car that it really looks like it's just forcing air out of the way. It doesn't look like it's generating downforce at all. But the car's not sealed off along the side skirts at all. And there's really no reason to do that if you haven't really got the side of the car sealed off at all, because air's just leaking in underneath the bottom one.
Yeah, some very curious aerodynamic designs here as Sandy Stuvik goes for the move on Natterwood, and it looks like he'll maintain the inside line for the next corner, and he is now through into 5th place. He'll be trying to find his way forward. Next up is Surachai, and we'll find our way to 7 laps to go with the number 15 still in the lead. Yeah, I mean, looking at all of these trucks, you know, I see a lot of body designs that do make sense, but then yeah, you look at Stuvik's truck and it's, yeah, I think we might have to get some engineers' input on that.
Neither of us are engineers, and it might be better.
Hey, I tried to be one.
There you go.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
In the meantime, Reese is getting nightmares having a look at the front end of the 85 of Aloncourt. Flapping about in the high-speed sections of the course.
Double plane rear wing on that thing too. Obviously got quite a bit of downforce on the rear, if the air can even make it over the cut-off of the rear of the cab.
Yep, that will be generating some downforce of some description. Nice sealed tray design as well, which is what I like. And the 24 machine, I don't think he's necessarily in this one because, oh sorry, my apologies, is right there at the top. Nanthawatt sits second, so this is an out-and-out battle for second spot on the racetrack. 55 machine deeper in the field. This is Kitasak down to 19th spot at the moment. Sits 19th out of 33 cars that started this race.
Yeah, but there's racing absolutely everywhere you look. Defensive for the 36, potentially some lockups there on the inside coming into the hairpin, and that's sort of like a cross between a sealed and unsealed rear tray door there for the number 88. Almost getting, as he makes the pass here, almost getting vibes of the sort of long tail Le Mans cars with an extended rear deck for less drag.
Yep. And the other thing about that one is, well, there's a fair bit of weight in that tray door, so at least he's done some weight saving in the back end of that car as well. And there's very little chance here of it leaking into the tray, particularly at high speeds, so certainly made some gains there. Never thought I'd be able to sit here and talk about the engineering designs of high-tier pickup racing trucks, Reese. That's it's not something I'd ever thought I'd say, but I'm glad we're having this conversation, let me tell you, and another retirement feeding off to the pit lane as well.
Yeah, it's the number 56, unfortunately. Trying to find him in my timing, but he's eluding me all the time being. Yeah, we've lost quite a few.
That'll be Chayapon, Chentaket.
Yeah, again, not too sure exactly what's gone wrong for him, but it seems a lot of these trucks retiring with issues of some kind, be it engine, electrical, or otherwise. We've certainly had a few retire with damage. Meanwhile, check back in with Alon Korn, who is leading Class B and looking still at an overall second place. It'll certainly be a great boon for him. There's another diffuser on the back of the 89 there with the double plane rear wing. Surachai with a big slide coming through the final sector. I think we're at the point now where they're really struggling on those tyres.
Yeah, certainly, and compared to peak lap times, we've now fallen off around 3 seconds a lap. Is what started to happen in the meantime. I tell you what, Nanthawatt's hanging onto the tyres quite well at a second spot. He's actually just taken second out of our race leader, so whether or not Thanafon's just nursing those tyres, just trying to hang on to them and recognising out quite a substantial lead. Doesn't need to push on so far. Sandy Stuvic's having a reasonable crack at the moment. Actually sits third in terms of A-class drivers as well.
A solid run from Sandy Stuvic. Checking in with Chinawatz there, who's still chasing down Sandy. For the time being, though, 1.1 seconds slower on the last lap. It actually wasn't a great lap from the number 23, and Nutanuc is catching him up in the number 93 there. So, looking nice and clean, actually, these lines from Nutanuc. We've seen plenty of drivers here just hanging the tail out and muscling these vehicles around the track, but looking at the number 93, he's looking smooth and controlled, and it's paying off for him.
Yep, still cutting his way through. That doesn't happen to be the number 7 machine, I think. Superchai might be in the pit lane at the moment.
It does.
Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, he is in the lane. That is the 7 machine. So we did see him starting to fall down through the field, and that has happened to him previously as well, where he's over-pushed the car. In fact, I believe Superchai previously has been leading, and the car's expired from somewhere between here and the final corner on the last lap. So that has definitely happened before as well. So they only award points at the conclusion of lap 12. And if you only run 11.5, well, that's not good enough.
Yeah, big shame. As the 41 next car to come into the pit lane, Jack Lemvard. And he's followed in by the 29 of Jaras. So, man, they are dropping like flies out there as we enter the final third of the race.
Need 4 more laps left to go, and the 15 machine certainly leads the way. But I tell you what, the margin's coming down, and Nanthawat's starting to go after him in the 24 machine. Looked after the hardware, and I tell you what, if these two start fighting, you watch Alon Korn just all of a sudden show up on the scene, and that'll do it for Jack Lemvard. Look at the damage!
Wow, yeah, that's massive.
Was that the car that was hit on lap 1?
I confess I cannot remember. It all happened so fast. There were so many vehicles involved. Might have to revisit that in the highlights.
Huge shot, and at least Superchar's going to get back out there as well.
Yeah, good to see. Well, out onto the racetrack once again, past the pit exit that we've seen so many drivers today go across the curb. Huge run out of turn 1 for many a driver here today. A bit reduced pace, seems to just be holding station. Maybe this is a test lap to see if the car's still working.
Meantime, battle for the lead. No, sorry, my apologies. I was getting excited there for a moment. As Chaifon closes in on Shannon for 19th spot at the moment. The run down to turn number 1. And no ring wing in play there for the 14 machine.
Meanwhile, race control sending track limits warnings to cars 2 and 25. So Ekasset down in 26th, and the 25 is a bit further up the field. That's Chase Chakris Parks, of course.
Here we go. This is the battle for the race lead. And was Thanafon trying to hang on to something to give us at least a defense? Looks like no is the answer. Still about 3 seconds off the pace. In the meantime, only about 2 seconds off his fastest lap time as Nanthawat as he starts to close in. Really starting to drag himself up towards it. Alon Korn a little bit slower on the run down to turn number 3. He's all of a sudden dropped off the back end of these guys. He just didn't get that drive off of turn 1. But Nanthawat is absolutely making the time up. 3 laps left to run, will be 2.5 when they get down here to the sector 2 timing line.
He's made up a ton of time, hasn't he? Last lap for our leader was a 57.4. Compare that to a 56.6 for Nanthawat. So looks like the number 24 has been looking after his tyres all through this race, and now they are coming to him, and just at the right time too.
I think a big telling sign about this series is all the tyre squealing you can hear in the background. They are asking everything they possibly can be of the Hankook semi-slicks. Oh, lighten them up from both of our leading cars as well.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit of extra heat they're going to have to get out of them down the straight. The 44 off the track there, that's Salmon Mapaki there. And looks like he's touring his way towards pit lane as a result. So it's going to be yet another truck with technical problems that's been lost. We are now at 2 laps to go, and the gap for the lead has extended out quite a bit now on this lap. Seems that Nanthawat lost some 0.5 of a second on that lap, so he'll be hoping that these last 2 are a little bit cleaner and he gets some more traction, because yeah, don't forget, these guys are running the same tires that we saw in the Super Eco series last just about an hour ago. Lots of load being put through this rubber. I'm amazed these cars even survive a race, considering what the drivers put them through. We're getting some lap traffic now for our leaders, which could further complicate things.
Certainly can, and certainly will. And that's the 7 machine of Supercar. Remember, was up and a part of this battle all the way back on lap number 1. And now, unfortunately for him, is 2 laps down. And I can tell you, there was a message to remember all the way back when. Number 81 had that issue, an incident down at turn 5 on lap 1. Well, he managed to be called to race control, so they've absolutely taken a dim view of the situation, which, to be fair, that was a huge hit at turn 5. Think about the momentum that went into that accident with the size of these cars and the weight of them. Oh, boy!
Oh. All right, Nanthawat, calm yourself. You are gaining. Just got to make sure that you stay in touch with him. Keep an eye out for Alon Korn behind as well in the number 85. It is a 3-way fight for the win here. And at the moment, the white flag is in the air. And we get ready for the call of the final lap. Power down out of the very tight final turn here at Chang International Circuit. And the final lap begins for Thanaphon. Will he be able to hold off the hard-charging Nanthawat?
They've shaken free of Alon Korn, so it's going to be a 2-way fight. Finish this one off. Both of our lead cars just ran 1 minute 59 second lap time, so they're about 5 seconds slower than what they ran all the way back at the start of the race on the fresher rubber. It was right in the operating window. And have a look at the traffic that they're now having to fight their way through. Look at the straight line speed, though, from the 15 machine. But then under brakes, all of a sudden, the 24 just closes. If he's going to get it done, it'll be in the final few corners because time is starting to run out. And Thanaphon, he's got to finish the end of this lap. If he does so, he will be champion and he can enjoy Sunday's final race for the duration of it, knowing that there's the championship coming his way.
Yeah, the gap starts to close just a little bit on their way into the final sector. Looks like he's actually gone a bit narrow there. I'm not sure why. I think maybe he's just become aware of this lap traffic ahead of him and he's closed things off here. Maybe trying to just let them have their final lap, but you can see that Nanthawat is trying to get back up to the back of him now. They've just got to take it easy and work their way through this traffic. This is inconvenient now for Nanthawat. He's not going to have much of an opportunity to make up that time. Oh, outside line here for the leader around a lapped car.
Well, Nanthawat's getting time. He needed to gain it back, and he has managed to gain it back, but it's going to be the long way round, up and through 210 and 1011. And he is continuing to gain all the way to the final corner. One chance, one opportunity to have a crack at race leader. Thanaphon's run a brilliant race. Nanthawat's challenging him all the way to the last, but the final lap of race number 7, and it goes to Thanaphon, who will take the championship as well.
And taking it in style. He was just fantastic all race long. Bit of drama there at the final corner. It looks like someone's rubbing a wheel guard across the line. Large battle there. Looks like Stuvik was in the midst of all of that. That was the battle for 4th, I believe. But well, all eyes should be on the number 15 of Thanafon Chucharonpon. What a fantastic drive from him, holding off all kinds of pressure, controlling the race beautifully. That is the first time today that the race has gone to plan for a championship leader in Thai Super Series.
You had to say it, didn't you? I swear to God. If you get one of our championship leaders murdered across the rest of the day, you're in for it. The thing I'll note, looking at the back end of Thanafon's car there, you know, notice how simplistic it is? There's none of this fancy aero stuff. It's nice, light, nimble, and all about talent. Thanafon?
Just looks like a solid platform as well that he's driving on. You know, he's able to keep the pace up down the straights, but through the corners it also looked supremely controlled. A few little kicks of the rear end from time to time, but barely saw any kind of major error from Thanafon over the course of that race, and that is why he is first in the race and first in the championship on day 1 of the final round.
Yeah, so it'll be Thanafon from Nanthawat from Alan Corns, your overall race standings. Then we get on to your Class A standings, and your front 2 drivers, well, they were in A class. You look back to 5th spot to find Nat. She'll be the 3rd place driver out of A class. B class drivers, though, it was the 85 of Alan Corns, Surachai the 89, who finished in 4th spot overall, and Natawat in the number 5 truck finished in 7th place overall. Takes home your podium from the B class drivers. That's what they looked at inside of the top 10. Reminder that there was 33 cars that were scheduled to take the start. Only 32 did take the start of that race. We lost 2 in the formation lap before the race actually went to green. From there on, huge incident start into that race. And I do wonder, I could sit in that 81 car. They did ask to see him after the race, and I think there's a very good reason for that. And yeah, I'm a little bit scared for the damage that's put into the side structure of the 41 machine of Jack Lemvar, because I'm pretty sure that was the car that was impacted.
And we'll find out after the interviews here when the highlights play. Keep an eye out for Lemvard's vehicle in one of the crashes we presume will be played during that highlight reel. The drivers congratulating each other, congratulating Thanafon on a championship well run here in 2024. Just supreme. I mean, yes, we were taking the mickey out of the vehicles a little bit, but we legitimately love this series. It's the kind of pickup truck racing series that there should be more of around the world, I think.
Certainly a lot of fun, and it's a great opportunity for these guys to get out there and have a crack. You know, sat down on the grid and got excited about going racing in this one. I'll get serious about it in just a few moments as well.
All right, checking back in with the race just run. It was the number 15 on pole, and he almost never looked back. Had to look back a few times in the opening laps there. A few lockups on the way into turn 1. We need to keep our eye out for the 41, the blue one behind Sandy Stuvik there. It looks like this might be where we saw that incident. Yeah, it was Lemvard's truck. That was him right there that got absolutely smashed.
That was such a heavy hit.
Yeah, thank goodness it was on the opposite side of the car to where he was sitting, because otherwise you might have heard a little bit more about further dramas there. Regardless, that's the fallout from the incident. Plenty of trucks damaged, and race control obviously taking a dim view of the crash there. Lemvard's truck being pulled in for what little repairs they could do. Never know, it might have bent the chassis.
Well, if it's a bent chassis, forget it. That's weekend over. Won't see that car back in attendance for tomorrow. But if it's just surface damage, but the amount of hit heaviness in that contact, there's a very, very good chance that might be season done for Jack Lemvard in New Thailand Super Pickup. In the meantime, they all set about chasing down Thanathon, whose tires just started to ail a little bit, but he was good enough. Hung on to it in an incredible final battle with Nanthawat to take away a race win from race 7. The New Thailand Super Pickup. And now we get the opportunity to get the next of our GT cars and fields out into racing action. Next class we'll be seeing up on your racetrack in about 6 minutes time will be the Thailand Supercar GT3. We're not too far away from that one, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be back with you with more racing action on the other side of this. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Preparation time now as we're getting ready to kick on over to our supercars in the first of the hour-long races that we're going to see this afternoon. Starting us off, GTM and GT4 qualifying session a little bit earlier on was quite close, and you know, this is the one that I'm sort of sit back and I enjoy a fair bit here, Reese. Just again, it's a collection of cars that should not be racing each other, and you know, I will always applaud series administrators that do a phenomenal job like this to mean that we get more racing action on track, and they've done a phenomenal job with this.
Yeah, they absolutely have. We saw the qualifying sessions for these classes early on in the day. The grids have been set and we're getting ready to go for what should be another entertaining race here. We are going to be going for another hour-long race here. 60 minutes plus 1 lap is the race distance, and we'll see. We'll be seeing pit stops. We'll be seeing driver changes. We'll be seeing plenty of drama as well, as has been the case this Saturday.
Yeah, and I swear if you put the mockers on another class leader, might be seeing the end of Reese Gardner's commentary career, unfortunately for you. But in the meantime, it'll be interesting to see whether or not they can get this car to the end of the race. Craig Corliss will be starting the Ford Corliss Racing Engineering Lanatech mobile. We'll hand on over to the Aussie Jalen Robotham, who finished 9th in the stand-down 500. I was looking up stats the other day. 9th in the stand-down 500 last year in a V8, aboard a V8 supercar. So he's been putting the work in behind the scenes and getting paid off too.
Indeed. Simon Chan also taken to the start here as part of the GTM class here today, which is a mixture of different sort of cup racing categories. We have the Ferrari starting on pole position. We have Lamborghini Super Trofeo competing, and a variety of Porsche Cup cars. And then we move to our GT4s, which are a solid category, always have been, and one of the best lower level GT racing categories out there. Supras, Caymans, and a couple more besides. Always love to see it.
Yeah, and you're going to see everyone starting to clear off of the grid. An hour worth of racing action coming our way, including pit stops. The Zoomies entries have been phenomenal in terms of their speed thus far, just recently joining the series as well. Midway through the year, and they've been entertaining us ever since. The growth of the GT4 field has just been phenomenal as well. As everyone just continues to get better and better up and down the lane. And the 38 machine, and I believe that was the car that, remember, had electrical or dramas in the second of the qualifying sessions. Well, they managed to make the formation lap, but no further than that.
Indeed. See what Peter and Hayden Heikal will be able to do from the back of the grid in that Mercedes. Hayden Heikal obviously dealing with a pretty tough weekend so far. Did compete in the GT4 earlier on today, and unfortunately had to retire from the Super Eco race where he leads the championship. So let's hope that this race goes a little bit better for him, as the engine start call has been made. 1 minute remaining until they pull away for their formation lap. Rolling start in these things. And from the racing that we've seen so far today, I think we have a good idea of what to expect for the race to come.
And I'm just keeping an eye on things, Reese, as well. That sun's starting to push over into the western half of the sky. Have a look at the shadows that are starting to crawl along the front straight as well. So it's starting to get a little bit darker out there, and the drivers will be starting to look into the sun on the way into the last corner as well.
Yeah, that might put the kibosh on some of the moves that we see into the final corner. If you can't exactly see where you're going, that can become a bit of a problem. But away we go on the formation lap. The pole position, number 25 Ferrari, a little bit delayed there. But eventually they do get going, and the rest of the field is very quick to follow.
it might be just a little embarrassing moment when you stall a car. That's the thing about race cars, isn't it? That they've got race car clutches in them, and they are quite sensitive at the best of times. So that will be the case, I believe, here as well. And they're going to try and settle themselves in for another nice, cool formation lap. We go on the journey of 1 hour worth of racing action now. And that means that they're going to have to do pit stops in the middle of this one.
Indeed. Again, a reasonable pit window for the drivers to come in. It's yet another thing that teams and the drivers will have to manage. Porsche finding its way down towards the Ferrari at the front of the grid. Love the variation here in the GTM class and the GT4 class as well. I mean, it is dominated by Porsche Caymans and Toyota Supras, but it's awesome to see the occasional Mercedes pop up there as well. Very competitive class as we go over the state of play coming into this race. If you didn't know this track before this weekend, you surely know it by now. Chang International Circuit, I could draw this track with my eyes closed. And it's just produced some awesome racing over the course of this weekend. Plenty of challenging turns around here, and we are back to slick tyre racing. The Ventus F200, thanks to Hankook, the tyre supplier for the Thailand Super Series.
Yeah, that we are. And Supercar, all the Supercar GT categories will be on this one. It's, of course, the circuit dry tyre, the wet option available should we ever need it. And I tell you, in the entire time we've been covering this series, we've been close to wet weather racing a ton of times, and we've never seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
our producer in the background saying if there was ever a time for a commentator's curse, it would be now.
well, either way, it's not likely to happen this race, I don't think. But yeah, we'll be getting ourselves underway here in just a few moments. As they form up coming through the final couple corners, the safety car is going to pull off at the head end of the field. Two categories, your GTMs and then a little bit of a gap, and then your GT4s. The GT4 field incredibly close. AM drivers in to start this race, whereby that's an option, and then they'll hand on over to the co-drivers later on.
The run out of the final few corners here. The number 25 getting ready to start things off here. This car has been supreme on pace. Looking forward to how this race goes for the front of the field. Turn 1, always a challenge. Wait for the call of the green flag. Both of our fields coming through the final corner. Just in time for the lights to go off as soon as the GT4s are away. And the Lexus is already looking pretty aggressive there at the front of the GTM field as round the outside goes the Porsche. Oh, spin for the... Oh, no. Spin for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Lexus. They're going to fall behind everybody now. Not an ideal run through the first turn. I think the tyres just weren't warm enough.
Certainly weren't up to temperature, certainly weren't up to pressure. And Nadavude is an experienced customer as well. He's won this championship before. And a big old spin when they get down to turn number 1. Picked up a little bit too much curb. It's in the middle of the corner. That's a really odd location for the rear to go out and away from him. Because normally you just point the car at the exit at that point. You've done all the hard work, and then it comes around.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Just a very sudden snap that he had to deal with. Well, the rest of the field are unbothered. But I tell you what, second place, looking rather aggressive here. Kamek chasing down Kitapol, and yeah, that was a very aggressive move around the outside of turn 1. Ultimately didn't work out into a pass, but you know what? There are two classes running here today, and looks like it's Supra time, maybe Mercedes time. It's up into third in GT4. Goes the machine there of I believe that might be the 59. A little bit wide in the right-hander. It's going to bring the Supra and the Aston Martin back into it as well. Already some very tight racing.
Yeah, here they come as they come down towards the final couple of the corners. And the difficulty for Natav. Oh, that's contact between the 36 machine. Is that Peter Hackett? He's in deep. No. Yes, he is in just a top deep. So something's going on there, and it's all on already between the TW Zoomies car. The 59 entry's been boxed about the ears a little bit, and Andrew has had a little bit of contact. Peter Hackett is getting aggressive, getting the elbows out, and now that's going to present an opportunity for Graham in the Aston Martin as well.
Well, Peter Hackett putting in a couple of good hard yards for Hayden Heikal to take over in the second half of this race, but he's going to have to deal with a lot of pressure here as our Lexus that spun at turn 1 is back up and running, and Natavude was still all the way at the back of the grid. Took him a while to get going, so hopefully he'll be able to recover something from this race, but it's going to be a tough job. Still has to work his way through the GT4s here.
And if they're going to be compliant as well, because that looked like 58 machine was not looking to make a whole heap of space for him. In the meantime, at the pointy end, Kitapult leads the way. Mick's managed to go with him at the moment, though. Saravut's not too far off the pace as well. But that's certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons for at least the opening lap. Natavude is going to have such a hard time cutting his way through.
He's going to have to rely on a safety car or something to bring him back in touch with the rest of his class, because at the race pace that these guys are running, it'll be almost impossible to catch back up.
Yeah, and with that amount of traffic too, that's, absolutely not going to help. So Natavude going to be on the back foot from the very get-go. In the meantime, Kitapult running strong. It'll be interesting to see how well both of these guys can look after their tyres, particularly with the rear-engined Porsche. Have a look at Craig Corliss having a go at Saravut in the Lamborghini. And here comes Simon Chen's Porsche as well. He seems to be starting to find some comfort levels in the Fire Monkey machine.
Yeah, certainly does. He's catching them up a bit. There's been some trading of faster sector times between our two leaders over the last couple of laps, but for the moment, it looks like Kitapol has finally gotten into the rhythm in the Ferrari as car 77 tries to hold off car 8. Saravut, doing quite well in the Lamborghini. Back to GT4 for the moment. And it'll be very easy to tell which class is which. The GT4 has the green numbers, but the GTMs have those deep orange numbers. They stand out on track at the moment. And the 59 continuing on here to try and catch back up to the Mercedes of Peter Hackett. Gently does it as Andrew tries his best to keep the rear end of the car stable, which we found is so important here today. When we get into these more powerful rear-wheel drive cars, we've often found it's a bit difficult to keep the rear end in check. And here's a bit of a challenge here for Natavude, trying to find his way past an Aston Martin in the final sector of the lap where you don't often see cars running side by side.
And the thing is, they're only about 5 seconds a lap faster to the GTM cars, so, cutting his way through the traffic's not easy. And the GT4 cars have got at least the ABS traction control, and if we're going by the formula of the other categories, I would strongly think that Natavude doesn't have the driver assist. He'll slice his way to the inside of the 95 Porsche now. Down the inside of Prakwin. Gets that job done. This is a difficult spot, isn't it? Because these guys have positioned no blue flags, none of that. And he's actively got to make the overtakes on these guys.
Yeah, doesn't quite make up the pace as much as he'd like down the straight towards turn 3 here. And now he'll have to play follow the leader. It's just another attribute of the incident that makes things even more difficult for him. Having to pick your way through the slower classes. He will find his way through on the Toyota Supra there, and eventually get up to the back of Peter Hackett. But I think he'll have to wait until the final corner to get that one done. Another fastest lap from Kittipol at the front of the GTM field. 1 minute 40.16 is the fastest time so far. And he's looking really good at the moment, leading by now 9/10 of a second over that still rather aggressive looking Porsche.
Yep. Vic certainly managing to go with him though. By quite a margin. Deep at the final corner for Craig Corliss. He's going to try and pull the Mustang up. Does manage to do so. And that looks like Sarah Wood is definitely struggling in some aspects of the course, but as is Craig Corliss, he had a lot of problem trying to pull that Mustang up at the final corner, and that's just brought Simon Chen back into this race. So how good is this though, Reese? You know, seeing 3 cars that were never made to race each other just about equal out on track.
Yeah, it works out really nicely, doesn't it? The Mustang, of course, built by Mark Cars down here in Australia for their category racing down here. Black and white flags being shown for 4 cars there, it seems. A couple of further warnings, presumably for track limits. Oh, there was half a dive there from the Mustang, but the Lamborghini manages to keep ahead for the time being. It's always a bit of a clencher moment, isn't it? When the drivers come into that left-hander, they fling their way down through turn 4 and set up for a potential dive into turn 5. It rarely seems to work, but goodness, it's entertaining.
Oh boy, isn't it? There's that window is just left open and left open and left open. You're like, you're going to have to turn in eventually, but there's still a nose just hanging there, a little bit of a nose overlapping, and now Corliss, looks like where the Mustang is really succeeding is the downforce section, because again, we're talking about the aerodynamic capabilities and ground effect sort of these cars. Look how low that Mustang is. It is very, very well sealed off at the bottom of that car.
Yeah, giant rear diffuser helping things out there as well, and a solid rear wing. It goes up very well against the mid-engine Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Saravut there, and it's a good exit from turn 1. Looks to me like Craig might be able to go for the dive here at turn 3. Is there anything that Simon Chan can do to find his way past and take advantage of this fight? Oh, he's deep around the outside, and a little peek up the inside there from Corliss. Can he get it done on the exit? Looks like he might just be able to.
Well, he got the nose ahead, and it's the initial drive off the corners where the Mustang is actually quite good, and then it's sort of middle to top of the range where it just starts to peter out and the Lamborghini is a touch faster. Well, Mustang goes on through, and now Simon Chen's starting to line these guys up. He was really thinking about trying to get the exit out of down turn 3. Got quite close, not quite able to line that one up, but now he is certainly making Saravut think about every move that he's making and where he's positioning the car. 10 minutes in to an hour-long race. Got to think smart. Got to race hard, but you've always got to think survival.
Yeah, consistency is key. It's not like the majority of races we've had so far today where they've been straight up 12-lap sprints. You've got to try and manage your pace, manage the tires. Think about putting the car in the best position possible for your co-driver when they take over, if you're driving a car with another driver. The number 77, that Lamborghini, has received their final warning from race control for exceeding track limits, and news that the pit window is going to open at 16 seconds past 2:58 p.m. Local time. So let's see then how the teams prepare for when that pit window opens. Regardless, race control, I think, is done with the track limits warnings for now.
Race control's never done with the track limits warnings, Reese.
There's always more to come.
There's always more to come, and then there's penalties. So,
right on cue, there's 2 more.
How about that? How about the timing for that one? In the meantime, 25 machine has control. A Ferrari challenge car. And Mick's been able to go with him, but not stick with him. So, 6 laps into this race, the margin's starting to open up at the front. And released Craig Corliss will get the first opportunity to really show what he's possible of in terms of lap time in that Mustang. Meantime, I tell you what, Simon Chen is closing in. And look at the margin that he's already been able to pull away. So Mustang, they finally found some speed with that car. Everything's starting to come together for them.
Yeah, a mere thousandth of a second faster than the Lamborghini on the last lap, but on this lap, seems like it's certainly been quite a bit of time made up in Sector 1, and in Sector 3, it's nearly a whole second that's been taken out. So right on the back now is Simon Chan on Saravut, and we saw at turn 3, that was around about where he thought about making the dive around the outside. He let Saravut and Craig Corliss handle themselves there, but you see the preemptive defense there from the Lamborghini and the flash of the lights from the Porsche. It's on now.
There's a few communicative tools that a driver has, and that's one of them. It forces him to cover. And then round the outside, Simon Chen will try and line him up and get the drive, and have a look at Saravut, a touch wide halfway through the corner as well. Simon Chen just starting to put some energy through those rear tyres as well as the Porsche moves around a fraction.
Always interested to think about what a Porsche drives like around here, and look at that. You don't have to go too far back to find Natavude, who's found his way back up to the rear of the GT4 field, might be able to make some kind of recovery. But bad news for car 77. We just got news that they have received a 5-second time penalty for continuing to exceed track limits. Keep it on the black stuff.
That's the big thing, isn't it now, is that he's been so focused on the defense against Simon Chen that, well, now he's cost himself, and that'll hand that car over to a Feek, who will have no track limits to play with, and more will mean more penalties. So
Meanwhile,
cut his way through. You're right, Reese has managed to cut his way through. He's 2 seconds, by the way, faster than Simon Chen on the last lap. So that margin's 4 seconds. A couple more laps, could be a battle on for position.
yeah, certainly could. We'll have to keep an eye on that as it develops. For now, though, that's your GT4 lead. Solid run from Amir in the 39, but Vutikorn in the number 18 still chasing. This is Satapond versus Peter Hackett, who's in the Mercedes just behind. Solid battle going on here, four-way for, it seems, that second position. Third position. One row down on the timing screen. My apologies.
But it is the leader of the GT4Ms, which is Satapond and Erwin de Smet. We have the Pro and M class mixed in and amongst each other, doing quite well for the M class as well. Third overall in GT4s.
It's always good to see an AM car punching above their weight.
Remember, we are going to be handing over to the pro drivers a little bit later on, an update as well. Remember, we saw a little bit earlier on that black and white flag displayed to a number of drivers. Well, one of those was the number 7, Aston Martin GT4. And they have now infringed upon the track limits just a little bit further. So, 5-second time penalty for Graham John, who's behind the wheel of that car. Alan Thorne's going to get behind the wheel of it and be left with no room to work with.
Yeah, Graham Dowsett switching things around. I've seen him in a Mercedes a couple of times, driving an Aston Martin for this round, and evidently not having the best of times out there, keeping it on the track. This fight still ongoing here between Simon Chan and Saravut, and Natavude is in the frame now. He is right there with them. Could be finding his way back up to 4th, which I didn't imagine he'd be able to after his lap 1 spin.
Yeah, he certainly got out there and driven the wheels off the car as well. Put himself in contention. 40.388. It's an impressive lap time. Simon Chen's starting to go just a touch faster than Saravot ahead of him again as well. So keep an eye on this little battle pack a while longer. We're about 8 minutes away too, Reese, from that pit lane window opening up as well. So here comes another Vude. Slices down the inside of Simon Chen. And just gets the job done nice and simply. Down at turn 8. Not a common sight for a move. And he's immediately looking to see if he can apply the pressure to Saravot. Oh, I wonder whether or not this might happen at the final corner.
Yeah, it'll have to. He's not even been able to get alongside through this final S-bend section. How defensive does the Lamborghini go? Not entirely. There is some room to the inside, but I think Natavude is... I was thinking he was just backing off to allow another opportunity later on, but ultimately it got handed to him. The 77 loses the spot. That's a poor exit from the final corner, and that's another chance for Simon Chan.
And I'll put this in the back of your mind, Reese. That car's already got a 5-second penalty for track limits. Well,
yeah.
You're certainly not inside the lines then, so that'll be another one for sure.
Yeah, it'll have to. They're already... well, once the race concludes, they will be classified last of the GTM cars that started the race. And here comes Chan. Inside exit. The Porsche is always good for traction with all the weight of the engine slung over the rear axle, but unfortunately not much he can do there. The Lamborghini just seems to have really good acceleration.
Yeah, well, he's continued to harass him, still trying to show the nose down at turn 5. And it's quite comfortable to see now that Saravot is absolutely struggling to hang on to the rear end of the Lamborghini. Actually, it might even be the front end. It might just be struggling for a little bit of turn in. And that's a change for our race lead. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. Kamek now to the front of the field. That is solid, and it all happened in Sector 3 there. But how hard will the Ferrari fight back? Let's see how it happened then on the replay. Was this just a straight-up dive? It looks like it was. Or maybe the Ferrari braked early out of nowhere. Regardless, happened quite a ways before the final corner.
I think he saw him coming. He just went, you know what, I'm just not going to fight this one. Last lap time, though, for that car, for the Ferrari 488, is a 142.279. So their fastest lap of the race, a 140.1. They've fallen off for about 2 seconds, so...
Yeah, that's curious.
Either that, or whatever Kamek's been able to do with this car, the life on the tyres has been quite good.
Yeah, seems like it. Looks supreme and controlled through the corners here. There's barely a hint of wayward car behavior from the now leading Porsche. Ferrari, on the other hand, I mean, it still looks pretty stable, but I don't know, something tells me there's just a little bit of wayward behavior in that number 25 that is just having to be managed now.
Yeah, managed they will have to do. Pit window is still 5 minutes away before they can hand the car on over. But the Team Singers Island Ferrari no longer at the head of the field, and Simon Chen is starting to really harass Saravot at the moment. He will have the position come the end of the race, provided he doesn't pick himself up any time penalties as well.
Yeah, this is the balance that you have to strike in your head though as well, because like, yeah, you can just drive behind this guy knowing that he'll get that 5-second penalty and you'll be granted the position anyway. But there's a part of you, the majority part of you, that still wants to get past him, as it looks like he was just about able to do, but big oversteer moment on the way out of the corner puts paid to that. You know, you want to get past the driver with the penalty anyway, because it allows you some clear air ahead, and every second that you lose behind a car who is obviously struggling a bit more than you are is time that's going to be cost to all of your other rivals by the end of the race.
Yeah, and that's the big key, isn't it? Again, looks to the outside. Remember how we were talking about during qualifying, the brake lights and that Lamborghini? Yeah, there is a problem with them. See, right there.
Yeah. Looks like maybe a bad wire or something there. Because obviously these cars do have daytime running lights. So when it comes to those running lights on the rear, potentially a bad electrical connection. It doesn't seem to be a problem once he gets on the brakes, but still, it would be an unneeded distraction for anyone following.
Certainly. Still better brakes though than the light bar at the rear end of the Porsche. Don't get me started on my thoughts about that one.
Yeah, goodness me, the current Porsche 911 is the brake lights are practically invisible at this in this day and age.
Really annoys me too. Because sometimes you're looking at it as a safety aspect, particularly early on in the Porsche Cup racing. You're just you can't see what's happening down the road, so you're relying on the brake lights of people around you. And if you can't see them, there's nothing you can do.
Nice to see big, bright brake lights for the Toyota Supra GT4. The Porsche Cayman has fairly good brake lights as well.
It's really interesting, actually, seeing all the activity that's coming out of Toyota at the moment. They're really upping the ante in terms of their investment back in motorsport internationally at the moment. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a newer generation of, I don't know what the next car will be, but they're effectively sunsetting the Supra. So I don't know what the next generation of cars will be, but effectively Toyota have come out and you know, they're making a lot of commitments. Commitment to trying to get supercars on the grid in 2026 with at least 2 teams in Australia. And I find that really, really interesting, because supercars doesn't really fit with the Toyota brand. So that says to me they're really looking to invest in motorsport worldwide, or at least they see a chunk of the Australian market to certainly be available to them. But yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting them to probably come out with whatever the new GT3 entry will be in the near future.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. Seeing, reading articles about the rumors coming out from Toyota that, you know, they released a concept car a while ago that is potentially pointing towards a new MR2, all electric, potential of bringing the Celica nameplate back. I mean, it's good times to be a Toyota fan and a nostalgia nerd, because seems like Toyota's trying to evoke those memories of the 90s.
We're having our Honda NSX throwback a little bit earlier in the show, and we've moved on to Toyota. But I agree. Could you imagine a Toyota Celica GT3? That I hadn't considered that, but that just might be the next evolution of what it looks like.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was also the Toyota Celica GT4. Make a Toyota Celica GT4 GT4.
There you go.
Oh dear.
Surely it won't be the MR2. The MR2 platform's a little bit small for me. For them to convert it across into a GT platform.
I reckon a one-make cup series for that would be mint.
Oh, they've already got the GR86 for that, so I don't know whether or not we'll see that in the meantime. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand will be enjoying all the coverage, because Natavude has driven his way back up to Craig Corliss, so that's a perfect time to be checking in with that combination of cars. This for third on the road in GTM.
Pit window now open, and the first caller to the pit lane is the Aston Martin. They're the number 7 of Graham John Dowsett, and he'll be handing over to Anand Thorne for the remainder of the race from here. So far, 2 more takers onto pit lane. It looks like Craig Corliss and Natavude in the GTM class coming into the pits, and Craig will be handed over to Jalen Robotham. Mustang in as well. And the number 77 Lamborghini making their way into the lane too.
Expecting we'll see the Simon Chen Porsche through shot. Yeah, there it is right there. So he's continuing on. Interesting about the strategy as well. For those drivers who don't actually have co-driver, it's really about track position, isn't it? And I was intrigued to see Natavude follow Corliss in because I thought he might have just wanted a couple of laps worth of free air.
Yeah, that is the question. You know, in cars like this, how much is free air worth? Like, you can definitely you're definitely able to hit your marks a little better. I mean, some drivers, there's sort of a split on it. In my mind, on the one hand, you would prefer to be chasing someone because it gives you some marks to hit, and you can extract more pace with that pressure put on you. But then you have a clear track in front of you. You got the track to yourself. You can attack things more confidently and not have to worry about a car in front of you. I think these cars don't quite go fast enough to be dealing with too much aero wash.
But still, the ability, you know, forcing the overtake, particularly with the differences between the cars. A question actually coming in from YouTube chat: GTMs, are they modified? And the answer to that, not 100% sure, but there is. I know there is restrictors in terms of what's available to us for the series engineering. We do get a little bit of an engineering rulebook available to us, and in fact, you can actually go and Google those as well and pick them up for the series. But there are restrictors. One of the things about the Ferrari 488 Challenge car is the only car you'll see all weekend long where they actually have to refuel it during the pit stop. What they'll do with this car is that I believe it's supposed to happen before they do the driver swap. So whilst there's no driver, they'll get the first driver out of the car. One person is allowed around the car whilst it's refueling, which is the refueler. They'll fill whatever fuel they need to add back into that car, and then they will allow the driver to jump back in. So that's something to allow that car to refuel because it does not have the tank size to make full hour in terms of duration. But yes, effectively there are some minor modifications to bring the cars and the categories, because ultimately Porsche Cup cars, they're a little bit different in terms of the downforce and the power that they create compared to Ferrari Challenge car, compared to Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And it's not even a modern Super Trofeo car, it's an older generation of Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and the Ford Mustang is again a completely different style of car that doesn't really mesh with things. A lot of downforce on that Mark Mustang to create what it is. So yeah, there's a lot of differences between the cars, and yes, they do modify them slightly is the key to get them to be able to race each other.
And it's a big effort on behalf of the organisers to draft such rules to make the balance as competitive as possible. Also, a lot of work from the teams to apply those rules to their cars too. It's an underrated category, this. Really enjoy it, and have a look at that. The number 17 Porsche coming out in the lead, the effective race lead, as the number 25 follows them out. Simon Chan is currently in the pits now, and looks like the number 39 as well has found his way in. So looks like that might be the almost the entire field in the GTM class, at least, cleansed. News that the number 8 car is under investigation. That's Jalen Robotham, who's just jumped into that car. They're under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That could be a big factor.
That never pops up unless race control think they've got something. You don't sort of make that message unless you're confident that there's a speeding in pit lane infringement. Just sort of very unlikely that they're investigating that further with no penalty to come. So I would expect there to be a pit lane penalty. I would expect a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane. Safety thing, and they sort of clamp on that quite hard.
Wouldn't be ideal for the Mark Mustang after having done so well over the course of this race. Out just ahead of these two Porsche Caymans, going at it for position, I believe. Meanwhile, yep, drive-through penalty for car 8, speeding in pit lane. It has just been confirmed by race control. And have a look at this. Natavude has found his way right up to the back of the number 25. Now, has Natavude pitted yet? I'm sure I saw him come in.
Yes, the entirety of the GTM field has been through the pit lane. We've got 2 cars that are yet to stop, which is the 26 car of Sathapond, who'll be handing over to Owen DeSmit, and the 59 entry with Andrew behind the wheel. So one of the Porsche Caymans and one of the Supras are the only 2 cars yet to do their stops.
So that just makes the recovery from Natavude all the more impressive. Remember, he spun at turn 1, lap 1, as the pass is made between the Porsche Caymans at turn 3, the number 44 taking its pit stop there with Prutirat at the wheel of that machine. Still looking at a podium position for the number 24 Lexus, as this battle is just intensifying between the number 18 and the number 95. This is crazy stuff, and it looks like the Supra is going to be catching them up here too.
Yeah, and second last of our cars yet to pit. The 59 entry into the lane now, so that leaves us with 1 car left to go. And by the way, about 3.5 seconds covers the top 3 cars in our GTM field. Oh, and Jalen Robotham, just to make things worse, just went and set the fastest lap of the race in the Mark Mustang post-pit stop.
It's got a sting, you know, when you have a penalty hanging over your head and suddenly you find out that you actually have a very fast car. Not ideal at all. Well, the 58 Toyota here, I actually think that it's out of position, potentially. They're showing up in 16th on my timing. I don't know if this is an actual battle for position between the Supra and the Caymans, but judging by how aggressively he's racing, I'm thinking a timing error might be afoot.
Yeah, certainly. And that's the 39 car in and out of the lane. So their pit stop now done. We're still waiting on the 26 car to come to the lane, and we've got about a minute left for them to get into the pit lane to serve their pit stop. I'm actually curious about that penalty for Botham, and the reason I'm curious, Reese, is I wonder whether or not when they've changed over the driver, whether or not Corliss has bumped a button on the way out, or Robotham's bumped a button on the way in, or whether or not it's on the way into the pit lane and Corliss has braked too hard, or Robotham's released the limiter too early. Or alternatively, you get out of the car, you have to shut the thing off and then refire it, whether or not Robotham's just not part of the pit stop cycle to replug that pit lane limiter. There's a bunch of different ways it can happen.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I remember the amount of times in sim racing team events where we had to change drivers and then remind the driver getting into the car, make sure that the pit limiter is on. You know, the teams will go over that with the drivers in the real world as well. You know, go through their checklist of things that need doing. Maybe a miscommunication, maybe just missing a small detail on the way through the pit cycle for that Mark Mustang. Regardless, if you break the rules, you break the rules, and you have to be penalized accordingly.
Yeah, that 26 car did get in time for the pit lane window to close, and that's what I was thinking is there's normally for a lot of different series you'll have a guy at the front end of the car. Well, you don't actually have to do anything with the pit stops here. If you, for example, Natavude is a really, really good example of this, is if they're not changing tires on that car, there's nothing they've got to do as a part of that pit stop. It's literally come in, make sure you're in the lane for the minimum required amount of time, and then leave again. So, you know, there's no real reason to have a guy out with a pit lane board saying this is where we stop. And that's where they tend to write things down, isn't it? On the back of the pit lane board. And the reason for that is you want somebody with a checklist. How simple is it to forget something when I'm just talking to you here like this, Reese? We're just chatting to each other. We're just having a social conversation. Forget to do something. Forget to something I've done today to turn my microphone back on from the mute function and not talking through to you guys. Well, if you've got a checklist in front of you and you're reading through that checklist, a lot harder not to do that. So I do wonder. It's sort of one, you know, little performance advantages. It's not actually a performance advantage, but procedure process. It prevents poor performance or mistakes.
I know my checklist would rival War and Peace. I'd probably have to bind it in leather. as things stand. I think I might have to also add to my checklist, make sure to close the door so that my cat doesn't come in and start meowing all over the place. We are, of course, commentating this race remotely from our homes in Australia. So that's just one of the things that you have to deal with sometimes. For the time being, back to this race. It looks like the number 25 has started to gain some pace back here. There's a bit more of a gap between themselves and Natavuda right now. And it could be that the lead is back on very shortly, because that 17 isn't too far ahead.
Yeah, margins coming down in terms of last lap times. It was about half a second quicker. The margin's 0.8 of a second as it currently stands. And 39.315 as well for Natavuda. So the margin is within 3 seconds. So not a huge deal between those cars. And updated on the GT4 category, just scrolled across my timing sheets as well. You have a minimum time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit, or the 59 machine, and that's one of the Toyota Supras, 4 seconds short on their pit lane time. So what they'll make you do is they'll make you come in, you'll stop in the bay, and you've got to be stopped for 4 seconds. That's how they make you make up the difference.
Yeah, once again with the sort of scattershot nature of the types of cars that race in this GTN category, you do have to do that sort of thing to make sure that the competition is close and fair. About to enter 22 minutes to go in this race, and the pace is still pretty good in the number 25, but of all the cars on that last lap, the fastest lap has been set by the number 77. Afik is now at the wheel of that car, taking over from Saravut. And, well, they do still have that 5-second penalty hanging over their heads from the track limits violations earlier. But a 138.8 from Afik. That is some solid pace. And you never know, 21 minutes, anything can happen. Might be able to catch up a little more. It's a big gap, though.
I wonder whether or not they've not slapped some fresh tyres and thrown some fresh tyres at that that Lamborghini to see those sorts of times. But I have to keep an eye on the pace as it progresses across the rest of the race. Is that the 59 car? No, that's the 19 car. No, I'd be wrong on that count again. 39 of Mohammed Nakib on that race to start the day off at 27 thousandths of a second. My word. If you haven't seen that one, worthwhile going back to the start of the day and having a watch. That certainly was worth waiting an hour for to see the finish in that one, but it just kept getting closer and closer and closer over the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, the Super Compact race was fantastic. Great way to start the weekend. Finding our way into the final 20 minutes of this race. The GT4 class still dominated by the number 26. GT4 AM car leading the way here. GT4 Pro, the number 18, still within a couple of seconds of them. The number 39 here having a solid run in 5th place overall in the GT4s, and looks like second in the Pro classes. That's a bit slow there for Jalen Robotham. Off the track, has there been an issue on board that Mark Mustang as the pit stop is done for the number 59? Getting onto the outlap there, and this doesn't look good, Scott. I think we're going to have to say goodbye to that number 8 Mustang.
Yeah, indeed we are. That's going to be taking no further part in proceedings for the afternoon. Day to get that one back together again and see if they can't get that car out for tomorrow's racing action. Gee, Robotham in this series is just an unlucky combination.
Yeah, certainly. Every time I've seen him today, it just hasn't worked out well for him. does have a fair amount of talent behind him. Like you said earlier, he finished 9th in the Sandown 500 this year. So certainly no slouch when it comes to driving a race car, but might be a technical issue on board that Mustang that's prevented him from going for it. Bit of lap traffic, meanwhile, for our GTM leaders. The number 44 Mercedes, Aprigirat, still trundling around out there. Looks like setting lap times in about the 147 bracket, which isn't too far off what our current GT4 class leader is doing, but nonetheless, still a slight bit of time loss for our overall top 2, making their way past him. For now, the race is still in the hands of Porsche, and well, Ferrari's chasing them. It's the classic matchup, isn't it? Ferrari versus Porsche.
Yep. A race that's been going on for many a generation. Italy versus Germany. And something that's been entertaining us as race fans for a number of years. Brilliant sounding race cars as well, and it's not just on that category. GT4s as well. Porsche out of Germany versus Toyota Supra from Japan. Aston Martin from Great Britain, and another German maker, the Mercedes-Benz as well.
Yeah, the variety of cars and brands on display in all the Thai Super Series categories is fantastic to see.
I think across the year as well, I think one of the really, really cool factors that we don't necessarily talk about, huge deal, or at least try and grab it, the opportunity whenever we can. I think it's 16 nationalities worth of drivers that are represented here this weekend. But I can certainly recall earlier on in the year, I think it might be up around 24, 25 nationalities represented across the series at different events across the entirety of the year. So not just Silent National Series this one, she's starting to become an international series of the ages, including that coverage you're sending out. I'm like, boy, that was an exciting message to get this morning. If you are watching us indeed in Malaysia, pleasure to be bringing you the racing action here this afternoon as we head into the final 16 minutes of your GTM GT4 racing categories. Don't forget, 2 rounds of this series headed off to Malaysia throughout the year, the Sepang circuit. And bucket list item at that one for me is commentating racing action from Sepang, all-time favorite racetracks.
Same here. I echo that sentiment. Would love to see it, as he is a potential move for the number 58, who is still showing up on the live timing, not in the position they are evidently in, but still racing quite hard with the number 26 for second place on the road. That's very late once again, but the opportunity's just not there. Bit of dust kicked up for the Porsche, and they go off the racetrack. The Supra decides, yes, please. I'll make my way up the inside. Have to hold the outside line through these final couple of corners, and the position is yielded there by Irwin as they make their way on through.
And it continues to be a battle of the final corner as well, so I don't think this one's going to be going away. Although, I did see a message from Race Control as well. I think there might have been 5-second post-race penalty of the 58 car for pit lane entry infringement. So that'll be something to do with the white lines, them across the white lines on the way into the lane. And the 36 car was the other one that's also breached procedures. That's Hayden Heikal, who took over from Peter Hackett. And the Mercedes, my word, that was a wiggle under the brakes on the way down into turn 3. So that's incredibly tight. In the meantime, Tassanapol has got control front end of the GTM field and is starting to stretch the margin. Superkit in behind him. Nadavude, well, he ran the fastest lap time of the 3 of them on that most recent lap. Took about half a second out of our race leader, so I wouldn't say that this race is done, but he's got some work to do as Natavuto. To tell you what, from doing a complete last to first challenge in that Lexus RCF GTM would just be a challenge, wouldn't it?
Oh, it certainly would. And we're not just talking last in class, we're talking last of everyone. That's where he was on the way out of turn 1, all the way back 47 minutes ago. So if he can pull this off, it would certainly be a drive for the ages. That Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Lexus has always been rather quick. He's driving smoothly, he's driving aggressively, he's balancing it nicely. This is exactly what you want to see.
Yep. Yeah, he's got to be quick at this point in time. There's not much left. And the biggest benefit for him at the moment, 16 seconds back to the next car. So he can be a little bit aggressive. And if all of a sudden the tyres start to really fall off the car, all he has to do is just bring it home. He's got quite a margin left in hand. Did you see a warning message for the 26 car, who sits second in GT4 for track limits? So they've got to be careful and just bring that car home as well at the moment. 6 seconds the margin back to third spot in class at the moment. And they are about 6.4 seconds off the class leader.
Number 58, meanwhile, jetting on. And here is the 26. Owen at the wheel. Doesn't matter where you are, or how long the race has to go, still got to keep an eye out for track limits, and I think it was just a case of running a bit too deep for Irwin. It's especially around this section of the track that we see those mistakes being made. I think it's easy enough to stamp on the brakes and slow down for turn 1 or the turn 3 hairpin or something like that. But when the corners all flow into each other like this, how you set up for the initial corner of the sequence matters so much.
Yeah, even down here at 8, 9, and 8, 9, 10, 11, coming off of 8, you're setting yourself up for 9. It's just a short shoot. So how you actually position the car and attack the exit of turn 8 does set you up for 9, but you've got to carry the speed, because if you don't, there's tenths to be left on the table. Sure, so looks simple on the surface, but absolutely not simple. And again, that's why we're sitting at home, Reese, with our fancy simulator rigs, and they don't entrust us with the expensive pieces of hardware.
Yeah, certainly not. Well, about to enter the final 11 minutes of the race. There's your top 2. Just in the back of frame is Natavude in the number 24. Find your way through to the start-finish line, begin another lap. And at the moment, it seems like the slight advantage is still with the Ferrari. 0.3 of a second quicker. And Natavude, though he's made a great recovery to third, it looks like his pace has dropped off. He might just be backing off here. His fastest lap time is within a tenth or so of our leading car's ultimate pace, but has dropped off a bit towards the end here. I think just consolidating the podium for now.
Yeah, I think that'll be the big thing. Lock it in. Don't want to throw it away at this point in time. But for Supercar, he's managed to not only keep the pace in this car, he's managed to start to find just a little bit more. Temperature has died off a couple degrees since the peak temperatures here in Thailand this afternoon. As we head towards 3:30 local time. We're finishing this race just a touch after 3:30. It's 3:23 at the moment. So the heat's just starting to come out of the day. Winter as well, shorter day cycle. Means that we'll be finishing this afternoon's racing action under lights. I can tell you that much, because that's how we ended last year.
The lap traffic in the form of the number 7 Aston Martin. That's brought the lead back down a little further here, coming to the line, and the Porsche's line compromised on the exit of the corner. Thought the Ferrari would jet forward a little bit more, but it seems that is not the case. Really got to start thinking about this lead battle now really seriously. You know, It's always roundabout from the 20-minute mark to the final 10 minutes mark that we start to that we get into our rhythm and talk about permutations. But now it's real, Scott. It's here, defensive from the number 17. Less than 9 minutes remain.
Yeah,
59 and 77.
Getting warned again, so that'll be another penalty for the 77 because they've already had a penalty for track limits. Beek's certainly being quick, and he's been the quickest car on track in the GTM, but is he taking a little bit too much risk because he is a long, long way behind? Can't get it. I suppose he can't lose anything as well. He's got significant margin back to Simon Chen at the moment. In the meantime, though, Superkit was on for that race win. He is getting closer and closer and closer. As we run towards the 8-minute mark, you know, it's going to be tight. I do wonder, I reckon there might only be 4 laps left for this category. Oh, they're probably going to squeak in the 5th.
Yeah, I think they might be able to. Need to wait and see. Remember, as with all the other timed races, it is 60 minutes plus 1 lap. So unsure exactly how much distance remains in this race, but regardless, the Ferrari is right on it, defensive from the Porsche into the final corner, and nice and wide from the Ferrari. That is not the way that you go if you want to take the position at turn 1. Wasn't quite able to cut underneath the Porsche on the exit, but you can tell he's trying to size up a move.
Well, I think that's the thing. I think you've got to harass. You've got a little bit of time up your sleeve, and, you know, we think it's probably going to be 4 to 5 laps left in this race. I reckon they are going to get that 5th lap in. We got a little bit of time up your sleeve. You may as well just let him know that you're there and try something. You don't have to send the desperate move now, but you certainly do need to apply the pressure. Because if you can get to center pole to use up the tires just a little bit more, you're in position.
Now brings up the intensity again.
Over those curbs right there, Reese. On the run into turn 4. Just the speed they're carrying.
And did you notice how much more planted the Ferrari looked through that corner as well? Seems like a very stable platform there. The Porsche having to work a little harder to get the same kind of pace out of it. And then you're hard on the brakes for the final sequence here. This very long right-hander, and then you want to try and just keep the pace up, but not too much. You don't want understeer through these last 2 turns. This is where the Ferrari almost got him last lap. And again, it seems like they're just gaining a little bit. Not much left to do before the end of the lap comes. And then you just got to wait for turn 3 again to set it up all over again.
Still there, still lurking. It just looks like that Porsche's just a touch quicker in a straight line, doesn't it? Just enough to give himself some breathing room when they get down here to turn 3.
Yeah, it seems like the traction of the Porsche is somewhat superior to the Ferrari coming out of the slow stuff, but when you get to the really fast corners, the mid-engine car certainly has the advantage. Let's see it again here coming up to this corner. Yeah, the Porsche bouncing a little bit more over the bumps, and I don't know, it feels like the driver might be working the wheel a little more. The Ferrari, meanwhile, it's stable, it's smooth. On some occasions, it's not even taking as much out of the curbs as the Porsche is.
No. And just looking for that flow. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock now. Now time starts to become a little bit of an issue with Superkit. Run out of turn 8, down to turn 9. And he's nice and accurate there. Was that a small wiggle? Just as he tried to apply the throttle and get out the other side, and that just saps at the confidence for Superkit. Now the run to the final corner. Is he good on the brakes here? Yes, he is. Closes in a little bit more. I tell you what, Sanopol did not get off that final corner very well at all.
No, he certainly didn't. And there's yet more lap traffic to come here. almost right on the bumper of the number 17 here. Yeah, that's a good exit from turn 1. Very early defense.
And now that Porsche he was talking about, he had the traction earlier. Now he is starting to struggle for the traction. Here comes Superkit. Change for the race lead. Is it on the cards? Traffic just ahead. And your Thailand Supercar GTM goes down to turn 3. Superkit just cannot get the Ferrari pulled up. And once again, Porsche back to the point.
It's the nature of the turn 3 hairpin, isn't it? It widens on the way in. Oh, surely not here. All right, back off a little bit. Get your eye in for the Cayman. Oh, sliding down the inside. It's the 17 and I think that's the 95 there. Had no choice but to let him go. Tassanapol was going to go for it no matter what. He's desperate to hold on to any advantage he can here in the final 3 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Tassanapol's, you can see the cracks are just starting to come, aren't they? A couple mistakes for getting the power down. And now he's this is going to be through 9, 10, 11. He's not going to be able to get by all the way out until the exit of 11. I'd be backing this up.
Yeah, I would be
too. The long way.
Oh, almost contact as well. The Ferrari sees the opportunity, but it's blocked.
How good's multi-class racing, Reese?
Oh yeah, love it. Always have.
Now the first signs of less traction from the rear end of the Ferrari. You saw the light board just pop up, and did he just miss the apex of turn 1? He didn't look comfortable at the turn-in point from that rearward-looking shot.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not entirely sure. What we do know is that Superkid is a bit further behind Tassanapol now. Where do you turn in? Slightly later turn in for the Ferrari. It took a while for Superkid to get up to the back of the number 17. But I'll tell you what, he'll have plenty of chances in these last couple of laps with traffic being a factor right at the end here. How about the number 24 of Natavude? He's still not too far behind these two as they battle for the lead. In fact, Natavude has absolutely chopped the time out of them. He was 2 seconds faster than our top 2 on the previous lap.
Yeah, but look at where they caught all the traffic. That's all it is. Minute and 15 seconds. There's going to be 2 laps left. Superkit's still got enough time, so it's going to be 60 minutes plus 1 lap. They're not going to get back in time to get the final lap board. So there will be 2 more laps. And now that Porsche was sliding on the turn-in then. He balanced it really, really nicely. And then there's the wiggle as he tipped it into turn 10 for the Ferraris. And Superkit taking some life out of the tyre as well. How's the sector times for them as they come on through? Again, a fraction of time. Now the race leader's very wide at the final corner to Sanabol. He missed the turn-in point by a mile there.
Oh, could this be a pass at turn 1? Surely not.
Oh, no.
You can very easily fight back from a move at turn 1, but maybe it's enough to move around behind your rival and unsettle them. Yeah, look at Superkit. He's got momentum. He's got the slipstream. How hard is the defense from the number 17? He moves immediately to the inside of the circuit. Side by side on the way in. Is it too deep for the 17? No, he pulls it up. Only just.
There was a few moments. It wasn't 1. It was 2 or 3 in the braking zone there. But the problem for Superkit is he just can't get the power down. And every time they do this, every single time they harass each other, there's another 4/10 of a second. Now, Natavude's taken out of the pair of them. And we'll watch and we'll wait when they get down here to the Sector 2 timing line. What's it going to be? Because Natavude is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He's going to have 1 lap where he might be in contention. It's going to be a 3-way fight in the final lap of this one. Look at the Zoomies car, gets out of the way. GT4 using its head. Sees 3 GTMs coming all at once and goes, I'm not no part of this.
And then there were 3 coming up to the final lap of the race. White flag will be in the air in just a few moments. Who's going to come away with it? Natavude making up bulk time on Superkit just through those last couple of corners there.
He made 9/10 of a second on him in the second sector. That'll all be drive off of turn 3. Right, 1 more. They'll have 1 more opportunity. 1 more lap. 12 corners the distance. And Tassanapol's found something over the last minute and a half or so. Has just stretched that margin out to 1.2 seconds. There's no way that Superkit's going to find the time. It's going to come down to a mistake now. But to Sanapol, see him lose the race lead. What is still on the table, though, is Natavude, the last driver at the end of lap 1 that was still running. And he is still on the podium and with a shout of taking home P2. That's a phenomenal drive from the veteran.
It certainly is. And even if he comes away with third, I mean, it'll still be a magnificent drive. At the moment, looks like Sanapol might be a bit too far ahead for the number 25 Ferrari to do anything. But for now, keep our eyes peeled on that 17 Porsche. Beautiful shot watching him go through the infield section of this magnificent Chang International circuit. All he's got to do is nail these next few braking zones and he'll be fine. And oh my god, there's been the pass there. There's the pass. Superkit's fallen to third. I think he might be. He's very slow. Oh no. The Singer Motorsport Thailand team immediately on the radio. There has been a problem for the number 25, but they'll be out on the pit wall here to greet our number 17 driver home. Coming out of the final corner to Sanapol and Kamik, bringing home a fantastic finish. And Natavude comes home in second. What relief from that garage, but absolute heartbreak in the Singer Motorsport Ferrari garage.
Yeah, big win for the number 17 car. And now we watch, we wait, because we're just waiting. Where does the 77 car get home?
Yeah, I don't even know if they've made it to the flag.
Sorry, the 25 car.
Oh, he just made it. Goodness me. What on earth happened to that car, I wonder? Surely, I mean, you did mention earlier the Ferrari is the only car in the GTM field that refuels at the pit stop. Could be they just didn't put enough in.
What was it?
Maybe they...
Did you see the cam? No, the cam was only with that car. We were with most of that pit stop for a very brief amount of time. Someone's done their sums wrong.
Or maybe they brought the car in a lap too early.
Maybe? Well, here's the thing. So when you're looking at fuel from a race perspective, it's always effectively the same number. Doesn't matter when you pull it in, provided you've got space in the tank to add the amount of fuel. If you know that you need to add 30 liters and there was space in the tank for 40 liters to be added, well, you're always going to be able to add 30 liters. But if you needed to add 35 liters, you only added 30 liters. Or the other side of the coin is if they only had 25 liters worth of space in the tank and they've effectively filled the car, well, yeah, of course you're going to be short. And you know, I'm starting to think, did they come in on one of the first laps that the pit lane was open?
I think I can't remember for sure. It might have been the first or second lap of the pit window, yeah.
If that's the case, they came in just before the halfway mark.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, man. In any case, we presume running out of fuel on the final lap for the car that qualified in pole position, remember, and was leading for a lot of the race. To have it end like that is an absolute disaster.
Yeah, well, they fought phenomenally. I mean, at the end of the day, Natavude, what a drive that car home, and admittedly it was going to be P3, but it becomes P2. But the other side of the coin is, do you reckon maybe they burned more fuel than they'd accounted for because Superkit was just in that big old battle for most of the race?
Yeah, I think there's potential there too. Just driving the car a bit too harder than they expected. As we check out our class podiums here, Verticorn and Cantady winning in GT4. And very nice to see from them. And also worth pointing out that in the midst of all of that, the 77 that was in such trouble for track limits violations, they end up getting a podium out of this.
Yeah, that's come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's the story of the day, really. How quickly things can change.
Mm,
You
yeah,
know, we get used to, getting ready to call a certain result, and then suddenly the rug's pulled out from under everyone.
Thailand Super Series, it never fails. There's always something going on. But yeah, I'm just thinking, I do think that's going to be fuel for that car. So, I
Yeah. I don't see how it could be anything else.
mean, drive maybe. But if it broken something, there was no smoke, no nothing like that, you'd expect there to be another sign.
Yeah, you certainly would. Well, regardless, the 25 being wheeled back to the garage for inspection, and I suspect quite the debrief as our podium celebrates their run here. Goody back at it in the pit lane, having a chat to our drivers.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so what is the best result today?
Yeah, I think one of the best races.
Yes.
We had a 5-second penalty for the track limit, and then we are not so good in the qualifying, but we managed to come back on the race. So it's going to be the last year with the car. So next year we are going to a different manufacturer and a brand new car. So
Really?
yeah.
What kind of
It's a
brand?
Ferrari. So,
Ferrari?
Yeah. So yeah, it's the last year, last race. So we are happy.
โอเคอาฟิกก็บอกว่าเขาก็โอเคพอใจในผลงานนะครับแล้วก็อาจจะมีในเรื่องของการถูกทำโทษไป5วินาทีและที่สำคัญเนี่ยต้องให้พี่กี้บอกว่าเมื่อกี้อาฟิกบอกว่าปีหน้าพี่จะเปลี่ยนรถเป็น Ferrari จริงหรือเปล่าเป็นรุ่นอะไรครับพี่ใช่ครับน่าจะเป็น296 Challenge 296 Challenge นะครับเพราะฉะนั้น
Oh, very, very interesting statement there from the drivers of the 77. They will be moving to a Ferrari for next year. So this weekend is the last time we're going to be seeing that Lamborghini. Very interesting indeed. Well, coming through the end of this one, Scott, it's a couple more races left to run here today. We still have the Supercar GT3 race and the Super Pickup Class C race left to run here before we sign off for the first day of action here on the weekend of this final round of the Thai Super Series at the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, I was just thinking in the background as well, what's the championship implications of that? Because the 25 car, that Ferrari, they ran out of fuel. They're leading the championship. It's Nanavude who's trying to hunt them down. So he picks up 18 points back on them, but they still get classified in 4th spot. So that was only realistically a gain of, 6 points. So that's halved the margin. It's down to be 7.5 points, the difference. So you'll need to earn more than that back tomorrow. If Nanavude hadn't had that spin, won that race, well, all of a sudden the margin would have been nothing. We would have headed into the final race with it basically being whoever wins out on track will take home the championship. That's what that spin on lap 1 sort of means to Nanavude and his championship prospects once again.
Indeed it does. Yet again, we're seeing that pattern emerge. Championship leading cars and drivers. Majority today have had a setup for the final races tomorrow that isn't exactly to their liking.
Oh, it just keeps changing. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, my word. I can't believe it.
Feels like there's a curse over the circuit.
Yeah, all right. Well, we might just step back and take a little bit of a break. Ladies and gentlemen, before the final couple of races of the afternoon. So GTM out of the way, which means we're on to our Supercar GT3. 2 races left in today's racing action, and the next one's the big one. Another 60 minutes plus 1 lap. You'll be Thailand's Supercar GT3. Hey, on a day where it seems like you do not want to be leading the championship, we now head into the Premier category across the weekend. We saw qualifying this morning, and the times were supremely close at the front end of the field, and now it makes me just a little scared for our championship leader race. Have you got some wood nearby to touch wood as soon as we start to see problems for our race leader?
Conveniently, there is a wooden ruler right next to me, and I am presently touching it. So,
I would hang on to that for the rest of the race. Don't let it go.
all right, firmly gripped. Here we go. Oh man, I've been looking forward to this race. First race of the weekend for the Supercar GT3 category. We saw their qualifying earlier on in the day, and we have another 60 minutes plus 1 lap race yet to come here for the penultimate race of the season for 2024. Let's get amongst it.
Yeah, and there's a couple things I'll sort of say about this one heading in as well. I've just moved regions, and I was out. I was volunteering. I was helping set up a street party last night, and Thailand Super Series gives me that same sort of vibe. It's a car community, right? You know, when everyone around you just sort of comes together and just sort of celebrates, and that's what I like about this series. Is the racing is wild. There is always something interesting happening, but at the end of the day, you look up and down pit lane, and everyone's just here, man, to race some cool racing cars and just celebrate car racing in Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, since before getting involved with this series, I didn't even know that it existed. And since becoming aware of it and being involved with it here on the English broadcast side, I've grown to really love it. It does have that community feel, that showcasing of a country's racing culture that you don't often see.
It's just
especially
brilliant.
in our part of the world.
Yeah, and it's just some unique series. You know, the thing is, whenever you get into racing, stuff like the Super Eco, Super Compact, it'll pop up. It pops up all the way around the world. What it looks like and what it actually is that you're racing is different everywhere. I know we've got out here in Australia, we've got production cars. You've got improved production cars, which is basically just your street-going cars, just with giant wings and big under trays and stuff flying off it. You've got Hyundai Excel different series, which is effectively just a front-wheel drive, low horsepower cup series is effectively the way about it. But the concept of it is to go racing as cheaply as possible. And I get that vibe here as well.
Yeah, I do as well. The lower categories here certainly bring a lovely, unique run on the way through this event. And then, of course, you work your way up to the Supercar GT3, which is you have amateurs and you have pros competing in the most popular category of motorsport worldwide, GT3, of course, and we've got some fair representation from many different corners of the GT3 space, including a couple of older cars. That's another thing you don't often see in the big GT3 series is someone coming out and running a Lamborghini Gallardo, but here we've got one.
Yeah, and it's it's just a car that's just been called. We've got issues with the Mercedes. We couldn't get it out on track this weekend. I'm still entered. I'm still paid to enter. I'm going to race something. What have we got? And that's what they've come up with. So huge props to the team in and around Douglas Coup and the Viper Netzer Racing. Phenomenal job just to get that car out here and at least go racing with something. So to everyone else around him, be some fun. And we've had an update, by the way, just come through that indeed it was out of fuel for the number 25 from the previous race. So that's Team Boss, by the way. That's Hank Kicks. Did you know that if you've eaten a banana, more than likely it was a banana that come off a Hank Kicks plantation?
Yeah, righto.
That's where he made his fortune. That's where his money comes from.
Huh.
How cool is that? Uses banana money to go car racing.
That's amazing. I love that. Fantastic stuff. Bananas equal motorsport. I mean, you can make your money to get into motorsport from just about anywhere, but if you're feeding the world with a staple fruit, I think that's honourable.
I would agree. And
we get things ready to go here. Off we go on the formation lap. And it is a small field here in the Supercar GT3 category. 7 cars taking to the start. However, should be a very competitive race indeed. Looking back once more at the Chang International Circuit, that wide entry into the turn 3 hairpin, which is one of the prime potential overtaking opportunities on the lap. But interestingly enough, it's not the only place around the circuit that we've seen some really solid passes today. So now we find our way through to the upper spec of the Ventus F200 tyre, thanks to Hankook, official tyres of the Thailand Super Series. And we'll find our way through shortly to our grid of 7 cars getting ready to start this race. It's going to be another dual driver setup here, with 60 minutes on the cards, plus 1 lap after the timer hits 0. As they make their way into the final sector, some very aggressive tyre warm-up here from the Audi. They know exactly what they need to do to make their way through to this and try their best for victory. Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng at the wheel of that number 37 Audi in second place, but Akash Nandi is going to take to the start in the number 62. The Be Quick Racing Team Audi behind the safety car. Those are your top 2 then, and then we have Vorovud taking it to the start in the 3rd place car. 4th place, Petey at the wheel. Sack at the wheel of the 5th place car. Henk Kick starting the 6th place Audi, the number 27, which he's driving with Marcus Winkelhock. And then Douglas Koo rounding out the field in the Lamborghini Gallardo, the unplanned Lamborghini Gallardo appearance here today. Very basic car, just a black livery with some highlights. And here we go, Scott. Double file coming into the final sector. We're getting ready to go for this race.
yeah, indeed we are. Here it is. It's what you've all been waiting for. Might only be 7 cars, but be prepared for racing action. Thailand Supercar GT3. 2 Audis make up the front row. 2 Honda NSXs on row number 2. The BMW, another Audi, and the Lamborghini to bring up the rear end of the field. Qualifying this morning, completely different conditions. Now the circuit. And indeed, it looks like it's a little bit overcast at the moment because those shadows have not lengthened as they cut their way down the front straight away. Lights ablaze as we go green flag racing for your Supercar GT3 field. And around the outside, Sandy Stuvik's going to sweep through and take the race lead.
Brilliant move by Sandy Stuvik to get that one done. Akash Anandi flashing the lights at him, trying to unsettle him here on the first lap. The NSXs now doing battle with the second of the Be Quick Racing Audis, who tries around the outside of the BMW that Jesse Krohn's going to be taking the wheel of later on. A few changes throughout the field as they have already made their way down to turn 3, and the Be Quick Audi is back in the lead of the race. This is going to be a very tight battle between these 2 identical machines.
Yeah, clearly an issue with the cold tyres as they got down there. Is that Hank Kicks running really, really wide as they run down through turn 4? But Akash Nandi's got control of the field at the moment. The Malaysian driver will be partnering with Ashan Piros, a Sri Lankan driver, as well. So, a little bit to work for here for those 2 guys as Stuvik will follow him all the way down through. How good is this ride along on board? You can just see from Stuvik the amount of wheel work that he's trying to put in. Cold tyres, trying to get some grip through the rear end of the car. I tell you what, he just rides those dash lights all the way through third gear in turn 10 and turn 11, right up to the rev limiter, and it is close to the end of third gear right there. Voravud Birambakti slotted into third place, and Pity Birambakti will be out of fourth. And Sack will be out of fifth in the BMW. Hank Kicks, final of the Audis, and Douglas Koo to bring up the rear of the field.
Yeah, solid first lap in the Supercar GT3 race here. Have to be careful on the way into the third turn here. The track widens up so much on the way in. It's one of those sort of modern venue style hairpins where it widens on the way into a very sharp apex, and the actual line through the corner is what would usually be considered a late apex. So definitely brings up a lot of potential for passes, but for now, already on lap 2, and people are getting into their rhythms coming through the middle sector of the circuit. But those two Audis are skipping away from everyone, and they only got eyes for each other right now.
Yeah, in the meantime, they're going to be trading laps back and forth. It'll be the two NSXs that'll have the goal of hunting each other down. Indeed, the teammates, it was PTB run back to won race number 1 from this circuit all the way back at the start of the year. So many months ago in the first outing of the Honda NSXs, new to the series for this year. And they have seen a host of success. And Reese, get your touch wood ready, because I was just about to say how well they've done behind the wheel of that number 12 car in terms of leading the championship in the Honda NSX, running it for the first time. Stuvik adjusting something on the wheel there, so I'd say that traction control maybe reaching for a little bit less now that the tires are up to temperature.
Oh, yeah, could be brake bias as well, maybe. Have to wait and see on that. He certainly had to deal with a bit of understeer there in turn 1, so maybe he'll have to dial it back a bit around the rest of this circuit. For now, things are definitely in the hands of Akash Nandi. He's brought down a really good Sector 1, but apparently not quite as good as Sandy Stuvik's. Yeah, Stuvik has lost out a bit in Sector 2, but again, the pace between those top two cars, very close indeed. It's only about a tenth or so at best that separates them.
But if you remember back to qualifying 2 earlier on in the day, we said the lap time was made out of the quicker cars that all come in the first sector. And the quickest cars across the course of the lap were a couple tenths faster in Sector 1, and they just didn't lose it across the rest of the lap. So they were really trimmed out, or they were just getting a supreme exit off of turn 1. Could even be the final corner as well with that momentum on the run down to turn number 1. It's just sort of accentuated.
Yeah, the slippery cars in a straight line when it comes to GT3 usually seem to do well here at Buriram. But now, the 91 still trying to chase down PT Birambakti in the number 12 machine, and the 27 as continuing to keep itself in a good position here in 6th place. Douglas Koo has unfortunately fallen behind and is nowhere to be found when we're looking at the top 6, but regardless, he is still out there, and he's still keeping the pace up to a reasonable level. Henk Kicks, for the time being, trying his best to chase down the number 91. Not having much luck for the time being, but things could change when we get further towards the pit cycle. There is Douglas Koo there in the number 65. And once again, it is awesome to see that he was able to get out there and race despite the problems with the usual Mercedes that he drives. It's been a minute since I've seen a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3,
Ooh.
but yeah, what was
You
that?
saw that
Did he
as
run
well.
over a marble or something?
I'm thinking that's what it was. Just
Yeah.
from where it came out of the rear end of the car, I assume it was a marble. Whether or not it came off one of the tires or actually it just shot through underneath the car. Didn't look healthy, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of bumps in that braking zone as well, so the effect might have been exaggerated a little. Hard to tell, but at the very least, Douglas Koo keeps his cars safe. We'll see if that ends up harming him any later on. For now, the 62 still leading the way here with Sandy Stuvik in hot pursuit. And in terms of lap time, well, it's definitely with Akash Nandi at the moment. 1:36.9 on the previous lap versus a 1:37.4 for Stuvik.
Yeah, and racing action. So for those of you watching along at home, you sort of be going, what's the deal? Why is there such a spread in car times at the moment? And the reason is this is the AM drivers that are out at the moment. A mix of AM, Pro-Am, drivers behind the wheel. And in race 1 of the weekend, the AM drivers start. They also do qualifying. In qualifying number 1, qualifying 2, they hand it over to the pro drivers. And the top 5 cars in the pro session were covered by 0.5 of a second. So there's absolutely nothing between them. However, given that we have Marcus Winkelhock, platinum-rated driver in the field, we have Carlo Van Dam, gold-rated driver, and I believe Jesse Kroner's also a platinum-rated driver in the BMW as well. So we have pit stop times that reflect that. Effectively, balance of performance is done within the pit stops. You win a race, you'll also have yourself a longer pit stop, 15-second longer pit stop. Second place will get you an extra 10 seconds, and third place will get you 5 seconds across the duration. So one of the ways they balance out these cars, and indeed the 2 driver pairings, is with the pit stops to bring the racing back together. So you will see a fair field spread in this first half of the race. Once we get to 35 minutes on that clock in the top left-hand corner of your screen, and at the start-finish line, pit lane window will open.
And it'll be on us before we know it. Every other race that's done the 60 minutes plus 1 lap format, I've looked up at the time and thought, oh, okay, already we're at half an hour to go. There's been so much action to talk about throughout these races.
It's like 5 minutes later and they're waving the checkered flag.
Yeah. It's just so much to dissect, you know?
It's just been brilliant today. We were just saying off air, and we were having a conversation with our producer in the background, and he said the same thing. Geez, the racing's been good today. And we've said that about every race that we've come across. You know, it's often on cards like this that you sort of get one race or something where it just sort of spreads out and there's not a whole bunch happening. It's not been that today. There's just been so much drama and unexpected mishaps cycled in. It's been awesome.
Ooh. All right, Akash. Sorry, no, not Akash. That was Henk that unfortunately went beyond track limits ever so slightly. Speaking of mishaps, there's been plenty of warnings and penalties flung about for exceeding track limits. So I would hope that we don't see too much of that here in the GT3 race. Obviously, they're not racing each other as hard at the moment as drivers in other categories with bigger grids have had, so I think there's a bit less pressure on them.
Yep. There's a fair bit to handle with, and there's an update coming out of, I believe it was one of the cars from the GT4 field, and in fact it would have been, out of the GTM GT4 race, which was on just before. Also the 39 has been called to race control after the race, so whether or not they were looking back through the pit lane. Generally, when it's something like that, and we didn't see any on-track infringements, I would hazard a guess that's perhaps something in the pit lane. Could be unapproved people. There was somebody wandering around in the pit lane with a shirt off earlier. Believe me, it's hot over in Thailand. I've got sympathy for them. But I did see somebody in the back of one of those shots that was actually in the pit lane walking back into a garage with a shirt off. And I would say that's a no-no.
Yeah, I'd imagine so too, because you know you're around cars that use very volatile fuel, and there's always the potential for fires. You need to obviously have fire protective equipment when you're out in the pit lane as well. These are the sorts of things that you have to consider when you're working at a motorsport event.
Yeah, and it'll come down to generally for those sorts of infringements, they won't be punished on track. It could be a fine, it could be a reprimand. They'll be punished away from the track such that the team cops the brunt of it, but not the car. So the car doesn't lose its fault there, if that is the case, because whereby it's a minor breach. There's a couple ways to think about this, and something I was taught very early on when I was around motocross events was duty of care and negligence. So and the big thing is, if there was a duty of care owed, i.e. you had something to, you pretty much somebody was owed a responsibility by somebody in the know to say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that for these safety grounds, then you've got to go and look after them. But it doesn't matter unless something bad happens. So whenever you're around, if I was to ever come out and hang out with you, race and take you to a racing track, and I still held my official's license, which I did when I was 16, I picked up my scrutineer's license. I think I picked up my level 0 coach's license at the time from memory. I would have a duty of care to keep you safe and keep you aware of all the potential things around any motocross track in the country. But provided nothing ever happened, well then I had a duty of care to you, and I should be aware of that, and I should be improving upon that. But provided nothing happened, there should be no fine, there should be no issue. So that's duty of care versus negligence.
Yeah.
So I would say it's one of those sorts of things. Nothing happened out of it, but we definitely have to make you aware of that this was a safety.
Yeah, and try your best to avoid having it happen in the future.
It was really interesting, and I questioned it when I was 16 and young. So what? Now I've got to look after everyone when I go to a racetrack. Yeah, you do. You've got a responsibility. So.
Yeah, I mean that's something that that I didn't often think about in the early days, coming from the online racing world and not really being around real world motorsport all that much. Is you really do have to consider that when you're conducting a motorsport event, no matter what role you're in, it's literally people's lives that are in your hands. You know, we're strapping ourselves into these machines that weigh a lot of that they have a lot of mass behind them. They travel at high speed, and they're powered by often a pretty volatile substance. And so you do need to take very good care of everyone who is involved with the event, and make sure that nobody gets hurt. And if there's even a slight violation, it has to be called out. It has to be worked on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, they say that regulations are written in blood, right? And that's truer for motorsport than just about anything else.
And safety policy and procedure starts at the lowest. Like you got to start from the grassroots level and get it right there, because once you start people working the right way, well, you're good going further up. And common sense is the least common thing. Funny that.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it was just one of the really, really interesting things. I really like the legal implications of it as well. Like it's just, okay, I don't like the legal implications. That came out wrong, but it was just really interesting to think about the legal implications moving forwards. But yeah, that's what it's sort of built upon, really. So, yeah, that's safety at work from all. That's coming from grassroots. I'm not sitting here saying I was scrutineer at a national title or anything. Well, that's local. That's grassroots level. But that's how it starts. That's how you build it and work on it. Just training your officials properly from the get-go, training your race teams properly from the get-go.
Absolutely. Well, that is the first quarter or so of this race complete. And thus far, the number 62 is still the quickest out there. This BMW still working hard at trying to catch up. Has to be said, though, the car in front of them, of Piti Bhirombhakdi, running a very quick lap. In fact, their fastest lap of the race, 138.8. So I get the feeling BMW might be losing a bit more time in the next few laps. Checking back in with the 27 as well. Running solidly. Henk Kicks has kept that car safe, kept it going forward nicely. And I mean, he is dealing with a gap of about 16 seconds to the car ahead, yes, but at the end of the day, as long as you're able to bring it home in one piece for Marcus to take over, then you've done enough. See how big those marbles are. Goodness, did you see that when he ran over that? I mean, we're approaching the end of a full day of racing here, so there's been plenty of rubber laid down on the track, plenty of marbles being flung out from all the categories that have been racing and qualifying so far today. I'm surprised that there aren't more of them out there.
Putting the document up as well to talk about our provisional pit stop lengths for our Supercar GT3s as well at this point in time. So longest pit stop in the field is going to be 130 seconds. Remember, this is pit lane entry line to pit lane exit line, so it doesn't include the stop itself. It's just sort of, sorry, it does include the stop itself, but they don't track the stop. All that matters is that you spend 130 seconds from the entry line to the exit line. This will pop up on our timing. So that'll be for 2 cars. It's both of our race leaders, actually, by the way. So Akash, Nandi, Esteban Pierres get plus 40 seconds for a silver and silver rated combination. Sandy Stuvik and Deng Yi, also silver and silver rated combination. So 130 seconds for both of those guys. Vorovud Biranbaki, next car down in the 89 entry. So I might just share my screen to Discord so you've got a copy of those as well, Reese, just to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely.
Will be we're looking at Vorovud Biranbaki, and he's bronze rated alongside of Carlo Van Dam's gold rating, so they're 117 seconds. So they're actually the second shortest pit stop of the entire field. So they're going to gain a heap of time here. So effectively 13 seconds is the margin they're going to gain in pit stop, and they're about 13.2 seconds off the race lead at the moment. So pretty close to neutral. Biranbaki is the next one we're looking for, 128 seconds. They won the last race. So they're bronze and silver rated pairing. So they picked themselves up an additional 23 seconds over the basic top time of 90 seconds. Plus 15 seconds for the race win last time out. So they're at 128 seconds. They'll only gain 2 seconds to our race leading pairing, and they'll lose about 11 for Vorovud. Biranbaki sits in third. 91 machine finished third last time out. They've got 122 second lane time. Jesse Crone, gold. I thought he might have been platinum. I got that one wrong. He's actually gold rated by the FIA standings. And Hank Hicks and Marcus Winkelhock bronze platinum is 28 seconds. They're 118 seconds stop.
Right, so the end of all of that is Douglas Koo is granted the shortest pit stop time of all, and I think it'll nonetheless still be a bit difficult for him to stay in touch with the rest of them with the pace that he currently has. Well, the pit window should be opening rather soon. Looks like 27 minutes past the hour, or just about 28 minutes past the hour. So in around about 8 minutes time is when we will see the first drivers come into the pit lane. And I guess a blessing is that the GT3 cars here, I believe, don't have a fuel tank restriction, so they won't have any problems on fuel like the number 25 car did in the race just gone.
Yeah, and they don't require any filling up, so it should be more than enough fuel. Plus, you'd also add extra for formation lap, and your cool down lap at the end of the race as well. And you always estimate high.
Yeah, you have to. You don't know what the ultimate pace is going to be or how many laps specifically you're going to complete within the hour. And remember, you do have to add a lap to that as well for the full race distance. So overshooting a little bit on fuel is fine. It's often better to take a slightly worse finish than no finish at all.
In the meantime, race lead still held down by Akash Nandi at this point in time. And a reminder that they're going to be neutral with Sandy Stuvik and Deng in behind them. 2 all-round silver combinations in the field.
Yeah, very good pairings in a lot of these cars here. Keeping an eye on sector times to see if anything is changing. I mean, the pace does seem in the favor of this leading car, particularly in Sector 2. Sector 1, only 0.02 of a second difference between our top 2 cars, but then they gathered up another 0.2 or so in the second sector, did the number 62. So that is where a lot of their time is coming from, a 137.3 versus a 137.5 for the chasing Audi of Sandy Stuvik. Regardless, some great talent on display, and still plenty more to come after the pit stop cycle. I think we're at the point now where we're just waiting for the pro drivers to take over and see if anything happens. Any variants that can be introduced by a pit stop or something like that can turn a race completely on its head, as we've seen multiple times today.
Just see as well, keeping our eye in the background, Reese. You notice that the sun's really come off the circuit now. And it's starting to get a little bit darker. There is actually track lights around here, which they'll probably be using a little bit later on. But yeah, that temperature's really starting to come out of the track now. So should see the session should continue to improve towards the back end of this one.
Yeah, and I remember in qualifying, I get the feeling the instability that we saw from the NSXs in qualifying might have just been down to light fuel load potentially, because you know they have a more rubbered-in track now. It's seen a bit more sunlight. It's at a reasonable temperature, and these things just look planted now. They look smooth.
Yeah. So a little bit of a twitchy setup. But tomorrow they'll be running during similar conditions as well, Reese, which is worthwhile late afternoon. So heat will come out of the track, and tomorrow's supposed to be a touch cooler. Maximum predicted temperature at 26, and it's 27 out there now. So about this time tomorrow should be about, what, 25, 24 air temperature, so a couple degrees cooler. Looking at probably a touch less humidity. And then about this time tomorrow, 26 km/h wind. So, whereas at the moment, 24 km/h. So it's a touch less windy. It was really windy earlier on, and actually it's supposed to get windy again here tonight. So I expect that breeze to pick up a little bit, perhaps before we're done with our D2 super pickups. Actually, before the end of the evening, because we've got them to come after this.
Yeah, the calm is with us at the moment, though. Checking back in with Douglas Koo here, and looks like he's about to get lapped potentially. Of course, this is an old car, the Lamborghini Gallardo, so it's not quite up to the standard of the more modern, more current GT3s that are usually racing in the series. I saw another few marbles being flicked off the back axle there, but Douglas, obviously a veteran himself, the oldest driver in the field, as you mentioned before during qualifying. It's good to see him out there.
And a veteran of Asia Le Mans starts as well. He's competed in a variety of different categories over the years as well. He's just a big race car fan, realistically. Is that another chunk of marbles that shot out the back there? Might just be a chunk of marbles down the track. I wonder whether or not the older, this variant of the Gallardos perhaps picks up and patches some of the marbles up and around the rear axle.
Yeah, I'm looking now as the pit window is officially open. So we will see drivers come in very shortly. Yeah, I've been looking at that Lamborghini whenever we've been focused on it, and it just seems to have a tendency to throw up more marbles around. Well, just in time for that, in comes Hank Kicks, and well, I wouldn't be surprised that they are the ones who come in first. When your teammate's Marcus Winkelhock, you want to get him in the car as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Tell you what, punts the pit board out of the way as well. Good job, Hank. Time to hand it over.
Marcus waiting for the seat insert, I believe.
Yeah, let the pro driver go to work. It's time for Winkelhock to get things done. Through comes the race leader. Denny Stuvik's also going to dive into the pit lane, hand on over to Yidang, and release him to go out and attack this circuit in anger.
We're waiting for, it looks like the NSXs have come in as well. Both Vorovud and Piti Birambakti making their way into the lane. And so Carlo and Kantasak will find their way into those cars respectively, pitting together, working like clockwork this thing.
Look at how close together they are on the pit lane entry as well. So that margin closed back up at the end of that stint as well.
Look at that. Beautifully synchronized.
Like it was planned. Now in comes the 91 entry as well. This will be Sack handing over to Jesse Crone.
All these
they're
pit
going to
stops.
do tyre changes as well, Reese, at the front end of the NSX. So that's... No, they're going to do it on both ends of the car. Are they just doing left-hand side tyres, I think?
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. Oh, they're going around the other side of the car, though. Difficult to tell from this angle. But if I were to change... I mean, it's difficult to tell, really, as the 27's stop is completed and Marcus Winkelhock emerges onto the circuit here in the Be Quick Racing car. It's difficult for me to figure out exactly which tires are the best to change around here, because yeah, it's a clockwise circuit. It's obviously mostly right hand turns, which means you're putting more load and wear through the lefts, but some of the most extreme corners around here are left-handers where the rights get a real workout. So I don't know, what do you do?
New change rule for Jesse Crone, tightening the belts at the moment before he'll fire up Team AAI BMW. Waiting on instructions for their pit stop. Out comes Yi Deng, now behind the wheel of the 37 win here. Audi.
And out come the NSXs as well. All right. Number 89 out first. Be followed very shortly by Kantasak, who's taken over the number 12, and it looks like that stop's taking a bit longer for that car. Crone's right behind them.
Well, remember, they've got to do effectively a 2 minute and 8 second stop in the 12 car. They've done 2:11, so they've lost 3 seconds there. The 91 had to do 2 minute and 2. They've done a 2 minute and 3, so they've timed that one really, really nicely. What about Hank Kicks? Yeah, minute 118 seconds. They did a minute 59, so that's bang on for them. They're a second over that mark. You want to be a second over, don't you? You don't want to be a second under. Carlo Van Dam behind the wheel now. 117. So again, minute 58. Perfect for them. We're just waiting, I think, on Douglas Koo and Akash Nandi to come in.
Yep, that's all we need to go through then. Actually, potentially, I don't think Douglas Koo has come in yet.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, okay, so we're just waiting on those two cars. Well, Koo isn't too far away from running near pit lane, so we'll see if he elects to come in here. The pit window is going to close in about 4 minutes' time, so definitely keep an eye out for that. Two laps worth of time, maybe even 3, depending on where you are on the circuit, left to make your way into the lane. Crone right on the back of Kantasak. As things stand, he's gotten right into the rhythm in this BMW. In comes Douglas Koo.
So we're looking for a 98-second stop time from Douglas Koo.
Yep, shortest in the field, being a single driver. So we keep an eye on Jesse Crone, see what he can do to find his way past Kantasak here. He just came out of turn 3, and this is the place in qualifying where the NSX didn't seem the most comfortable of cars, while the BMW just looks smooth and collected the whole way around. You can see he's right on the bumper now.
Yeah, and he'll have to be careful because he needs to get this done as soon as possible. Or else he's going to start overheating those tyres in the dirty air. Tell you what, the lights on the front end of that BMW are quite bright, aren't they? So he'll be very wet. He just picked up some dirt on the inside of Jesse Crone, trying to chase that car and look for a little bit of margin. Well, that's what Candice Akasiri was looking for. Now he's stuck in the dirty area and he's got that work to do all over again and clean that tyre off.
Yeah, a lot of work left to do here. Kantasak is starting to struggle, I think, a little bit with the front end. You saw him wiggle just a little bit into the braking zone there. Jesse Crone's going to have to reset and try and find the pace back here. Just wait for those marbles and dust to wear off the tyres, and then he can attack once more.
Yeah, you can just see the heat haze coming up from around that car as well, so they are absolutely pressing on this. Douglas Koo out to what, 98 seconds will be minute 38. He's at minute 39. Waiting on one more car to come into the pit lane, 62 entry. So everyone else is clean on pit lane entry to exit. They've got 2.5 minutes to get that car in and get that car out. So it'll be end of this lap, you would expect.
Yeah. If they don't come in, then they've really missed a trick. Fastest sector 1 on this lap for the number 12 Acura NSX. 23.3, and everyone else has been running more sort of mid 23 times, apart from that BMW.
Yeah, quickest in a straight line at the moment to the BMW, but they do have a little bit of a draft offering them some assistance. 248.5. Remember, they're on the 250s during qualifying as well, so that's heavy versus light fuel loads.
Indeed, and Carlo Van Dam currently quickest car on track. The last lap from them, 136.529 or 629, sorry. Quite magnificent pace. Best lap of the entire race is in fact that. So now that the pro drivers are in the fold, starting to see what these cars can really do.
Yeah, Carlo Van Dam is certainly going after it at the moment. 14 seconds back from our race leaders at the moment. He's got some work to do if he's going to be able to go and hunt them down. That's a big margin, though. That will be just about impossible. And there's the 62 entry. 1 minute on the clock to get the pit lane service done. And we're looking for an entry to exit time in the 62 of 130 seconds or 2 minutes and 10. And Zach Andy will hand over to Eshan Pieris.
Yeah, Pieris in there and getting his teammate out of the car. Got the seat insert ready to go. Of course, they can afford to take their time a little bit with all of this. Plenty of work to do on the car, and they have their minimum pit stop time left to run through. But be expedient, be efficient with your work, and you'll be ready to go when the time is right. Battle is heating up once again between Countess Akasari and Jesse Crone. Crone's managed to find his way back to the back of the NSX, but when he came up on him last, it was around this section of the circuit that they found themselves in a bit of strife. Doesn't look to be the case on this lap. The BMW is back on pace as the pit window finally is closed. We have a mere less than 25 minutes remaining.
So we're going to wait about a minute from now. They can cross the pit lane exit line. That 62 car. So where are these guys? Well, they're on the run down to turn 3. And the problem with that is that I reckon it's going to be about another 10 seconds down the road as well, which puts, again, right on top of Yi Dang. But here comes the fight as Jesse Crone moves to the outside. Carlo Van Dam wanted to give him no space, and nearly they both didn't pull the cars up down at turn 3. And the drive off again. Carlo Van Dam hangs on for another lap.
That's the number 12 Akantasak there up ahead of Jesse Crone, giving him a really good race. Both of them clambering over the entry curb, coming into the end of Sector 2. The timing line between Sectors 2 and 3 is around about here. And then you find yourself constantly setting up for the next corner. Both of them will be concentrating on that final run to the last corner as jumping in the number 62 now, Eshan, and out on track still well in the lead for them, and what a gap it has turned out to be.
That's the margin.
Yeah, a little bit better than it was, eh?
Yep. But they're going to have to go through a time warm-up. Because if you think about it, well, Yi Deng's been out there for a couple laps, and the times did dip a little bit. So the pace fell off whilst the tyres were sort of coming into pressure and the drivers were adjusting themselves. By the way, new fastest lap of the race. Marcus Winkelhock goes ahead and sets a 1:36.284.
And he follows it up once again. Man, you can always count on Marcus Winkelhock to go fast, as that looks like it. Oh, I thought for a second that was a bit deep for Kantersak. He's starting to feel the pressure from Jesse Krohn here.
But he's not cracking. You notice that, Reese, as well. He's just taking a regular entry down at turn 3. It looks like he's deep from the camera shot, but he's pulling it up totally fine, and he's covering really, really nicely. He's not overly covering either. He's not aggressively diving down the inside, as we've seen from some of the smaller capacity classes thus far. He's just current a difficult spot, break it, pull it up nicely, drive it out the other side. He's doing a really good job.
Yeah, this is a very admirable effort from Kantersak, especially from a driver like Jesse Krohn, who's had some. I mean, the racing resume of Jesse Krohn is quite impressive.
Just had a quick look because there was one pit stop that we hadn't seen yet. You just need to keep an eye on it. How's this for Actors, the other 62 team? You need to do a 2 minute and 10 second pit stop. They did. 2 minute and 10 second pit stop.
Excellent. They run a very tight ship there at Be Quick Racing Team. Things have worked out very nicely for them so far. But they do still have to get the tyres warmed up. They should be almost where they need to be for now. The gap ultimately is down to just 2 seconds between themselves and Yi Deng. As they watch on in the garage and see that the gap is starting to come down a little more. And wow, looking at the sectors on this lap, that is round about 3 or 4 tenths in Sector 1. It's nearly 6 tenths in Sector 2. So there's some kind of comeback that's happened here from Yi Deng.
Remember, tyre temperature. That's the big key. So Pieris is still bringing those tyres up to temperature, whereas Yi Deng is probably reached about where he wants the pressures to be at about now, and then it's just going to start going away from him again from here on in. So you sort of two drivers at the different phases of the tyre. In fact, this next lap I'd expect should be Ashton Pieris' best of the session. Should be.
We'll keep our eyes on the timing screen for that one. We'll start to see potentially some lapped traffic coming in very shortly. Thought I saw flashes of Douglas Koo on his way through there to turn 3, and there he is up ahead. This may very well come down to lap traffic as well. I mean, there are only 7 cars in this field. However, you still need to be careful that lap traffic doesn't cost you too much time. It can make all the difference.
By the way, in Sector 1, and we'll get the Sector 2 times just here in a moment, is going to be 23.385 for Yi Deng. He took 2 tenths of a second out of the car ahead. Guess what? Lap traffic just in the way, 4 tenths of a second. They've managed to take out a race leader in sector number 2. So Ashton Pieris, well, at white and blue Audi with filling the mirrors of Akash and Andy in the first half of the race. Here we go as well. It's on once again. Gee, these two can't get away from each other for 3rd overall.
Yeah, that's defensive there from Kantersak, but Krohn half thought about trying around the outside of the turn there. It's difficult though, because that's actually 2 left-handers that they went through there, separated by a very short straight. You almost treat them as one corner, but there's just enough distance between them that you have to treat them as 2 separate turns. So an outside move there isn't always one that works out.
Was that a twitch from the BMW there on the run down into turn 9? He's starting to really push on the tyres, Jesse Krohn. They're going to start asking for a breather here in a few moments. If he's not careful about them. Winkelhock might not have had a quick car in qualifying, but I tell you what, he's consistently setting the timing sheet for light compared to the rest of these guys. He just took 1.5 seconds on the most recent lap out of Jesse Krohn. So I reckon we're going to run out of time at a minute 35. We've got what? Every 2 laps is about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. We're going to have about 7 laps left, and he's about 13.5 seconds back, so it's a bit too far. Just a touch too far, but Krohn's going to have another go.
Yeah, I think what Winkelhock will be counting on is that Krohn has a hard time getting by Kantersak here. And, I mean, we've said it how many times in our sim broadcasts now. The more you run side by side, the more time you're costing each other to the guy who's trying to catch you. So, still isn't completely out of the realms of possibility for Marcus Winkelhock. And I've just seen a notification pop up from race control. Pit stop operation under investigation, but it doesn't say for which car.
No, so they'll be investigating that one further. I tell you what. Yi Dang getting a lot closer. So we've got a race on for all 3 of the podium spots at the moment. So it is certainly coming under a lot of scrutiny for both of these teams.
Yeah, Be Quick watching on in interest as Eshan tries his best to fend off Yi Deng here, and that Audi. Yeah, that blue and white Audi is looking quicker and quicker as the race goes on. I think we're past the point now where difference in tires matters. It's been a few laps since the pit stop. The tires should be up to temperature now. I think Yi Deng is just flat out quicker.
He is. I do believe he is getting held up as well. So he ran 37.115 in the most recent lap, about 900ths of a second quicker. Nearly the full 10th of a second quicker. So they're exceptionally tight between the two of these guys in terms of lap time. Last time by as well for Carlo Van Dam was a 37 flat as well for Kantersak Kasiri. So they're incredibly tight in terms of lap time as well. Sorry, my apologies for, Kantersak. My apologies, Kantersak Kasiri and Jesse Krohn. So they're actually competing for 4th. My apologies. I got that one mixed up. It's Carlo Van Dam's just chilling out in his own at the moment. Very, very comfortable in 3rd spot.
Very comfortable indeed. Just coming up on a quarter race time remaining. Across the start-finish line, the lap times work out to be well in the favor of neither of them at this stage. 136.9 for our leader, 137.0 for the chasing car. And this time it's Kantersak who's the quickest car on this lap, 136.7. Not that much faster than Jesse Krohn, as Marcus Winkelhock continues to run times just that little bit quicker than everyone else, but probably not as much of a margin to gain as would be necessary to catch the time up. Regardless,
he's just not out of them, is he?
Yeah, no, yeah, and I think he might just be looking to bring the car home from here. I mean, still got the sister car of the team battling for victory, so either way, it's going to be a good result for Be Quick Racing Team. These are the 2 main battles on the track.
He's still the fastest car on track, so we might be looking to focus on bringing the car home, but I mean, still fastest car on the track, so he is still really throwing the thing around.
I think Winkelhock, being one of the platinum-rated drivers in the field, bringing the car home for him is going flat out for some other drivers. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that's a very fair assessment too.
It's all relative in the end when it comes to talking about speed and talent and what have you. A bit of lap traffic then for the 4th place battle here, and Douglas Koo just avoids getting too much in the way of the battle between Kantersak and Jesse Krohn.
Jesse would have been aware of that, seen that one coming, and just been like, okay, I've got to use this to try and sneak a little bit closer if I can, and set that one up to the lap. The previous lap, was the fastest one for Kansas Series, so he's just set a new fastest lap for that car, and this one's going to be a little bit of effect. Gee, my word, Jesse just about picked the throttle up and turned him.
Starting to get a bit intense here. No opportunity to pass in turn 1. The speed down the back stretch certainly been in the favor of the BMW so far, and it looks like he might be closer than ever to potentially getting it done as Yiden continues to harass the back of the leading car. Defensive again from Kantersak. Does Jesse Krohn have enough to get around the outside this time? No, he does not, but can he convert it into an over-under, a cutback? Not quite. One thing that I have noticed is that NSX is really good at powering out of the corners.
Just the mid corner, so even though he's approaching the corner from the narrower angle, he's just able to rotate it better. And I suppose that's mid-engine versus rear engine, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, sorry, mid-engine versus front engine. So all the weight over, as soon as you try and pick up the throttle, the thing doesn't balance and rotate quite as nicely as the NSX. But at the moment, Kantersak's running on the limit. I think he was a touch wide. I think that might have been just a touch worth of marbles and grip loss at the rear end of that car. But he is making sure Jesse Krohn's got to work for this one.
Oh, for sure. Plenty of work left to be done with 12 minutes on the clock. Which is, we're again in that waiting phase, aren't we? I've noticed the same sort of pattern, even in the more action-packed races today. There has been a pattern of, you know, there's the start, there's that initial flurry of action, then there's a little dip, then the pit cycle comes around, and then there's another flurry of action, and we have to contend with a new state of play, and then the period we're currently in the middle of, that last lull, but there is an undercurrent of tension underneath all of it, and it's just waiting to explode.
Getting close. We are getting very, very close to it happening. And Jesse Krohn finally goes for the switchback. He's been patient. He's waited. And he still just cannot get the BMW underneath the NSX. The critical thing from Carlo Van Dam is he's just not giving him a hole at the middle of the corner, Reese, at all. There is not a BMW width to that apex.
No, there isn't. And the NSX just looks supreme in turn 3. There just seems to be no way that Krohn can match the corner speed of the car there. Just needs to focus like a hawk on the exit of turn 1, and eventually find your way up the inside. Make sure that the NSX cannot get to the apex, I think, is the way that you should go.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you sort of just kind of come off the corner and just park it so far down the inside. Do something different, right? Because he's done the same thing now how many times? And Kantersak's just expecting it. He knows what to do. He already knows it. So now you got to swap things up. And I know when we've been commentating in the past and talked about it, it's generally when you get into these sorts of situations, it's just pulling a trigger unexpectedly and just positioning the car in just a silly spot sometimes. And what it'll do is it'll get the guy ahead, just to look in the mirror, just to move over in a section where they're not sort of expecting you, and all of a sudden that sets the move up. So this move won't be done necessarily. Got the drive this time. He's very quick in a straight line, this BMW. You can just see Kantersak just goes, okay, all the way to the right-hand side of the road. I've got this one covered.
Yeah, and Krohn's just too wide on the entry to maintain the speed there. He tries to translate it into a straighter exit, but there's just not much he can do from here. You've got the twisty infield, and it's defensive again from the NSX. He tries to find a way through middle of the road, switch back, but yeah, just too far back to really make a statement. But maybe he can harass him into making a mistake here.
You just get the feeling that if he was also in a mid-engine car, he'd have had this done by now, because he's definitely quicker, but it's just the attribute different of the two cars. He's not quick enough in a straight line to get the job done on supreme straight line speed. And I think you're right. When you have a look at the turn 3 hairpin, it's a flowy corner. You normally talk about you want to turn in from the widest possible angle. We actually don't, because it's so long of a hairpin. You actually want to get in towards the apex a little bit sooner to narrow up the width of the corner. And the problem is just he's carrying so much speed and trying to get the job done at sort of it's nearly 2 corners chained together, and where he's trying to get the job done, he's just carrying a little bit too much speed in sort of that first third of the corner, and that's the problem he's having.
Yeah, that's the thing about turn 3 here. Yeah, it is a hairpin, but it's not the usual stop-start kind of hairpin that you'd expect. You carry more speed through there. There's a difference in tarmac width on the way through it as well. You have to take that into account as well when you're trying to pick your line.
Yeah, so it's creating some great opportunities, and this is really good race. This is what you consider high-level racecraft. It's a different approach now from Jesse. So he already snuck in a little bit. Yeah, the fronts are going on that BMW now.
It's a shame. But still, on the other side of the coin, a brilliant defense from Kantersak. Has to be said.
Yeah, Kantersak's done really, really well. You're right on that. It's what you're asking for is when you're outmatched in terms of driving talent, it's just force them into bad decisions or just prop them up. And the only way this defense works from Kantersak Kassiri is if he's driven near flawlessly for 20 minutes, and he's done that.
Yeah, put his car in all the right places. Made Jesse Krohn think twice about committing to maneuvers, putting him in positions where there isn't a weak point that he can exploit.
Well,
So
there is a
looks
weak point. That's the problem. So the weak point that I would say Kantersak's exposing, though, is just something that Krohn's not able to take advantage of with the BMW, and that's the difference.
Yeah. Again, relative, because if Krohn was driving a different car, then maybe he would be able to exploit the weak points that Kassiri might have. Well, it looks like potentially Krohn's catching up again. He's got the slipstream, but our lead battle on the left-hand side of your screen is almost over for the time being. That leading car, having pitted later, has slightly fresher rubber than the number 37. So they're able to continue on nicely. Good drive from Eshan to fend off Yi Deng, who, remember, was pretty close to him just a few laps ago.
Yeah, phenomenal job, and he had to sort of just cover through that phase of the tyre. He just, again, same thing. Make Yi Deng have no good decisions. So the only move that he sort of had was to sort of follow. He's just not quite able. And two cars that are quite similarly matched in terms of their outright performance. So for Yi Deng to get the job done, he sort of got to really outclass him somewhere. And the big thing about this circuit is that, yeah, looking in your lower formulas of cars, so you say your super pickups, your ecos, your compacts, it actually creates great racing because those cars can go multiple wide into a whole bunch of different situations, and the slipstream is just so strong. The difference here is the speeds come up a little bit, and actually, as you get into these bigger classes, overtaking becomes much, much more difficult than it is down at the phenomenal racing action, and MotoGP racing action here is phenomenal as well. Because again, lots of narrow bikes fit in multi-wide in a lot of these situations with a lot of runoff area to make those little mistakes and give yourself that ability to. But these bigger, faster cars are trying to carry so much speed that it actually narrows up the running line.
Yeah, that it does. And I think you also have to think about the fact that the GT3 cars have a lot more grip available to them, as Krohn's almost thinking about the inside there. He took a tighter line than he usually does into the hairpin that time. By the same token, Kassiri turned in a little bit later, so not entirely immune is the battle for fourth there. Still got 4.5 minutes left to decide that one. But to go back to my point, the awesome racing we saw earlier today, in between, say, Super Compact and Super Eco, remember, they had slightly less grippy compounds of tyre, particularly Super Eco and the Super Pickups. And that introduces another aspect to what you'd call good racing, in that it's in some ways easier to overstep the limit, but also easier to ride the limit at the very edge, and you know, take advantage of mistakes from others. Fact is, you can't quite do that in a GT3. These are race prep machines. They have properly tuned chassis, traction control, anti-lock brakes, grippy slick tires, what have you. That makes it difficult to really send it because you already know that the other driver is at the very limit of their capabilities.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on how this sort of develops as well. So 3 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be about probably 3 laps left in terms of this one. And whether or not Yi Deng was actually just backing off to maybe cool the tires a fraction. They both ran 37.4s on the most recent laps. There's absolutely nothing between these guys. And again, Peter Bakti, Kenta Kasiri and Jesse Krohn, 36.9, 36.9. So both of those guys have come on really, really strong at the back end of this race as well.
They have. I love how strong the competition has been between these drivers. How the pit stop times have brought these battles back together, and we've seen a great display of the talent we have in this series. Well, across that particular time, it looks like Yi Deng lost 0.2 to Eshan there on that lap, but Kasari and Krohn, both the fastest cars on track that time around, both 36.6s, as you said. So, oh boy, still a couple more minutes of this to go.
How cool is that, too? Fastest lap for both of those cars this late on the piece.
Yeah, it's frankly amazing. Like, they've been able to keep up the grip and momentum while battling each other quite hard. It's always awesome when that happens.
Let me tie it. This is gone really, really well. You can just see Douglas Koo again just electing right out of the way. Good job. Recognizes these guys are coming on through late on in the race. No reason to be fighting it.
Around the right-hander that never seems to end, and trying to accelerate up without inducing understeer through the third last corner out of the penultimate one, which is really just the entry to the straight. And we will have 2 laps to go. Going on to the start-finish line here. Start-finish line comes up very quick there. You basically just exit the final corner, and you're right there. That's the end of the lap. But does Yi Deng have anything in the tank here to try and challenge that number 62 for the win after being so close to them earlier on?
Yeah, it's on here. Still on, and it's going to go all the way down to the line. Jesse Krohn, can he find a fraction more time as well to come back and have another stab at Piti Bakti? Sorry, Kenta Kasiri. Partnership on board. Number 12 NSX. Podium at the moment, barring any dramas, is going to be Eshan Pieris, who take over from Akash Nady drove a fast first stint. Yi Deng and Sandy Stuvik on board the 37 car, and Carlo Van Dam will close it out for himself and for Avu Bakti in the first of the Honda NSXs. Time's now expired, 2 restarts, 1 more lap left to run.
Not far to go. On board with the number 37, and get a really good... Oh, careful. Get a really good sense for how much the circuit's worn in after all of the racing here today. There's rubber all over the curbs at the apexes, but still, there's a lot of potential to overstep the mark, as we saw just a few moments ago. 1 more round of Chang International Circuit to go, and you see just how much Yi Deng is pushing. That car is right on the limit. I don't even think he has traction control turned up all that high, or even on at all. He's it's all down in his right foot, it seems. He's making those micro steering adjustments all the way around.
Yeah. A little bit of understeer, a little bit of oversteer, a little bit of understeer. Trying to drive the car to its limit. Touch inside that, just a touch. The closer you can get it up against that limit. Good exit there from Yideng as well.
Oh yeah, that is good. He's getting closer. Oh, flashing the lights as well. It's on now.
Just a little bit of the mental games on the final lap of the race. Talent Supercar GT3. 8 races before us here. Heading into the final round for 2024. Race number 9 on the season. Tomorrow, the grand finale, race 10. And for these two Audis, they've gone toe-to-toe across 1 hour worth of racing. The final lap, there's just about nothing to separate them. What about these guys? And Carlo Van Dam is going to have a BMW following him home with just about no margin in it. And Krone throws everything at it. Big wiggle on the brakes as they run down through turn 4. Finally gets alongside, gets to the outside of Kawasaki. Runs him out of room. No space on the outside there at turn 6.
But into the final corner comes Eshan in the number 62. And it's by a very slim margin, but Be Quick Racing Team will take victory here today ahead of Sandy Stuvik and Yideng. Still got the battle to decide here between Jesse Krone and Kantasat Kasari. Can the NSX keep the BMW behind? Looks like a reasonable exit for Krone, but he's not far up enough to go for the move. Preemptively defensive from the NSX. Gets right up to him at the apex of the final corner, but there's nothing Jesse Krone can do. A supreme defensive drive from Kantasat Kasari comes to an end.
Yeah, and you can just see how much Jesse Krone threw at him too, because there was nothing left in those rear tyres down the final corner on the last lap there. Gave it his all. Not much he could really do. It was so tight between both of those guys. 0.7 of a second winning margin for Eshan Pieris over Yideng. With how tight that one is, Reese, think about tomorrow. Think about how tight that entire top 5 was in qualifying earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, it was crazy, the times that we saw, how very competitive the field is in this championship. And, well, Akash and Eshan can stand proud knowing that they did the best job out there, but Sandy Stuvik and Yideng should stand proud as well, knowing that they threw everything they could at them. And same for Saka and Jesse Krone, battling with that 4th place running Honda NSX. It's all going to get reset for tomorrow. 136.8 from the leaders there. I mean, they were never quite the outright fastest, but they were both consistent and quick all the way through, and that's what counted here.
Yeah, really good race from, I mean, they come out with the cold tires on, they had to hold them off, and at least, again, ask questions of Yideng. And to be fair to Yideng, took it to them, definitely did ask questions, made sure that Eshan Pieris was going to have to drive an incredibly consistent race. And that's the thing, where was the mistake in that stint? Took him all the way to the line. And again, a single moment changes the outcome of the race. This is what it looked like on the run down to turn 1 on lap 1. And well, it was the 37 machine that did lead the way on the first lap. Ran it a little bit wide, didn't quite carry the momentum that they needed to. When they got to the braking zone down here at turn 3, it all switched back around. Then it was this stint-long fight. Sandy Stuvik would really take it Akash and Andy. These guys would just race back and forth and back and forth. 91 BMW has been rather quick right throughout the year. Jesse Krone would take over the second half of the race for that car. And boy, wouldn't it get exciting in the back half of the racing action. Pit windows open. AM drivers out. Pro drivers in. What could the Winkelhock do?
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the first stint for the car didn't entirely go their way, so Marcus couldn't make as much forward progression as he obviously would have desired. End of the pit stop there for the Lamborghini that Douglas Koo competed in for this round and will continue to compete in tomorrow. And here is the pit stop for the number 62 jumping on out as was wow, a really big run out of pit lane for them, kicking up a lot of smoke. And what a battle it was to the end, both for first place and for fourth place. These two going at it over the final portion of the race, definitely a highlight of the day for me.
Again, it's just that battle over 20 minutes worth of racing, whereby, you know, 1 foot wrong spells the end of the battle. And it's just, you know, phenomenal back and forth. Not a huge deal in it. And out the other side pops the number 62 Audi.
จบไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับ 60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1 รอบนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 นะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับ
And I believe the interview with our race winner is very likely going to be in English. That with Yideng should be in Carlo Van Dam as well. Should also be in English. We'll have 3 interviews on offer for you here for from Goody down in Thailand.
How do you feel to this race?
I feel all right. At least back on the podium and the win in Pro-Am.
Yes.
So we knew it's difficult with the silver pairing if there's no safety car or anything to beat them. But Kundvoravut did a good start, kept the position. Then I still managed to close the gap, but I needed about 50 minutes more.
All right. So let me tell you one thing. I didn't see you in the TV. You had the battle about a be quick and things. Kun Todd. Right there.
Yeah, I was in no man's land.
Okay.
Sometimes it's good.
Okay. Also about พี่จ๊ะครับ
ครับ
โอเคพี่จ๊ะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Lonely race ทั้งคู่เลยขับอยู่คนเดียว
ใช่ครับก็เป็นยังไง
แรกๆก็พอไหว 5-6 รอบแรกแต่หลังจากนั้นนะยางมันลื่นมากสนามมันลื่นมากก็ไม่รู้ทำไมเมื่อวานตอน practice มันดีกว่านี้ครับแต่ก็พยายามพยุงไว้ให้กลับมาให้ทางคาร์โลเขาวิ่งต่อได้
วิ่งต่อครับวันนี้พี่จ๊ะพอใจกับผลงานของตัวเองเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ดีครับดีก็คือเราเป็นชนะ Pro-Am อยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็ไม่ได้ขึ้นโพเดียมมาสักพักหนึ่งแล้วนะครับตั้งแต่บางแสนแล้วใช่ไหมฮะก็ครั้งนี้ก็ถือว่าพอใจฮะพอใจ
ก็แน่นอนพรุ่งนี้ในการคุริฟายก็ถือว่าก็ต้องมีการวางแผนใหม่เพราะว่าเนื่องจากว่าพี่จ๊ะก็จะขับเป็นไม้ที่2ครับพรุ่งนี้อาจจะเหนื่อยหน่อยครับเพราะว่าวันนี้เราใส่ยางใหม่ทั้งคู่เลยครับนะครับก็พยายามจะเอา1 ใน 3เท่านั้นนะครับ พี่จ๊ะ
พรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวว่ากัน
ก็ถือว่าชนะแบบแฮปปี้today
โอเคครับโอเค
ครับพี่จ๊ะฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อย
ก็พรุ่งนี้มันจริงๆมันยังต้องลุ้นแชมป์ใช่ไหมของต๊อดกับแบงค์ใช่ไหมก็ฝากแฟนๆที่เชียร์สิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับแล้วก็เชียร์แบงค์กับต๊อดแล้วก็เชียร์เราก็มาลุ้นกันพรุ่งนี้นะครับมันก็ยังไม่จบแชมเปี้ยนชิพมันยังไม่จบนะครับมันต้องรอพรุ่งนี้ก็มาเชียร์กันครับ
โอเค about you Carlo leave a comment to Thai fans and who support
Well, yeah, obviously it's been great. I've been so many years now here in Thailand Super Series. We get a lot of support from the fans, you know, whether we race Ferrari, Honda. I think our team, we always show a fighting spirit. And I hope everyone watching appreciates it. So we will never give up.
Appreciate you and congratulations again. โอเคครับ
Thank you.
ขอบพระคุณครับแน่นอนนะครับในฝั่งของคาร์โลก็พูดถึงในเรื่องของวันนี้ขับสบายมากนะครับแล้วก็รู้สึกดีกับการที่ขับนะครับแล้วก็สิ่งสำคัญเนี่ยอย่างที่บอกนะครับก็มีเหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นหลายๆอย่างแต่สิ่งสำคัญเนี่ยเราไม่เห็นเขาบนทีวีนะครับเพราะจะมีคู่แบทเทิลกันโอเคเดี๋ยวเรายินดีกันก่อนนะครับในอันดับที่2ก่อน
Well, interview with Carlo Van Dam there out of the Team Singer, Team Thailand, 3rd place entry, number 89. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away for just a few moments, take a quick break. We'll be back with the final race of today's action. The C-Class Super Pickups will be here to close us out. Well, after a long day at the office, it's time for the grand finale of today's racing action. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll come back and do it all again, every class back here and racing once again tomorrow to close us out for season 2024. In the meantime, though, it's time to get settled back, relaxed, because you're about to see probably one of the wildest races you're ever likely to see. The C-Class Super Pickups make for one of the most entertaining races that, look, it's just settle in, get comfortable, and get ready, because you're about to witness some enjoyable racing content, Reese.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Been looking forward to getting back into the truck action after the initial truck race earlier on today. Slightly different class, of course, but I reckon the racing should still be just as good. And we've got plenty of cars still on this grid as well. 22 getting ready to take the start here for the final race of the day.
Yeah. And C-Class trucks, it's wild, it's woolly. You're going to see a lot of cars sliding around. And this is what the truck should look like just about the world over, because if they don't look like this, you're doing it a little bit wrong, is the way that I think about it. Going through the starting grid for this one, number 58 machine of Super Moncol is going to be starting on the front row alongside of Akachat as we cut through in the background, up and down our starting field. And you can see that it's starting to get cooler and cooler and cooler over in Thailand as the sun has really come off the circuit.
Yeah, so should result in a nice cool track. Not much in the way of UV hitting the tarmac here. And with the trucks running the sort of more treaded version of the Hankook tire that was also shared with Super Eco, I think that should turn out to allow drivers to manage the tire temperatures just a little bit better. And we've got one final 12-lap race here to end the day. We saw just how much the tire wear was affecting them in the A and B class trucks earlier today. But now Super Pickup Class C, I think, will be putting a little bit less power to the ground.
Yeah, or at least a little bit less disruptive power to the ground, shall we say. But the thing is, still going to be wandering all over the place. Lap times are going to head out in excess of 2 minutes on the lap. 3 minutes, though, before we will be rolling off on our formation lap for the final class of action today. And in terms of the drivers' standings for our Super Pickups, time to sort of have a little bit of a check-in. And A and B class ran a little bit earlier on in the day. C class drivers are heading out the track. Saranyu in the 54 entry leads the way, half points for both himself and Kittapong. 68.5 points is the margin for championship leaders. They are dead heated, so this race is going to decide who potentially heads into the final race of the season as championship leader. 53 points is our third place driver, Nutapong, in the number 50 machine. And Super Moncol, the driver out of pole position, 52 points, sits 16.5 points off of our championship leader. So an opportunity for him to put some points on the table today. Reese will be a big part of that. And the 54 machine, Saranyu, sits down in 6th spot. The 18 machine, well, on the second row of the grid for Kittapong.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a massive final race of the day here. There's been plenty of drama over the course of the whole day, and it's bled through just about every single category. But curious to note that the Super Pickup A and B class race earlier was basically the one race of the day, aside from Supercar GT3 that's just gone, where the championship leader didn't have some kind of drama. So here's hoping that we have something similar happen for this Class C race. It's certainly going to be fun.
Yeah, that it is going to be. But we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, one more race left to come. Minute warning from the front end of the field. And 12 laps to be the duration before, that is it, we'll wrap them all up. We'll bring them back tomorrow. And there's some hefty cars with a fair bit of damage on them across the course of today. Lisa Kung Kwong I can think of in the Super Ecos. Got a damaged car. Jack Lemva, remember that huge accident in Super Pickup A and B class earlier on today? That was such a huge mark on the door of his car. There'll be a few drivers with work to do to bring their cars back out. The 59 machine, actually, from the Super Pickups A and B class as well. That was a very, very destroyed intercooler at the front end of that car.
Oh, yeah. The front end was practically falling apart. It was leaking fluid all over the place. So hopefully the damaged trucks in A and B class can get fixed by tomorrow's race. We've got on-track action starting at round about 8:50 a.m. Malaysian time, so keep an eye out for that. And we're once again going to be having the Super Pickups racing here tomorrow. Looks like some problems potentially for the number 19 here, getting rolled off the back of the grid. Maybe there's been a starter issue of some description. Either way, the marshals already have some work to do.
Well, that car's right in the middle of the field too, so they're due to start out of 11th spot.
They're taking out the yellow flag there, so looks like they're going to let everybody roll away here as the sky continues to darken at Chang International Circuit. And we'll, I think once everyone's worked their way past, they'll then look at removing the stricken number 19 off the grid there. It's Tirasak Kumsrisuk's car. It doesn't look like it's actually going to go any further forward here.
No, yeah, unfortunately, he's going to be stuck there, and you can see the yellow flags being waved. Try and give all the drivers as much warning as possible. Finally, the sun comes off the circuit in Buriram, and the track temperature and the air temperature starts to die off. Humidity's down to 55%, 26 Celsius at the moment, 5 p.m. in Thailand. And it is starting to really, really cool off, which will be nice here for the fast and flowing first sector.
Absolutely. A reminder, of course, that Super Eco and Super Pickup use the same variety of tyre, but I think the slightly smaller 17-inch rim for this class of Super Pickup. Hankook, of course, supplying all the tyres for
I think it's 17 on the front, 18 on the rear, Reese would.
I see. That makes things a little bit more complicated for the engineers setting these things up, doesn't it?
Or it'll be, yeah, 17 on the rear, 18 on the front. Some combination of there, but I believe, yeah, both of the combinations of rims are in use on each car. It would make a little bit more sense. But in the meantime, this is our starting grid. As you can see, all the way down through 8th spot, there'll be 22 of these machines, which will be trimmed to 21 now that we're going to be losing a car off the back end of the field.
Yep, working our way down towards the back end of the top 15. The times ultimately should be quite interesting to keep an eye on. Who's going to have the best tire? I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. It has been a long day. Who's going to have? Who's going to look after their tires the best? Is what I was trying to say in this brilliant variety of C-Class Super Pickups. Of course, not as sophisticated bodywork as what we saw in the A and B Class race earlier on, but I've never actually seen Class C race before, so this is going to be another new experience for me.
Yeah. Get ready for something. This is certainly something. Shout out to all the fans as well. Thank you very much to everyone who's joined us across the duration of the day, including for our Supercar GT3 category. Just a little bit earlier on, we say big thank you to all the fans that make it possible right around the globe, and we do have a dedicated fan base. It's been a pleasure seeing so many of you back each and every time that we go racing here in Thailand Super Series. So I knew they'd all be back yet again. Always cool to sort of sit around and go, yep, I'm expecting to see more of those guys. We expect to see more of those guys. You know, we've got such a dedicated fan base, which I love.
Yeah, I love it too. Love seeing the same names pop up time and time again. Anytime Thailand Super Series is on. Speaking of fans, got plenty at the circuit at the moment here later on in the day. And there's the cue for them to form up into their 2x2 formation towards the end of the lap here, making their way through the penultimate corner. Question is, when do you get on the power? Who's going to win the race out of turn 1? Is there anyone who's going to have some dramas on the way through like we've seen in quite a few of our categories today? Remains to be seen, but the lights are on, both on the vehicles and on the circuit. And we'll be racing somewhat into the dark here.
Yeah, and just a question that came through from a YouTube chat was, what's the difference between these guys and the guys that we saw a little bit earlier on? License class of the drivers, effectively. The drivers are rated and grouped. So the drivers you saw earlier on were the A and B class drivers, the better, air quotes, the better drivers out of our field. These guys are the C class, effectively the amateurs that are available to us here for the final race here this evening. Lights are going to come on at the front end of the field, and the final race of the day, lights are out. Here we go. Thailand Super Pickup and the grand finale on your Saturday of racing action. Race number 7 for these guys as they funnel down into turn number 1. And 22 Super Pickups try and cut their way through, and have a look at the lights that are on.
Yeah, and further towards the back of the field, you could barely even see them from the big, huge cloud of smoke that arose over the entire field. On board with the number 18 as we find our way into turn 3 for the first time. It is such a difficult corner to get right this, especially in these cars with the amount of oversteer that you're seeing from Kittapong there. But he works his way out, and it seems like he is losing a bit of momentum as there's a further problem here for the number 52. That is Kitsak, that has found himself down there. Was in 8th place, I think. And I'm not too sure exactly what happened. Potentially some contact on the exit of turn 3. But the field making their way through into the 3rd sector now. And unlike the Super Pickup race we saw earlier, there is no one barreling in and creating huge dents in the side of certain machines.
Yeah. And everyone's managed to find their braking markers, feeding on down towards the back end of the circuit now. And it'll be hopeful that they all make their way through this sector of the track as best as they possibly can. The back end of the day. A few technical gremlins creep into the broadcasters have crept into everything else across the duration as well.
Yeah, indeed. We'll still try to bring you the action as best we can. Akachat Miprom is still leading the way here at the end of the first lap, but he doesn't have any of the best sectors so far. Best sector 1, actually, 26 of Tasanai Jaimun. Best sector 2 is Supamongkol Depech, who's running in 2nd place right now. And best 3rd sector is Tasanai Jaimun, who is currently running down in the further reaches of the top 10. So looking pretty close for the time being. We do apologize for the technical issues. The stream is having a couple of issues for the time being, but I can tell you that it is on for the lead. 2/10 or so in it for the lead of the race.
Yeah, incredibly tight. Up at the pointy end of the field. 0.2 of a second, and there we go. It looks like we might just finally have that feed stabilizing, coming back to us. So Akachat leads the way from Snooper Monkol at the moment, from Saranu, Surudet, Pakon. That was as they crossed the timing line when they got down to the end of Sector 1. And will it change hands down the inside at turn 5? Yes, it looks like it will.
That was quite the move there. Finding his way through into the final sector of the circuit, battling between the number 55, did I see? Or is that the bit rate messing with me?
It was 35, I believe, was Surudet. Around goes the 82 machine, down towards the tail end of the field. Crid, Prayad Soup at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I'm not sure if actually it looks like Tirasak in that number 19, who we saw being wheeled away, has actually managed to start the race. So whatever was going on with that machine, they've managed to fix it, and they're back out there down in 20th position. So here's hoping they'll be able to get a finish from here at least. Man, it is getting dark out there now, isn't it?
Yep.
As the number 58 continues to defend the position here, but has to lose the position ultimately to Arnapap Stricklang. And man, Super Mongol is moving his way even further down the field there.
Yeah, slowly drifting further and further back. And don't forget, in terms of point standings, Saranyu from Kittapong both on the same points at the 68.5 for your championship. Nurapong and Super Mongkol and Agachat round out your top 5. And the only drivers at the moment that are still really in championship contention, the top 4. So Agachat, even though he sits 5th, is not really in contention. Issue for the 52 car would be Kitasak. I wonder whether or not that might even be a black smoke warning for that car.
You know, there's two possibilities considering everything we've seen today. Either it is a warning for smoke or it's a warning for track limits. Because there we go. It's a track limits warning. As there's a big problem for the 77. Meanwhile, that's Arnapap Stricklang, who we saw falling down the order a little bit before, and I'm not too sure what's gone wrong there. But it seems like maybe contact, considering, I don't know, the bumper kind of looked a bit loose from my perspective, but we'll have to wait and see on further confirmation there.
So we're going to update on that one, I'm sure, as the race progresses. In the meantime, 34 versus 35, 2 cars out at the head of the field. Agachat from Suradet at the moment leads the way, and Suradet trying to rotate that car and get drive down, but they're hanging on to things. 1:58.256 on that lap is the fastest lap of the race for Suradet. Can he hang on to the pace? Remember, lights ablaze out and around this racetrack because it is heading into the evening. It is currently 5:41 p.m. local time in Thailand, and have a look at the rear end of the car in the background all the way out of turn 1. Bit of a wiggle on.
Absolutely hanging the tail out. I did see that second notification that car 77 has also gotten a warning for black smoke. So I don't know if it was a mistake, the track limits warning, and it indeed was black smoke, or they're being warned for both track limits and black smoke, which would not be ideal.
Could be both. In the meantime, keep your eyes on. There's the 19 truck cutting his way back through. So Tirasak did get back out there and has managed to overtake a number of cars in and around himself at the moment. I just see Super Mongkol, his most recent lap time, 2:18. So he is definitely having some sort of issue or drama with that one, whether or not he got it back rolling. He sits, or at least he was 10th last time he went through a timing sector.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, that last lap for Super Mongkol. Car 12 also receiving a warning for black smoke there, and that looks like a loose net on the window there. That could potentially be a hazard. He's also dragging something along the bottom there. I think maybe the exhaust pipe has fallen off a mounting or something like that. Car 58.
It's okay from the other angle, so whatever was dragging seems to have resolved itself now. And that window net, that'll be bothering him right next to him as well, particularly if it flaps back and forth and wraps him on the shoulder. Won't be too happy about that. 9 more laps left to go. Will become 8 laps left to run as we pass the start-finish line for Akachat. Starting to build a little bit of a margin. He now goes ahead and steals fastest lap at the race. Goes to a 1:57.385. And finds a little bit of time to pull ahead of Suradet. Saranyu moves his way into 3rd spot. But at the moment, being caught by that number 12 car pack on, although he'll have to be careful about the smoke coming out the rear end of the 12.
Yeah, certainly will. I mean, you don't just have to deal with darkening skies. You have to deal with an awful lot of diesel smoke that comes off the competitors. So, visibility at a premium at the moment. The number 12 still keeping up in the battle for 3rd place. Could potentially turn off that indicator. And see the big cloud of smoke there on the exit of the final corner as the number 19 of Tirasak has found his way up into 13th place. Not bad for a car that we saw being taken care of by the marshals at the start of the formation lap.
Well, still cutting his way through, isn't he? So at least he's on a move as Tirasak. The problem will be he's now 17 seconds to the next truck, so he's got some work to do, but clear track finally for the number 19 car, and he'll be ruining the fact that he had issues all the way back at the start of the race. And there's some cars in the middle of the field here without their lights turned on. I get the feeling they might just want to flip them on.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. The number 1 car of Akaluk down in 14th place. The safety car is out. Okay. Something has just gone majorly wrong, and I'm trying to figure out what for.
We've got the 77 and the 97 both missing at the moment. And that 77, when it pulled over, it was quite close to the side of the road. So that looks like that's the run down to turn 4.
So that's been there for a couple of laps already.
And I guarantee Race Control looking at that and going, can we handle that without throwing a safety car? The marshals got down there and went, yeah, no, there's nothing we can do. We're going to have to call something to remove that truck.
All right, so we're delayed to proceedings, and well, it is 7 laps to go currently. Expect the safety car to be out there for 3 laps around that. So potentially looking at a 3 to 5 lap sprint to the end of this race.
The race they got handled earlier on in the day, although the benefit of that one was that the car was parked right near an access road. This one's going to be a little while longer because I have to tow it down to an access road.
Yeah, actually, let me consult my Maps app here and see exactly where the next access road is at that particular part of the circuit. Looks like there isn't really an access point until the entry to the next corner on the inside from that location. So they'll have to tow the truck some way, and that could add some extra time to proceedings here.
Yeah. Final race of the day. Is that smoke down in the background? You see that down at turn 1?
Yeah, I do. I don't know if it's difficult to tell from this distance exactly what's going on down there. I feel like would it just be the diesel smoke that we've already seen, or
No, I don't think so. It could be tire smoke though. I believe there might be a burnout pad down in that section of the track actually. So there could be some outside of track activities going on.
Yeah, righto. Regardless, the field forms back up behind the safety car, and I think we are just past the point where the stricken truck was. I think maybe they might have recovered it already. I didn't see anything in the background, but then again, it's a bit difficult to see past these things.
Particularly this time of afternoon with the sun coming down and the amount of light that's available to us at the moment. So, just hoping that we're going to be able to get this one back underway nice and quickly. And for the meantime, you can see the lighting has come on around the circuit. All the lighting on up in the stands. 7 laps to go at the moment. There'll be 6 to go next time by.
Yeah, so this safety car period is passing a little bit slower than I expected it to. Oh, there we are. The 33 is the other pickup truck that was stricken by the side of the circuit.
That's a new one.
Yeah, Rustamali.
So he's actually, there's been an issue to that truck under the safety car because he was on the lead lap up until a few moments ago.
Okay. Maybe something just gave up the ghost.
Look, super pickup. Anything can and will happen.
Yes, indeed. Certainly learnt that, despite my limited experience with this series.
That's the best part about it, though, isn't it, Reese? Is that don't lead the championship, is what I've learned about the last round of the year. Don't lead the championship, and don't count your chickens until they hatch.
Indeed. I'm still waiting on confirmation on the end of the safety car period. I would expect, since the lights have not turned out yet for now, we still imagine it'll be out for at least one more lap after this one.
Yeah, more than likely. So 5 laps left to run at least, I would imagine. We're on top of and handling that truck nice and early, and safety car speed has backed us off quite a way. 4 minutes 17, so we've more than doubled our lap time at the moment.
So where do we stand from here? Well, Akachat Miprom at the front of the field has led pretty much the whole way. Has seemed pretty untroubled. Once again, it's looked like it's a battle for second or third, and further on back. What further developments can we expect from these final 4 laps? Is there anyone who's going to be able to overcome that number 34 at the front?
Ooh, message just come through from race control. Leader must follow safety car speed, so they're worried about Akachat being backed off the safety car a little bit here.
Yeah, I noticed he was hanging a bit far back, and I thought, oh, is that a clue as to, like, are we actually getting started or no? So it looks like race control have noticed that and said, hey, you better catch back up.
Yeah, I do wonder. What's going on with that one. Be really, really interesting. Because whether or not they decide, okay, you're just playing too much here, and like to take action over that one, because again, field is backed up. This is definitely the slowest the safety car field's been moving all day for sure.
Yeah, it's usually gone quite a bit quicker, even for it was Super Eco where we had the safety car, no?
Yep.
Yeah. Even Super Eco was going a bit faster than this.
A lot more power than the Super Eco field. I wonder whether or not Akachat's actually trying to cool off the turbo in that car as well.
Yeah, so good point.
They go back racing, he's got a little bit more leeway in terms of temperatures. So that's what he's trying to do. And they're saying, no, come on with it.
Well, he's still hanging back a reasonable distance here. Might be hoping to get away with maybe a little bit closer, but not too close. I honestly don't know either way. Potentially there are other reasons behind him hanging back as far as he is.
There's only one guy who'll know, isn't there?
Yeah. Indeed there is, and we're looking at him.
Just look how bottled up they are in the middle of this field. And that safety car's not pulled away from the field yet either, so I still think they're cleaning up. The lights are still on, so they're not going green for sure.
This is like slower than normal road speed at this stage. At least it looks like it from these low focal angle viewpoints that we usually see around this circuit. That leader must follow safety car speed as message is still up, and it looks like, there we go, catching up. The message has been taken, and for all other cars it is a maximum 5-car gap to the next car in front. So I'm already seeing that's a bit more than a 5-car gap, so everyone better giddy up. and get their way onto the safety car.
Well, let's change that one nice and quickly. At least answers that one. I just saw another message just pop up on the dash. By the way, 10-second post-race penalty assigned to car 34 for not following safety car procedure.
Oh,
so,
no.
They've infringed it, which I think is well within their rights.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, definitely.
Well, what you trying to... So, everyone will be watching at home and going, well, gee, that's a bit harsh. Well, yes and no. What they're trying to do is the safety car will have instructions about what speed they are to do around each section of the circuit. So if you've got marshals out in a particular area of the circuit, they'll slow the pace down. Because they want to give more time, they want to bunch the field up a little bit more, and they want to control the time period of this race because they've got times that they've got to be out of the circuit by. So they'll have allowed for that in all of the timings, because if we were to run, say, a couple red flags earlier on in the day, they'll chop laps out of all of these races to try and speed everything up, get us back on time. If it happens before the lunch break, they can shorten the lunch break. You know, they can do little bits and pieces like that to sort of catch up time. So there is requirements around noise, circuit timing, getting people out, bus drivers and bits and pieces, the longest that they can stay at the circuit and their time frames and everything that's got to happen for all of that. So this is actually really time controlling that they'd actually be doing with this safety car. So both, even if it's only 30 seconds a minute, well, you've done it a couple laps here, and they've clearly cleared this incident away. So they want to get this happening. They knew that they weren't going to be able to go green last lap, so they sped the safety car up a little bit because they knew about when they were going to be able to go green. And well, yeah, they've lost time. They don't like that.
Yeah, and there's also the point that you just follow what the stewards say you need to do. Yep. It's the same as, you know, it's like umpiring in any sport. You do what they tell you to do, and if you have a problem with it, you talk about it later, right?
Yeah.
I think they did warn the competitors that the leader must follow the safety car speed, and that warning was up for a few minutes until the penalty was finally assigned.
Is what it is, right? So those safety car lights are still on.
Yeah, when are we actually going green? How much longer is it going to take to clear this debris away? Because like I've been keeping an eye on things around the circuit, and I don't really see much in the way of extra debris or any other stricken vehicles.
Is there now a lighting issue, perhaps?
Maybe that could be it. Hopefully we get some news.
It's incredibly bright in that section over the front straight. Okay, so update from race control, safety car will be in this lap. So we'll be going green at the tail end of this one. It'll be a 3-lap sprint.
Right. So away we go then.
That raises more questions than it solves, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
very odd final race to end the day off.
I say that, but if you're a Formula One fan, significantly better run. that Qatar GP and how that was handled really raised some questions. Again, if you're just a fan of racing, you probably look at it and go, there wasn't too much that went on there. But if you're a fan of things done to, not necessarily a procedure, but things being done in the right way for the right reason consistently, that's the issue. And, well, race control's been consistent. I'll give them that, and the procedure's been followed very, very straight, standard to the book. You know, we don't have procedures that don't make sense here. I'll say that much. I haven't seen it in the entire time I've been working on this series. I haven't seen and looked at something and gone, oh, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, indeed. Very good crew that steward and organize these events here for the Thai Super Series. As the sun sets over Buriram, we get ready for our final dash to the very end of this race. Entering the final sector now, safety car will be coming in very shortly. And we'll see who comes away with the final silverware of the day.
And have a look at how dark it's gotten, and that's 6 o'clock local time in Thailand as well. So we are starting to really lose the light.
Yeah, it has been a very long day, hasn't it? We started broadcasting some 10 hours ago. It's been a pleasure to provide you all with the English language coverage of the Thai Super Series. This is the final race weekend of 2024 for Thailand's National Motorsport Circus. And we still have a day left of action tomorrow. Will be brought to you right here live with English commentary. We'll be able to crown a few champions from it as well. The champion of Super Pickup Class A has already been run and won, but now we wait and see how far the championship's going to go for Class C as the green flag is out, and a little bit of a messy start by our leader. Akachat Prom gets it back on track before the start-finish line, and away we go again. Another couple of trucks really far out into the tarmac runoff there, Scott.
And interestingly, I'm just keeping half an eye out for where Tirasak is, because remember, he's cutting his way through the field. He was quicker than quite a number of cars ahead of him, but there was a massive gap, so it's going to be very difficult for him to go and run down the next car. Well, that's now been deleted, so keep your eyes out for that baby blue truck in the middle of the field, the AC Delco one. Maybe trying to cut his way through, and Akachat in the meantime, back to business as usual. Total control over the field as it stands.
Yeah, looks like he's just one of those drivers that sets the fastest time in qualifying and then never looks back, just jets away and does a sprint run. Just run away from everyone behind and leave them to fight amongst themselves for the spoils. Tasanai Jaimun, meanwhile, in that number 26, still chasing down a potential position there. Had to have a couple of goes at the steering as the number 18 finds its way into the final sector. Kittapong Nipapan down at one position from where he started, and Utaya Rayai will be right on the back of him as well.
Down through into turn 9. Well, double back and then down through the dip at 10. Back over the rise at 11. 3 more laps left to run, will become 2 when they get back to the start-finish line. Who's going to be on the move? Who's really looking to find places at the back end of the day? And the 26 machine trying to go the long way around at the final corner. That wasn't an opportunity. It slides it all the way out the other side. Still trying to find traction from the rear tires. They've just got nothing left to give.
Yeah, get a little wide onto the tarmac runoff where all of that rubber and dust has been thrown throughout a whole day of racing. You're not going to find much grip out there, it has to be said. Absolutely nothing anyone can do to overcome the number 34 here. 2 laps to go coming down to turn 3. Nice gentle wide turn in. That diffuser's hanging off a little bit. Evidently it's not affecting the pace of the truck all that much. It is grinding along the road though. Hopefully doesn't hit a bump or a curb the wrong way, otherwise some debris might go flying and that could prove to be another hazard.
Certainly could be. Particularly with how low it's dangling down, it's probably a good thing. There's only a couple laps left to run here. Now run down to the end of sector number 2. And I tell you what, Akachat is just disappearing down the road with tyre and turbo temperatures dropping away. 42 machine of Utaya.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there for them. They were involved in battle just inside the top 10, I believe. Incident at turn 5 already under investigation by race control. So evidently there were multiple vehicles involved in, I presume, contact, which turned around the 42. White flag is out here for the number 34. Sliding their way out of the final corner. And it's still on for quite a few positions throughout this field. The sky, I can't believe that it's turned dark this quickly.
Yeah.
Like, it was only like 15 minutes ago, wasn't it, that we still had light falling on the racetrack, and now all of a sudden it's pitch black in the sky.
I can tell you for the race fans watching along at home, finish Thailand Supercar GT3 was about 5:05 p.m. So that was about 50 minutes ago, and it was still broad daylight at that point. We just sort of seen the sun start to dip away. Probably only about half an hour ago. Yeah, it was broad daylight. Not anymore. And the stadium lights are on for the final lap of Thailand Super Pickup, and the C-Class drivers. At the moment, Akachat has got it. But again, you just don't say anything about this series until they cross the start-finish line, because it has absolutely happened a number of times for these guys. It was under lights they finished at this end of the day last year to bring us home for the grand finale. And yet again, under lights finish just after 6 o'clock local time. Again, 34 machine of Akachat, Meeprom. Totally in control. That's the gap back to Surudet. Super Moncol has managed to hang on to third as well. Picked himself that spot away from Saranyu. Last couple laps. Tirasak has managed his recovery drive after starting from what we presume would be the pit lane all the way back to 11th spot. And we've lost one more before the conclusion of the race as well.
Oh dear. So that's the number 1, Akaluk Tahom. Somehow found his way there with a smoking engine, potentially a problem with the intercooler. Not the first time we would have seen a car with intercooler issues.
How about this?
So a few moves left to be made here into the final couple of corners. Ahead, it's going to be the win for Akachat Meeprom. Who's going to win the race for second is the question. This is looking mighty close.
Indeed, it was close for third spot. About half a second in it between these guys, and it was only 2/10 in it for fourth spot as well. So really, really tight to finish across your top 5. Yakachat from Surudat, Supermoncol, Saranyu, and Kittapong to round out your top 5. Pakhorn from Somnok, Kittisak, Tasnai, and Krokpong your top 10. Tirasak was only able to get back to 11th spot, which, all things considered, what, qualified 10th? I think when they rolled him off the grid.
Yeah, it's a really good recovery. You can at least get back to close to where you started. I think that's a profitable day if something went wrong for you before.
Yeah. No points on offer, unfortunately, that deep in the field. But the C-Class drivers over and done with, and that is all of the racing action for Thailand Super Series. Races 7 and 9, depending upon what classes you're a part of it. Have a look at the rear diffuser out of the Surudet machine. Maurice, well, I want to say a big thank you to you for joining us for today's racing coverage. You'll be back for these guys again tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, indeed, I will. Taking over for the final 2 hours of our coverage alongside Dan Yeaman. And really looking forward to it. See who exactly is ultimately crowned champion in multiple of our series here at Thai Super Series, and the end to a fantastic 2024. Can't wait.
Yeah, final results coming in as well. 1:57.385, fastest lap time for our race winner. Been adjusted to Akachat. No, sorry, that is the fastest lap time on the day for that one. Finished down in 4th spot, the 34 machine. So he had an issue on the last lap, and he actually did lose spots all the way down to 4th spot. I'm sorry, I thought he comfortably came home. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That is Akachat will finish down in 4th spot after the 10-second
Yeah, the 10-second penalty, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll promote Surudet to your race win from Super Moncol and Saran. You are actually going to finish on the podium. That's the top 3 drivers. after all of that one, brings us to a close here from the Thailand Super Series in Buriram. Chang International Circuit plays host the final round. Join us once again tomorrow when we'll kick things off from, I believe, 9 a.m. local time in Thailand. Indeed, racing action will kick off from 9:05 for Thailand Super Eco. Will kickstart the day. Supercar GT3 and Super Compact will round out all the running just prior to the 45-minute lunch break. Then it's on to the Supercar GT3s. GTM and GT4s just after lunch. The C-Class Super Pickups will be a second-last class of the day, and the A and B class drivers under lights tomorrow evening. I've been Scott Rankin alongside a Reese Gardner. Reese, like we said, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You'll hear his tones again tomorrow afternoon. And myself and Dan Yamin back live for tomorrow morning's racing action. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the Thailand Super Series, on behalf of Speed Cafe and to everyone watching right around the globe, enjoy the racing action. We'll see you again next time.